Good Good morning. Today is June 17th, 2025, a Tuesday. We're back on the record in the Public Service Company of Colorado, just transition solicitation, proceeding 24A-0442E. Before we jump back into Commissioner questioning of Mr. Landrum, any preliminary matters, Mr. Larson?
No preliminary matters from the company.
Ms. Keen?
Hi, good morning, Chair. Wanted to check in on a witness availability issue with regard to Onward Energy's witness, Mr. Spurgeon. He does not have any cross reserve that you had indicated you may have some questions for him. Due to some changing family schedules, we wanted to see if it'd be possible to have him come on at the top of the day, either on the 23rd or the 24th, and then he could make flights accordingly.
Yeah, that'd be no problem. And I'll check again, and maybe I can ask my questions to another witness.
I mean, he's totally fine being available, just needs to schedule some flights so if he could know which of those mornings, we're happy to make him available.
Do you want to just pick one?
23rd?
All right, so Mr. Spurgeon will come on 9 a.m. on October 23rd.
Thank you very much. And then just while
June,
I'm on
June 23rd.
Good correction, thank you. And then just while I'm on, I will note that Grid United is going to waive its reserve cross for CEO witness Mr. Hay.
All right, hold on. My sheet is a mess. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Barroso.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair. Two items from me. Number one, WRA and Sweep will be waiving our cross of Mr. Goodenough.
Okay, just give me 2 seconds. Your sweep. Okay.
And then item two, I believe last week, Mr. Bunker indicated that he would have highly confidential questions for Mr. Bailey. WRA and Sweep will also have some highly confidential in addition to public questions, and just wanted to see if the commission or the company had any guidance on what to expect for breaking up that.
Yeah, so
session.
yeah, when we get closer to Mr. Bailey, we'll find a time first thing in the morning or right before or right after lunch or a break to schedule the highly confidential session. So thank you for the heads up, and we'll accommodate that.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, I have one thing.
Yep.
Probably for Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, I had asked, maybe it was Mr. Eiley, I can't recall, if any copy of like the standard ESA or IA are in the record. And I believe the answer was no. And I was just curious if we could get a standard copy of those energy service agreements and interconnection agreements in the record.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that at hand. We could certainly confer on that, and I could come back to you later in today or over the course of the hearing.
Okay, yeah, I was going to bring it up with Mr. Bailey, but I figured the sooner the better, so you could look into it.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate that.
I guess Mr. Larson, Mr. Eiley proffered 3 exhibits and offered to come back to answer Commissioner a question. I may like to take him up on that offer. And since it just came up on Commissioner questionings, I think we'd keep it to just Commissioner questions. And I think it'd be very brief, 5 or 10 minutes. But if you can let me know if you have any concerns with that.
Yeah, no concerns with that. I think We could do it at the conclusion of the company's case. We could do it at the conclusion of the hearing. There's a few different ways to structure that, and perhaps we could dialogue about. We could come up with a proposal if that works for you, and come back to you on that item as well.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
Any other preliminary? Oh, Mr. Landrum, did you have a
Nope, just getting
preliminary
ready.
matter?
Getting ready.
You're just raring to go, huh, sir? If there's no other preliminary matters, I think Commissioner Goman, questioning of Mr. Landrum.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Landrum.
Morning, Commissioner Gilman. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. Gonna start with two questions about large loads and move through quite a few topics with you this morning. So WRA and SWEEP recommend the company conduct modeling of the phase 2 commission approved portfolio under a load forecast scenario that excludes new large load growth for the purpose of informing future cost allocation matters. Is it feasible for the company to conduct such modeling after the phase 2 decision?
To a limited extent. I mean, in my testimony, I kind of strongly argued for not having really double the load forecast. I think a targeted approach could be manageable, but something like literally doing all of the portfolios without, I think is way too much. It literally doubles the workload and doubles the time required to do that. So that's kind of where I was coming from on that advocacy position, is just not to have two different load forecasts. I'd further say that, you know, in some respects, I think the load forecast of what we're deciding we're going to acquire resources for is kind of a clear phase 1 decision. And in my mind, at least, a lot of the issues on cost allocation and whether they're increasing or decreasing costs, I understand it's part of your decision making as to what load you want to approve. But a lot of that, I think, is also rate making type issues that would be more thoroughly explored in the tariff filing or other, you know, rate cases and things like that, where we would really do a deep dive on the cost allocation approaches for the large loads.
Right, but it sounds like it is possible after phase 2 to run a different version without the large loads.
Are you saying after phase 2? So after we get
Yes,
done with
of the approved portfolio.
Oh yeah, absolutely. After phase 2 would be much easier.
Okay.
Much less of a time burden, obviously.
Okay. Are you anticipating it's reasonable to assume acquisition of much additional capacity for 2026 or 2027?
No, I think there's going to be very, very little that we can do there. Even in outside of the JTS process, I think there's very limited options available for that time period.
Okay. As I see it in your loads and resources table, it looks like some significant resource adequacy concerns for summers 2025, 26, and 27. Does that sound right?
Very much so.
Okay. And for reference, that's negative 643 megawatts in 2025 summer, negative 900 2026 summer, and negative 854 megawatts in 2027.
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Bailey provides anticipated large new loads in a confidential attachment, so I'll refrain from talking about specific numbers here. But the company is still projecting, as late as its rebuttal testimony, new large loads coming online as early as 2025, with a significant number coming online in 2025, more in 2026, more in 2027. So if we're sitting here with significant new load, no opportunity to really build generation in that time frame, and you know, I know there's some drop in wholesale loads, but that doesn't happen until 2026, and it doesn't make up for these gaps.
Right.
I'm just trying to figure out how you move forth with interconnecting these new large loads, or communicate to them that that is feasible given the resource adequacy situation.
You're exactly right. It is definitely challenging. As of right now, we're talking with customers and letting them, I mean, they're aware of our capacity position. We're talking about, delaying up ramps of the facilities. Other issues, Mr. Bailey can probably talk to you more because he's the one that's actually talking with the customers. But from the top down of our company, we recognize the situation we're in right now, which makes it really, really challenging to think about large new loads before we can get our capacity position back to at least something close to balanced.
And help me understand, if you're kind of trying to more modulate when the new loads come in to kind of keep pace with when you can add new generation is probably what it more sounds like, more practically like. How can we be confident that that doesn't affect other customers, like increase the risk of inability to meet peak demand in the coming seasons, or slow down interconnections for things like new housing and schools and small businesses and the people you normally connect?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely keeping that in the forefront of our mind, and maintaining reliability and serving our existing customers is of course the top priority. It's a bit of a balancing act. I mean, as of right now, we don't, and Mr. Bailey could probably correct me, I don't think we've had meaningful additions of large loads yet. So we're still in the future there, and the bottom line is if we can't serve them, we won't. Maintaining the existing system reliability is the first priority. So we're
You kind
as
of
I said,
prioritize moving forward. Sorry, if you have like 100 megawatts of new large load wants to come on, and then we've got, just the regular load that wants to grow as well to electrify or build new buildings. How do you prioritize if you only have 100 megawatts of capacity left? A new large load wants 100 megawatts. What do you do?
Yeah, we don't have an amazingly robust process for that. We try to serve it all, and if you can't, you sort of have to make a priority list of who you want to serve first, and it's very situationally dependent. I would imagine we haven't really been in that situation yet, where I've been in conversations where we have to start making those tough choices. Not to say they couldn't happen in the future, but I really don't have a clear answer for you on who gets priority. I would say that serving an existing customer and just your native load growth certainly would be the first priority of maintaining reliability for the existing system before you start expanding into other areas.
Okay. Shifting gears into the areas where acquisitions are more likely and we're more planning the resources further out into the future. So regarding the reliability rubric, in your rebuttal testimony, you state that the company agrees to present the results of portfolios that do not initially pass the rubric test, along with capacity expansion plans and the amount of EUE or ancillary service violations for that portfolio. Does that sound accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. Would the company also be willing to include the relative NPVs of the interim portfolios that don't initially pass the reliability rubric?
I think we probably would. The only caveat is it just takes extra time. I mean, we don't need to do the production costing run to enter into the reliability rubric. In many cases, we might do that anyways. So I don't know that it would be a significantly increased, burden to do so. So if that's something that's important to the commission, I think that would be something that could be done.
Okay. And as I understand it, Mr. Ming's analysis already includes extreme weather events, incorporating weather from 44 different weather years and kind of intentionally mixing scenarios that didn't even historically align to kind of get a little bit of a, I don't want to say the word worst case scenario, but it will mix some like kind of bad weather attributes that didn't even actually happen together. Do you have the same understanding of what kind of work he conducted?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And that information then factors into the PRM and ELCC model already when we're targeting the 0.1 LOLE threshold, right?
That's right.
Okay. So then, so based on his testimony and your understanding of it, extreme weather's already been factored into those reliability planning targets. But then the company deploys a second reliability screen, which we're calling the reliability rubric, which essentially takes a portfolio that already meets Mr. Ming's criteria of reliability and the 0.1 LOLE, and then applies a second extreme weather test, and then continues to add resources until you get to zero unserved energy. Is that kind of an accurate synopsis of what goes on with the second screen?
That's exactly right. And part of the justification for that is we're using two different models. And the Encompass model inherently has some simplifications that it makes, that we've talked about before, whether it's around curtailments or carbon achievements. We've talked numerous times about the perfect foresight of the model and other issues, which somewhat makes it a little optimistic, I would say, in some respects. And that's why we want to do that at secondary testing, just to make sure that under those optimistic scenarios, we really can't actually serve the load in times of stress.
Okay. So does this inherently, since the reliability rubric that the company does after the fact seems to move the goalpost from 0.1 LOLE to zero unserved energy or ancillary violations. Is that an accurate way to think of what's going on?
That's not the way I think of it. No. Like I was kind of introducing the last response there, the model makes a lot of simplifying assumptions that are just not repeatable in real life. The most meaningful of them is the fact that the model knows exactly what the entire year is going to look like, and it can make sure the batteries are fully charged before the wind stops blowing, and other things that our system operators just don't have that perfect knowledge of. It also has a simplified representation of forced outages, where forced outages are more of like an expected value rather than coming off at absolutely the worst time, perhaps. And we don't do a Monte Carlo simulation with Encompass, just a single run with these sort of expected value results. So under these easier conditions, if you will, we enforce that zero unserved energy, because if the model can't solve for these challenging weather periods that are historical, we're not making up really extreme tail events. These are things that have happened in the last couple of years. If this perfect foresight model can't solution that with the resources that we have selected, we're not at all confident that we can repeat that in real life and be able to serve the system in real life. So I would consider it more of a verification step, not an additional criteria or a higher bar. It's more of a verification that we have confidence that the results that are coming out of the model are frankly repeatable in real life.
But I guess the part I'm trying to figure out is moving to the zero standard. Zero seems 0.1 and zero in all other circumstances sound pretty similar to each other. But in this circumstance, if we look at, say, Mr. Lucas's testimony, it looks like an increasingly expensive gap to close between 0.1 and zero. So how or why did the company determine that zero unserved energy is the appropriate benchmark to plan to?
Yeah, so don't forget that we're also going to be doing the recap side of the reliability rubric as well. So we will know exactly where that portfolio stands on a 0.1, higher or lower than 0.1, on the same metrics that E3 used for their study. So we'll have that. So we'll know exactly if are we really overshooting the 0.1 by a significant amount or not on a reliability standard. The Encompass side of it is more of an energy adequacy, more than just the reliability side. And if we were running 100 Encompass simulations with the full Monte Carlo results, absolutely we would use that same 0.1 type of a standard to identify that little small point on the end of the distribution where an acceptable risk tolerance is at. But we're not. We're doing a single run, which is more like the middle. I mean, yes, we're using extreme weather, but there's a lot of other things in that risk distribution that are very much central tendency type of measures. So we're not really running a full 99th percentile type of a tail event, even though the weather is higher and the load is higher. So for those reasons, since we're not really testing everything goes sideways type of a scenario, that's why we think the Encompass results, if we can't do that, with the simplifications that are in the model and the perfect foresight, and they can't solve for that event, knowing about it literally months in advance. We just don't think that those model results are showing a system that could be actually reliable in real life.
Okay. And as you kind of run this extra check or kind of close this gap between 0.1 and 0, is there any kind of economic limit as to what the company sees as reasonable to plan from this 0.1 LOLE, which is what I understand the company refers to as kind of being the industry standard, to something that is a different screen that appears to go beyond that industry standard?
Yeah, like I said, we're going to be doing the recap analysis as well, so we'll know exactly what the LOLE is of that portfolio, and we'll be doing that first. So if we get to a portfolio that matches that 0.1 LOLE, but it's not energy adequate and Encompass, I think we're talking about, you know, maybe adding one resource, if anything. I think it might be very, very small, or maybe different resources, swapping something out for something else. So I don't think we're going to be seriously overbuilding here. But we'll absolutely be looking at the results of those two branches of the reliability rubric. And as you mentioned before, not only will we be monitoring it, we'll be reporting it out for stakeholders in the commission to look at the steps that were taken there and why. And if we see something that looks ridiculous, we'll call it out and we'll look at a different approach for sure. But I'm pretty confident that what we're going to see here, honestly, I'm expecting that with our two-step capacity expansion process that we're doing now, and the reliability rubric using the recap test first to make sure we're at 0.1, I don't think the extreme summer and weather tests in Encompass are frankly going to be very meaningful. By that, I mean, I'm fully expecting that all, if not almost all, portfolios probably will pass just fine. We'll see. We just want to make sure that we can present portfolios to the commission that we can be confident we can actually operate in real life and maintain reliability for customers.
Okay. Thanks. I wanted to get to some questions on ramping, just so I can understand the solar regulating reserve a little better for the Pueblo area. So as I understand, this is an issue particular to the Pueblo area where you see a concentrated risk of kind of large ramps given the concentration of solar there if you have a dramatic weather change, basically, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, afternoon thunderstorms roll in, just like we see, you know, farther north of the Front Range, and we can lose hundreds, if not 1,000 megawatts of solar in a 15-minute period.
Okay. And what are the risks associated with, you know, kind of such a ramp up or down?
Yeah, the biggest risk is you have to have something standing there ready to support that, because the load's not doing the same thing at the same time. So you need to say it's 1,000 megawatt ramp. You'd have 1,000 megawatts of generation ready to respond to pick up that load that's not served by the solar.
Okay. Do you have any, I just want to kind of switch gears now. Several parties pointed out some concerns with regard to large load ramping. So on the load side now, and just wanted to see if you had any response to some of those concerns. I didn't see any response with regard to, you know, potential ramping or other system impairment caused by kind of the operation of large loads.
Yeah, no, we haven't. I certainly haven't addressed that in my testimony, and I honestly don't know what procedures are in place for on the customer side of things. That would be probably out of our transmission operations functioning, the real-time system operator there. I mean, if a large load has effectively a forced outage, there's not much you can do about that. But I do know, for example, for like Evraz, who's our largest customer right now with the steel mill, I believe there are some notification procedures involved of when they're going to start up, things like that, so the system operators can be ready to handle it. So I can't say this for sure, and Mr. Bailey might know better because it's probably part of the ESA, but I would expect there would be some sort of operational guidelines to prevent, you know, rapid, you know, oscillations back and forth of the system as a 500 megawatt customer, for instance, turns on and turns off. It will.
Is there any coordination going on kind of between units at this point as Mr. Bailey talks to these large loads about kind of their relative location and potential impacts on the grid from a operations standpoint?
Not with my group. That's more on the system impact study and the facility study side of things where they would be looking at that.
Okay. I just want to pull up an exhibit really quick, maybe to look at an illustration of this and get any of your feedback on it. I'm sorry, I don't know who's helping us today. The legal assistant.
It's
It's
Federico.
yes,
I'm
it's me.
sorry. Hi. Could you pull up hearing exhibit 303 ALS 2? That is a UCA attachment. And I wanted to go to page 16. So there's a figure here on page 16. Thanks. You can just zoom in on the figure if you want. That shows a 50 megawatt block of a data center. The data center is actually 200 megawatts in total. And it appears to show a ramp of about 24 megawatts in about a quarter of a second, which would be far in excess of the sort of ramping up and down, that you were discussing with solar in Pueblo. And so I wanted to understand kind of from your understanding in an operational and resource perspective, would this cause any sort of impacts or issues for the system?
Yeah. First, there's some background noise. First, I mean, I think the Pueblo solar issue is certainly larger than 25 megawatts, but I understand your point that this kind of ramping of a similar type of a size would have a similar kind of effect. And yes, I mean, I'm not a systems operations person, but work closely with them, and absolutely a load, a very, very large load turning on rapidly like this would certainly cause system issues if the operators were not aware of it ahead of time.
Okay. And do you see either on kind of the generation side with regard to the Pueblo solar issue or on the large load side, do you see energy storage on site as something that could help mitigate some of these impacts? And is that a solution we should be looking at for either side of this equation?
Yeah, energy storage absolutely helps with this. Whether it needs to be on site or not is kind of situationally dependent. If there's a transmission congestion point between the load and the generators, and there's an issue of, if they're not, then there really isn't a lot of benefit necessarily for it being co-located. Thinking, for example, like if they're outside the Denver metro area and you're on the CPP or something like that, being at the same physical site is more of a economies of scale and construction cost savings, and generally less of an impact from a systems operations perspective. That's totally different if you're talking about a transmission constraint such as inside the metro versus outside the metro, though.
Okay. And thanks, Ms. Federico. We're done with this exhibit. I appreciate it. Wanted to change gears now to different DERs, and I want to understand your suggestion in your testimony is that ADERs are not interchangeable with firm dispatchable resources, right?
Not really. They provide different benefits to the system. I think both are beneficial. They just provide different things. So yeah, and of course it depends on what type of technology. ADERs or VPPs is a very broad category. There could be lots of different things. So yeah, I mean they just provide different things. I mean, most ADERs are somewhat limited in the amount of energy they can provide, by duration or capacity. They're typically limited on how frequently you can utilize them, in some respect. So but they can also be applied very quickly, typically, and typically with little to no carbon impact. So there's trade-offs. A firm dispatchable unit, gas unit, for example, is always there, and it's not weather dependent, and it can run for days on end if required to. So there's trade-offs. It's not really a replacement. They both provide different things to the system.
Okay. And help me understand just the summary of the function that's modeled for the ADERs that you put in the model in terms of like duration, frequency, and if you tested any kind of difference in those to understand how it would be deployed differently if those aspects were different.
Yeah, sure. So we modeled it essentially as a 4-hour storage device with essentially no limitations, which means that it can contain enough energy to dispatch for 4 continuous hours, and can do that, or can do a half an hour off and come back on 3 hours later for another half an hour. What I'm trying to say is it was completely unlimited flexibility. So you had a reservoir of available energy of the system, quantified as 4 hours of duration of the nameplate, so 900 megawatts times 4 hours. And the model could deploy that at will in the most effective way possible to maintain reliability and reduce total operating costs. So we chose to do it that way because we didn't want to put restrictions on it, where it was, okay, you can only use it once a day, or you can only use it at certain periods of time during daylight hours or whatever. By modeling it this way, we thought we were giving it essentially the most flexibility possible to try to capture the most dispatch value with it possible.
So could it respond to 2 4-hour chunks in a row, like immediately back to back? It could deploy?
It could, but it would need to recharge at some point in time. But it could also do 450 megawatts for 8 hours, or
Okay, it has that
for
flexibility
15
to
hours.
kind of.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
And so how small of tranches can it break into, or that's just at will?
1 megawatt, or actually, 0.001. It's completely scalable from 0 to 900.
Okay, got it. And then what's like the recharge assumption? I mean, it's different than a battery, right? But like, what is the assumption on how many times it can be deployed, or like what would be the necessary gap between events?
Yeah. Really none, other than the fact that it has to have positive energy in the tank, if you will, before it can discharge anything. So if you run it completely empty, you've got to give some time for at least something to get back into the reservoir. But as soon as it gets anything, it can immediately dispatch it back again. So pretty unlimited. We gave it the round trip efficiency of lithium ion storage, just it's pretty efficient. But there is complete flexibility. It could run, completely empty the reservoir over, say, an 8-hour cycle, charge for a half an hour, and then put what it just got right back into the system again.
Okay.
So there's no requirement to go from 0 to max capacity.
So, and then as far as demand response, can you tell me what your assumptions were in terms of how that was modeled?
Yeah, we modeled the programs just the same as there actually are in real life, at least to the best of our ability within the modeling structure there. So we modeled each individual program with its own characteristics, whether it was saver switch or solar rewards, or the different levels of ISOC. They're all modeled individually.
Okay, and they're modeled with regard to like that program design that exists today.
That's right.
Okay. And did you kind of try to test any assumptions on larger or different performance characteristics of those?
Not really. Not in this study. We did not.
Okay. I'm just thinking, I mean, that's just like, if you give ISOC a bigger discount, can you deploy more? Or if you look at different incentive levels for other programs, how does that affect kind of the depth and ability to use that resource in different circumstances?
Yeah, that's right. We would totally do that as part of a DSMSI, or wherever the appropriate case was to do that. And we just look at the programs that are being proposed and model those individually according to their characteristics.
Okay. And as I look at the demand response assumptions, which were in your rebuttal testimony, it looks like there's actually a dip in demand response in like the most immediate years, and then it kind of goes back up a bit. And just curious, upon what you base the forecast for the demand response, like available resource.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately don't have all the details exactly of that at my fingertips. I know we've incorporated the most recent goals from strategic issues, as well as the distributed generation procurement requirements and the other programs. and then modeled a sort of a growth after that, based on expected trends. Remember, all this was also done back in, I don't know, what summer of 24, I guess it was at this point in time. So it's a little bit dated right now, probably as well, but we'll look at updating that along with the load forecast right before phase 2.
Okay. And how do those, I'm just curious if you have an idea, and this might be more of a Mr. Goodenough question, I don't know. How the forecasting of the availability of demand response does or doesn't account for what types of loads you see as being added to the system.
Yeah, we don't have specific forecasts of load paired with demand response programs. They're really done independently. But we would certainly update that. You know, if we did get an actual load that did have a demand response capability, we would model both of those features, that matches the actual customer that came forward. As of right now, we're not seeing an awful lot of interest in demand response from large loads. That might change if that's the only way they can get connected to the system. But that's evolving, of course, and Mr. Bailey got his fingers on the pulse of what's going on with the customer side of things. But
okay,
yeah,
but to
right
your
now
knowledge, we don't. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, as of right now, we're modeling them independently.
Okay, but to your knowledge, you don't include any like specific assumptions about demand response as it relates to large loads or any particular type of new loads.
Yeah, we model the demand response as being utilized for the benefit of the overall system, not on an individual customer basis. So the demand response programs are there as a system resource, and then the model dispatches them optimally based on the overall system load.
Okay. Couple questions on markets. So Mr. Ming mentioned several times in his testimony that the modeling already assumes that we borrow capacity from our neighbors for free, essentially. Can you help me understand what specific assumptions have been made about the interaction with neighboring systems, especially during times of the most severe capacity needs?
Sure, absolutely. In the RA study, we assumed that there was 390 megawatts available at critical reliability periods from the outside world. And in the wintertime, it was 226 megawatts available at critical peak time. So in essence, when E3 runs their recap model, and we have a situation where we have a reliability event that shows up in whatever the iteration of the model they're doing, if there's less than 390 megawatts of shortage, the model can grab that from the outside world and thereby avoid that shortage. So it's capacity that we don't need to have on our native system to avoid that event. So does that help or?
Yeah. I'm not sure how involved you are, if at all, in the Markets Plus kind of application and the company's movement to join the WRAP, WRAP, in terms of what that would require in resource adequacy. And so would such an assumption be allowable if you're in the WRAP and join Markets Plus from a resource adequacy standpoint?
Yeah, I'm not a witness in that case. I'm not directly on the team that's doing those negotiations, but by the nature of my job, I'm relatively familiar with what's going on, and we talk and consult on issues. So I can address that at a higher level. As Mr. Ming kind of said the day before yesterday, I guess it was, or before the weekend, essentially WRAP would replace that 390 megawatts with something that's what they determine the relative benefit of our being in a larger market is. That would translate into what the reserve margin they give us. So for example, the overall system of WRAP might come up with a 15% reserve margin, say. And WRAP might say, okay, PSCO, you need to have 12%. And that difference between the overall system, the 15 versus what PSCO is assigned, that's their determination of that 390 megawatts. But that's our credit, if you will, for being as part of a larger system. So the numbers actually may not change that much. Who knows? They might go up, they might go down. And the difference will be that somebody else is determining that for us rather than us making an assumption in our own RA study.
Okay, got it. Thank you for clarifying for me.
Sure.
And what are the cost assumptions kind of with regard to this use of spare capacity from neighbors, and how are those determined?
It's zero in the model. Recap isn't an economic model. It really just looks at serving the load, period. You either can or you cannot serve the load. So for purpose of recap, it's zero. We do have markets in Encompass for our production costing modeling. It's kind of an apples and oranges thing. But we do assign a price for that, but that's more of economy energy of, should we buy from the market instead of running our own generators? Can we sell some excess? So it's not as much of a reliability impact.
Okay. And what assumptions, if any, do you make about the sale of excess capacity during times when the company is long in any of the modeling?
Yeah, sure. We have a representation of our ability to import in terms of megawatts per hour, so size, how big are our export limits, if you will. And we also have a price curve that we get from independent consultants. So kind of the same folks that give us our natural gas prices also give us forward market electricity prices. So the model knows what the price of that market is, and it makes a decision on an hourly basis that, do I have excess curtailments that I can sell? Do I, run generators to sell, or do I buy from the market instead of running my own generators? So it's all done exogenously inside the model based on that price curve.
Okay. I wanted to look at a figure from your supplemental direct testimony, and that's hearing exhibit 111. On page 84, you show figure JTL SD7, and this is some modeling conducted for NSP that resulted in this graphic. And I was just curious, and this was looking kind of at the impact of markets on or markets off in your modeling, as I understand it. And just wanted some clarification. Do you have the markets turned off for the entire modeling period, or just during the EWE events that kind of led to this modeling?
Yeah, sure. So this was really in support of us kind of defending our approach to do the initial capacity expansion with markets off. And then, we'll certainly turn markets back on for costing, but not build units, if you will, based on market outlook. In this particular analysis, and we drew on this because it was relatively recent and it had been already filed in a different docket, of course, in a different jurisdiction, but at least it's publicly available. And what they did is they did the exact same portfolio or scenario, if you will, did the capacity expansion with the markets turned on, and they did the capacity expansion with the markets turned off. And then they ran those portfolios through production costing with the markets turned off, and to see what, how much reliance there actually was. So this was a full 8760. So you got the orange line that shows bad, shows that there was unserved energy. That was the capacity expansion that was done with the markets turned on. And then when you turn the markets off, that plan couldn't actually serve the load without the markets. So it was depending on the market to be able to maintain reliability. This is what this graph is showing.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the explanation. We're all done with that. Thanks so much. And as I understand, your position, especially in your supplemental direct testimony, that markets, even if Colorado, say, joins the market by 2030, that you would, it sounds like, advocate to turn those off in capacity expansion models. Is that a fair inference?
Yeah, it is. And we've looked at this in 3 different jurisdictions, and most recently in Minnesota and Texas, where we're in 2 of the largest RTOs in the country, between MISO and SPP, and we've consistently found that the more economical solution for customers, as well as limiting merchant exposure risk, if you will, as well as maintaining reliability, is to do the modeling that way. So yes, our position is very much that this is the right way to do it.
Okay. But do you find impacts nonetheless to your planning reserve margin and ELCCs based on the diversification of resources that the market can provide?
Well, Are you talking about, I guess I need to distinguish between the other companies and here. In the other companies, MISO and SPP set that. They set what the reserve margin is and they set what the ELCCs are. And they do that based on a system-wide analysis of their footprint. So I think the values that are given to the operating company are absolutely consistent and embedded with the assumptions of what's going on in the overall larger footprint. Here in Colorado, we don't have that yet. Once we start with RAP and Markets Plus, I think that might happen. So we'd be in a very similar situation where we do the modeling basically the exact same in terms of the structure of the model. We just change the reserve margin and the ELCCs based on the market's instructions to us, if you will, rather than a study that we complete internally on our own.
And is it fair to assume that in most, if not all cases, the planning reserve margin would come down from what you're currently using?
Yeah, until recently, I might have agreed with you. That has been our experience in MISO for sure. SPP right now, the current proposed reserve margins are like 25% in the summer and 40% in the winter. And that's largely a result of their, what is the right word to use here? Reaction implementation. I want to not be critical. Their way of embedding the risk that they've seen, particularly with Winter Storm Uri, into their overall market reliability construct. So that's double, if not more, what our operating company would have had on their own. So in that case, the market is responding in a way that dramatically increases the requirements for capacity over what we would have expected as a standalone.
Okay. I have a couple of emissions questions for you. Does the checkpoint portfolio proposed in the JTS match the assumptions used in the 2021 ERP-CEP reference case portfolio regarding the social cost of carbon, the 80% by 2030 target and the 100% by 2050 target?
No, they're different. The ones in the 2021 were structured a little bit differently. I think they were structured with a no going back from the results of the 2018 phase 2. I think it was, honestly, I forget what the numbers were at this point in time, but we had to basically maintain the carbon trajectory from what was in that 2018, shutting down Comanche 1 and 2, essentially. The checkpoint ones that we're proposing this time are basically a no exogenous constraints, and it's, in the absence of external constraints, what would be the least cost solution?
Are there any carbon targets in the checkpoint?
We're proposing there not be. That's kind of their function, is so that we can have a true baseline from which to measure the differences between the other portfolios. Whether that, what are you actually getting for the incremental cost delta in the carbon performance? What does that trade-off look like?
Okay, and that includes, oh, sorry.
No, I was saying, to be clear, that's between the other portfolios. We're not saying that we're using the checkpoint to decide if we should actually do 80% by 2030 or not. What we're saying is that's important, so that we'd look at 80 by 30 or 90 by 2033 or the other different ways of achievement. We can put those in an appropriate frame of reference or scale, if you will, to really know what is that a meaningful difference in terms of cost or not.
Okay, and does it also remove the 100% by 2050 goal?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, there's no portfolio that the company is supporting in this phase 1 that would maintain the 2030 environmental performance from the approved portfolio in the 2021 ERP-CEP at 86% emissions reduction. Is that accurate?
We're not proposing that be used as the new baseline point. I will say the 86% had an 80% target. It just so happened to overachieve that. I think we might probably end up in a very similar situation. We just don't believe that should be a constraint going into the modeling process, and let that be more of an output. I mean, the actual constraint is what's in the statute, and we'll let the model solve as to what's appropriate from there.
Okay, so every model that you're advocating for, the company would hit the minimum 80% by 2030?
That would be the constraint that's put into the model.
Okay.
What the model actually does is dependent on what the bids are looking like and everything else.
Okay. Want to talk about gas combustion units quickly. I just want to better understand how the portfolios model zero carbon in 2050, especially as it relates to gas combustion units. So can you walk me through really quick how the model gets to zero carbon in 2050 if we have new gas coming online in the wrap? What is the assumption about what happens to those?
Yeah, I'm sure there's really like one of two things that could happen. We do have a hydrogen prototype as a kind of a proxy for a clean fuel, that the model can essentially build an electrolyzer, and generate clean fuel out of electricity, for run those units. So that's one approach, and we do see not a lot of that, but there is a small amount, I'd say maybe 100 megawatts or so, of those showing up in many cases. In the right of the very end, say 2048, sort of a just-in-time approach to get a little bit of thermal generation capability there. The other way that it can do it is just not run them, just stop running them, and that's what we're actually seeing the majority of the thing of what's happening. The model will build one of our carbon-free generation resources, nuclear or geothermal primarily, pretty late in the period to get you there to 2050, and that's how it manages the renewable droughts, is by carbon-free generation and perhaps a little bit of hydrogen.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to figure it must be kind of one of three things. They're either not running on 100% hydrogen, or potentially carbon capture and storage for 100% of it. Is that kind of the suite of options?
That's pretty much the suite of options, or not
Okay.
necessarily hydrogen, other clean fuels. I think are probably perhaps more realistic at this point in time. We'll have to wait to see when we get there. Carbon capture would be a viable option. We don't have that model though. We don't have a prototype for carbon capture currently in the model.
Okay, so it can't pick that as something that happens.
That's right.
Okay. And then with regard to the hydrogen, if the model converts it to hydrogen, it lacks kind of a commodity price adder for that, like once that happens, but there is no capital cost for the actual conversion, right?
I think so. Let me unpack that and make sure we're aligned. We certainly have capital for building the electrolyzers, building the storage for it. The model has to supply electricity to the electrolyzer, so it's got to build, more renewable generation to fuel the electrolyzer, if you will. The thing we don't have capital for, that some of the stakeholders have talked about, is converting the turbine itself to burn on hydrogen. And I think I discussed with one of the lawyers for the weekend, and we feel relatively good about that. All the new turbines are going to be 30% capable, like off, straight away. That's the basic design right now from most of the major turbine manufacturers. And they're telling us that if you're looking at a conversion in, say, 2040 or the early 2040s, it may very well be the case that when you're looking to do a combustion inspection or a hot gas path, the hydrogen capable equipment or the replacement parts are going to be the standard ones off the shelf. That's what they're going to be providing. So there really is limited incremental cost associated with it. The parts themselves that's going to be what the companies are selling, and we have to do those maintenance items periodically anyway. And as long as you do the conversion during a planned, cyclic refurbishment anyway, there could be very little incremental cost. And it could actually be the case that if you, for some reason, you wanted to continue to burn natural gas, it actually might be more expensive in the fact that those aren't the standard parts anymore.
Okay. And you had mentioned this, but in the I don't know if that all gets packed in commodity cost, the cost to build the electrolyzer, but you're saying it iterates so it understands the more electricity that is needed, and it adds more resources to serve its own electricity.
Absolutely. Yeah, the model does all that simultaneously in its solution determination process.
Okay. With Ms. Judkins, you had said you don't know the details on if you have renewal options on the PPAs for gas resources that will expire during the wrap. I was just curious if you know who would know that.
Mr. Bornhofen is our PPA guy, so I think he's coming up perhaps next after me today.
Great. When you create the loads and resources tables in your testimony, do you consider instances where the company has contractual rights to extend a gas PPA unit?
No, we don't. We assume that the PPAs expire at the end of their term until we have information otherwise. Like a good example would be Plains End, where we now have a path forward for extending that PPA at least through 2032. So that's been incorporated in our L&R. So that's in my rebuttal testimony L&R, that extension. That's our practice.
Just to follow up on that. You said you now have a path forward to extend the PPA. Didn't you already have a path forward to extend the PPA, which expired in the wrap of the last ERP?
True. Yeah, good correction. That's correct.
Okay. And just to clarify that one, the 2021 ERP, we call it. It never ended.
Yeah.
That we went through, completed, the 120-day report was in September 2023. We made a decision early 2024, got RRR on that, and never heard about the Plains End PPA that actually expired within the wrap of that ERP. And it wasn't until September 2024 when we first heard from the company on the Plains End PPA renewal option. And so I'm just curious how that came to be and who is deciding internally when a PPA that you have a contractual right to renew in a wrap actually gets presented.
Yeah, good question. For that one, it's hard to say. It would either be the bidder, the owner, the IPP company themselves, or us could bid that in as an option. I think the reason we didn't is just all with the timing, that the execution date of exercising that option on the company's point was at a point that it was kind of too late, and we didn't have a path forward to actually bid that in to the 2021 ERP. It was just timing. It was just, when is our right to call for an extension versus when was the dates that the bids were due. And the same thing with the IPP, that I think it was just the timing that where the PPA expired was like right on the tail end of the resource acquisition period for that point in time, which was the end of 28. It was just kind of an awkward timing situation there.
So how would we be sure in this ERP that we have full disclosure from the company on what, especially gas unit PPAs, are set to expire in the wrap, what your contractual options are, and all the pertinent details around that to actually understand those situations before we get into a situation like last time?
Yeah, I think as it stands currently, that's a self-build. That's the bidding team. So that's the other side of the firewall. Our development team would decide if they want to bid that extension into the ERP as a company resource, or the owner of the facility themselves would bid an extension into the RFP. It's up to the entities to do that. I don't think there's really a path to, certainly not a path to force the IPPs to do it, and I'm not sure that there's a path to force a mandatory extension in either. Just kind of up to the market, at least as it stands currently.
If a PPA renewal option on a gas unit presented a lower cost option than building a gas unit, do you think that's something that should be disclosed?
Yeah, I think it is, and I think the company, if we had the contractual rights to offer that as a bid, I'm pretty confident that we would. We've done that in the past, and I don't have any respect that we wouldn't in the future. Like Mankato, Valmont 6 in the 2018 ERP, we did basically that. Bid it as a purchase option of an expiring PPA.
Okay, so it sounds like I should talk to Mr. Bornhofen about where we can get the collection of that information and how that could be provided to the commission and parties.
He would certainly know what the contract provisions are in the current PPAs.
Okay. Just a couple more questions from me, and then I'll be done. Sorry.
All
Um,
good.
couple questions about the incremental need pool and RFPs. When does a project from the base RFP be considered to be failed? And then what would determine if that failed bid gets replaced from the incremental need pool or from the supplemental RFP?
Yeah, good question. I think the time it fails is, I mean, can range. It's usually initiated by the owner, the developer, the IPP of that project. And at some point, whether wherever we're at in the negotiation process, the IPP would notify us that they're not able to proceed forward with the project at the proposed specifications and pricing. We would certainly work with them to try to see if we can figure out a way to remedy that, but ultimately it's their decision if they don't want to move forward with that proposal. Whether we would replace that failed project from the need pool or the supplemental RFP is kind of timing. I mean, if there is a path forward that the supplemental RFP was like right here, or even maybe during the supplemental RFP, we might say that doesn't really make a lot of sense to use an incremental need pool at that point in time. But if it fails, earlier in the process, say before the supplemental RFP starts, we might see that the only path forward to try to match that COD of the original failed resource was through the IMP. So I think it's a situational case. Yeah, and it all depends on when the COD of that failed bid was supposed to be and where we're wanting it in the LNR, versus how the timing of the supplemental RFP is working out currently.
Okay. Does the company have any cost projections for the incremental need pool? Would there be like limits on the costs there?
We're not proposing a limit up front in phase one. What we're proposing is the company would first we'd identify all the bids that are eligible, if you will, for inclusion. We would take a first pass as a recommendation of all those eligible bids, which ones specifically should we include in the incremental need pool. And then that'll go through the comment process in the 120-day report, post-publication process. So stakeholders would comment, and ultimately we'll leave it to the commission to make the final determination. So the budget, if you will be based on the commission's decision on whether to accept, deny, or modify the company's proposal as to what that pool looks like.
Okay. Under the 2021 ERP CEP, the company is required to provide an alternatives analysis when it seeks to activate a utility-owned generation backup bid. So in other words, there's no presumption that if a utility-owned bid fails, the company can replace it with another utility-owned bid, even if there's a more economical PPA bid in the backup pool. I was a little turned around on the company's discussion of like-for-like replacement in your plan. So is the company recommending continuing how this is done under the 2021 ERP CEP or recommending a change?
We're recommending that the selection of the bid be similar, such as the like for like, same kind of technology, same kind of ownership structure, similar size. Try to match it as close as possible for what we identify. Then the approval process would be as modified in the tri-party framework, if you will. So it depends on the size of the resource. I'm sorry, I take that back. All of the resource replacements would be on the expedited approval schedule. So that's what we're proposing this time. Now, any approved company resource would have a follow-on CPCN, of course, but the actual bid selection process would be the same, whether it was a IPP or a company owned for the bid failure replacement process.
So you're saying same ownership structure, I heard you say. So
Yes.
Does that mean you would do the alternatives analysis when a utility-owned generation fails to see what is the most economic replacement, or you presume that a utility-owned generator should be replaced with another utility-owned generator?
We will follow the process that we laid forward, where we will submit our recommendation for the replacement bid. In our decision of which to put forward as the replacement bid, we'll follow that like for like process. And then we will present the full results of the refresh and what the incremental need pool looks like at this point in time. And that's where the commission gets their approve, deny, modify rights on that. So we're not specifically committing to do an alternatives analysis, although we're going to present all of the results of the refresh and what incremental need pool bids are still available out there. So I would say that's somewhat of an alternatives analysis when we're telling you everything that's on the table and what the price is. And this is what we recommended and why. I think is the nature of the alternatives analysis for the INP.
Okay. Given the uncertainty around continued transferability of tax credits for renewable projects, how could you model utility-owned generation to ensure that we understand the cost differential if the project, instead of being able to transfer the tax benefits, ends up instead growing their DTA balance, which becomes an additional expense to ratepayers?
Yep. Been there, done that. In 2018, before transferability happened, we had a process to do that where we specifically identified and included the costs of tax DTAs. And that's what we would propose to do here again if the situation repeated itself based on what happens in Washington between now and then. So if we end up having a situation where we don't have transferability anymore, the company would add that DTA cost to the cost of the portfolio and report that essentially in the same process that we did in 2018.
Okay. Two questions about kind of price risk on more gas commodity. And then I'm done, I think. So demand for gas generators seems to be very high, especially given projected large load growth in many states, as well as increasing exports of natural gas. How would the price risk associated with natural gas commodity best be modeled?
Yeah, I think well, good question. We've actually proposed to not do a high and low gas price sensitivity. I think our forecast will capture sort of an expected value, and we'll refresh that right before phase two. So it's what the big large consulting firms that do price forecasting, Wood Mackenzie, Sarah, IRA, the other folks we get our forecast from. So we get their projections of what it looks like. I'm not sure there's a lot of value in a commodity price sensitivity because right now for our modeling, the carbon cap is driving everything. It's not adding gas units because they're economical. It's adding gas units basically as little as it can because of the carbon cap, but it's doing what it needs to do for reliability purposes while still struggling with that cap. So I don't think there's a situation where higher gas prices is going to result in less natural gas being built because the model, frankly, doesn't want to build it anyway because it has to get to that 80% cap, which is super challenging. I know that I've heard you talk before about the firm gas costs, the pipeline costs, the LDC costs.
That was my next question. So yeah, you can address that too. In case firm transport customers ends up with a higher cost allocation given the projected drops in retail throughput, how would that impact what we're looking at?
Yeah, we're certainly able to do that. I would ask that it be limited in scope, like maybe on the preferred plan or something like that. But the challenge is we don't really know. We really don't know what's going to happen in terms of rates. A lot of that is subject to one, what actually happens on the gas system in terms of customers and demand, but how rate design is changed to reflect that. And we also have the situation where like a large gas customer, like a generator, has options where typically there's a set cost of what it would take to bypass the LDC completely and just go direct to the shipper. And that sort of sets a ceiling as to what rates could possibly do. Is that alternatives cost for the generator? So it's kind of a big fuzzy picture.
Are you generally aware of those kind of alternative ceilings?
We are. I mean, not me specifically. The company is certainly aware, and we look at that for our own development as well as what's the most economical way to supply gas to our existing and planned facilities. and there are options. So I think we proposed in, I think it was my supplemental direct, perhaps, if we want to come up with an assumption, like, escalated in inflation, or I really don't know what that number is. We'd certainly be willing to do it on, a very limited set of portfolios, hopefully, so we don't, increase the workload too dramatically. We're just in a position where we don't know what that number is and don't really have any analysis or quantification of what that number is or could be. So we're sort of in a stuck place, if you will.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Landrum. Those are my
Sure.
only questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Commissioner
Excuse
Plant.
me, Chair, this is the court reporter. I just wanted to say to Mr. Landrum, the closer you get to your computer, the harder you are to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be comfortable.
Now you're harder to see, sir. Commissioner Plant.
Boy, that's tough. Good morning, Mr. Landrum. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, Commissioner Plant.
I'm trying to whittle through here and see what's left.
Yeah, remind me to go first, Commissioner Plant.
Try not to duplicate. Obviously there's going to be some things that we've both been addressing, but on the resource adequacy, I had a question. I think that the PRM in the 2021 ERP was somewhere around 18.5. Here it's significantly lower. And that comes out of, as I understood from Mr. Ming, that comes out of your stochastic process that generates the most optimal PRM. And that's for the Encompass model. Is that right?
The PRM is determined in the recap model, which is an E3 model that we now own as well and are running internally, develops the number. Then that number is an input into the Encompass model.
Okay, great. And then following that is trying to remember what it's called, the reliability rubric, which, as in your discussions with Commissioner Gilman, you're moving from, you're looking at getting down to a zero loss of load, I guess, number. Is that correct?
I want to make sure we're clear. No, I don't think it's correct. It's kind of apples and oranges. The PRM is set for the 0.1 loss of load expectation, and that's what we're solving for.
Okay.
What we're saying is Encompass is not a reliability model per se. I mean, it does reliability, but it's not really, it's not recap. That's why we have different tools for it. The reason we do the reliability rubric is to make sure that the results we're getting out of Encompass actually align with the E3 analysis. And it's not a guarantee that it does. So that's why it's more of a verification that what Encompass is telling us is still aligned with that reliability target. Because sometimes the model can be not quite exactly matching up. So we're not changing our standard of what we expect in terms of reliability. The zero is just what we consider a result out of the Encompass model that's acceptable. Because if it had something more than zero, we think that's probably way worse than 0.1 in real life.
The zero in the reliability rubric is what you're
correct.
saying.
The Encompass model, right? If the Encompass model can't solve the system under the conditions that we feed it without losing load, we feel that that's not a representation of a 0.1 portfolio. That's a representation of something that's not 0.1, and certainly not 0.1 in real life.
And I think Commissioner Gilman asked this, but I wasn't sure if I heard a specific answer. She was asking about if in that reliability rubric there is an economic test that's applied as well, or is it just to get to that solving that extreme weather with whatever the model.
Yeah, there's not an economic test. We solve to a 0.1 reliability, and that's it. Period. It's a binary. We either do it or we don't, and if we don't, we increase the portfolio until it does. So there's not economics factored in there as to whether 0.1 is the appropriate target or not.
I think one of the things that came up in Mr. Lucas's testimony was this idea of modifying the PRM to try and find an optimized PRM to that 0.1 and that could impact the cost, the economic sort of look at that. And I think that one of the things there was a DOE reliability report that came out the end of last year that talked about this as well, as trying to do these sort of PRM scenarios around, the economic cost of achieving that 0.1. And I was wondering, do you do any kind of stress test on the PRM in that way once it's already selected, but as you're trying to apply it to this, cost of achieving that 0.1 reliability?
Yeah, no, we don't. That's a completely different approach to reliability as to what level of reliability is the most economic value. And in that framework, you have to assume that some loss of load is okay, or that a customer blackout, if that's the economic solution, then we're okay with that. That's not the approach that we are proposing, and it's not the approach, to my knowledge, that's really pretty much done anywhere in the United States, where you look at a value that's not 0.1, but it's set by some economic value of a customer outage.
I think I'm not asking about that. So I'm asking about getting to 0.1 and evaluating the different economic mechanisms for getting there. And I think that's one of the things that a number of the parties were asking about. And I think that your response was exactly that you're assuming that 0.1 is not your target, but 0.1 is our target. But what I'm asking about is the cost of getting to 0.1. And I think one of the things Commissioner Gilman mentioned when talking with Mr. Ming was a gas unit that was, coming out at something around $300,000 a megawatt hour. The question is, are there more economic ways of getting there than a $300,000 a megawatt hour CT? And I'm wondering, is there any testing of that process? Still getting to 0.1, but trying to evaluate what the economics are of getting there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what our capacity expansion model does. Is, among other targets like the 80% carbon reduction, the 0.1, are meeting the reserve margin, which is the embodiment of the 0.1 LLLP. The model will determine what's the overall most economic way to do that. And that's exactly what the capacity expansion model does, is find the economic way to meet the constraints that you put on the model. And as of right now, the constraints are primarily the reserve margin and the carbon. And the model is going to find the most economic way to meet both of those targets.
So, one might look at that and say, well, maybe storage would be an alternative to the gas, particularly if you're looking at a very, very limited amount of time of deploying those resources. And my guess is what you're saying is that the cost of that storage, or the amount of storage that would be required to meet that capacity, would be so high as to make the gas the least cost option. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's what the model will figure out. And if it's more economical to put storage in for that last little bit, that's exactly what the model will do.
And does the model, when it's looking at that value, does it look at other values that storage would apply to the system? Or does it, is that something that's done in a separate model and so it's not considered within this part?
No, it's all done simultaneously, which is kind of one of the cool things about these modern models, is that it literally solves everything all at once. You just put in the inputs and it determines optimal dispatch, optimal emissions, when it should run, when it should charge, different resource decisions. All of that is done completely simultaneously in more of an optimizer approach rather than some sort of a sequential processing approach. So yeah, to answer your question, yes, the model absolutely considers the full value stack of storage when it's making that decision as to, what's the portfolio composition going to be.
And is that, I'm going to jump around here for a second, but is that why when you were talking to Commissioner Gilman, you mentioned that the Encompass model assumes you already know everything that's going to happen in the year. It's not making that decision sequentially as you would in a real life situation. So is that why the Encompass model doesn't reflect that real life decision making? Is because it's looking at it in as a whole unit. I was trying to figure out why an operations model would assume you know things ahead of time that you don't know, but I guess that's maybe the give and take of the model, right?
Right, but you're exactly right. First of all, your understanding of how it works is correct. I mean, it depends on what segments we run it in, but typically for the production costing, it'll be a year block. So the model knows that entire year what every hour looks like, and it's solving the whole year at once. It's just the way these models work. So it's not, you're exactly right. It's not a solve this hour, then move to the next one, then solve this one, then move to the next one. So yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think you're right on target as to why I had some qualifications about necessarily trusting the output, why we think that 0 in this kind of a view is appropriate and kind of is consistent with point 1. So yeah, I think you're right on track.
Okay. And I'm trying to understand the treatment of the new gas CTs in the model. And is it that it's based on a 25-year amortization just for modeling purposes, but not then in the evaluation of cost, or is it based on a 25-year amortization for both? I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, sure. It's based on a 25-year amortization for cost and everything. That's what's in the model. I think what we were saying is that, actual rates and actual depreciation lives will be done in a depreciation case or in a rate case. So we're not saying that, we're not making the commitment that this is necessarily what we're going to come into a rate case with, but we are saying that for purposes of modeling and selecting additional resources, we're looking at it at a 25-year amortization life.
Okay, so when we see the costs of the different portfolios, it'll reflect that 25-year amortization.
That's right.
Okay. And is that's designed to comport with the statutory 2050 zero emission goal? Is that sort of why 25 is used, or?
Not necessarily. It aligns reasonably close. It's actually coming out of the updated settlement agreement, where that was an agreement with the parties there to use that 25. So that's a carryover from 2021.
Okay, so if that number changed to 2040, for example, as I think has been discussed in the legislature, there wouldn't be a change in that modeling that's done. It's coming out of an agreement that's in the USA.
We could certainly change things, and as the world changes, assumptions can change. But for this case and for our proposal right now, it's coming out of the USA.
Okay,
is where that's based from.
So one thing around the transmission adder that I was curious about, there's currently a CPCN proceeding for the capacity demand in the 2021 ERP for Denver, the Denver Metro constraint. And as that's going through, there's a creation of increased capacity, obviously, to meet whatever that projected load was in the 2021 ERP. But when you're doing that, do you build in a certain amount of additional capacity that goes into those upgrades? I mean, you're not building to that line, right? Are you building in existing some greater amount of capacity?
Yeah, you're kind of getting into probably where Mr. Martz can talk more. He's our transmission witness in this hearing. But yes, there is some sort of don't build it just exactly to meet the need. Put some extra in there because with the transmission line, especially in the metro area where construction is challenging to say the least, you certainly don't want to be coming back through the same route every 3 years, upgrading stuff. So yeah, he can talk more directly about how that's contemplated, but 100% we build it for future need, not necessarily the absolute need of today.
So I'm wondering how that might weave into this idea of the transmission adder for adding that capacity in the Denver metro area. I mean, you're basing that on sort of the pre-CPCN capacity limits, right? We have the CPCN that's in place, that's going through the process right now. I think it's at an ALJ. And, you know, obviously stuff is going to all happen after that goes through. I know we're trying to like juggle 17 different decisions that are, you know, sort of simultaneously being considered. But would that added capacity from that CPCN were to go through impact that transmission adder that is being contemplated to try and avoid capacity additions because of that constraint? I guess is my question.
Yeah, that's a good question. The adder itself, the $237 adder, really isn't Denver Metro constraint. It's broader. It's what it's really honestly meant to do is make sure that the size of the overall portfolio is economic, and not add extra generators, if you will, because it doesn't understand that there's more than just the generator cost involved here. And if you looked at the combined generation and transmission cost, maybe it wouldn't make that decision anymore. That's really what the transmission adder is designed to do, is to make sure the model in the capacity expansion process is aware that there's other costs that come along with adding generators besides just the generator itself. Now, when we get to the final portfolios, we're fully expecting that, similar to 2021, we'll do a transmission analysis of the actual costs. And we've committed to doing that for at least 4 portfolios. I think we did 3 in 2021. We did a high, a low, and a medium generation build case. But that's the cost we'll put in for like kind of the final transmission cost. And we'll take out the proxy adder. But the Encompass model doesn't know that's coming. It doesn't know what those numbers are at the time that we're building the portfolios. So we want to get at least a reasonable guess as to what some of that costs might be on a per megawatt basis, so the model can make efficient optimization decisions. So that's kind of where the credit comes from. It isn't directly related to the Denver Metro CPCN process, and frankly, really isn't even, you know, directly related to what we expect to come out of phase 2 for the transmission plan. But we wanted to have a number with some quantification behind it of a kind of a fuzzy number. And we just did the JTS phase 1 transmission analysis, which is the most recent quantification data we have on hand. So we extrapolated a portfolio average, if you will, from that analysis to inform the phase 2 process.
But isn't there, I mean, I can't remember which exhibit and everything it was, but there's an exception to the transmission adder that's you know, the yellow little bubble in the picture. And that's based on not contributing to the Denver Metro constraint. Is that correct?
That's right. That's a separate piece. We're calling that, actually, I forget what we're calling it. It's called the Denver Metro constraint credit, the transmission credit in this case, which is different than the adder. It's like a completely separate number, and the methodology for who gets it is a completely separate thing. That's where resources in the green area can help basically avoid more transmission like the CPCN that's currently underway. You know, we're probably going to need more than that coming out of the JTS, more Denver Metro constraint help, if you will. And that credit is to recognize that generators in that area will make us have to do less to further fix the Denver Metro constraint going forward as we add these new generators.
So you don't see that bubble basically changing with if that CPCN goes through and that added capacity is added to the Denver Metro constraint, which is going to increase the ability to meet those things. You don't see that bubble getting bigger, even though that constraint is not really as much of an issue immediately.
Oh, yeah, it'll be an issue. The CPCN is designed to fix the issue to get the 2021 portfolio in place. with the level of generation that we're contemplating coming out of the JTS, we're still going to need transmission fixes, additional fixes that'll be triggered by basically the next round of generation build out.
So this kind of gets to another question I had about the transmission adder and sort of how it applies in a real world. And this may be just I realize it's a modeling tool to try and try and guess sort of what the impacts might be on transmission before you actually calculate that. But isn't it true that transmission investments are kind of inherently lumpy? So if you're modeling one resource on a line, the second resource on that line is going to benefit from the investment to accommodate the first. And if that second investment's on another line, the costs would be exacerbated because you're now impacting two different lines. So how do you model that dynamic, or is there a way to model that dynamic? For example, if you're selecting, this wind resource that's using this, transmission system, and you're modeling it with an increase in capacity on that line, well, that next thing you put on there is going to benefit from that capacity as opposed to putting it somewhere else where it's going to have an impact on a different line. How do you model that, or is there a way to model that?
Yeah, it's situational. I will say that being able to capture that kind of nuance is the exception, not the rule. More often than not, generators utilize the overall network of transmission system where it's kind of really hard to identify an incremental impact associated with one specific generator. And then, like you said, well, if you build two generators there, does it double the cost, or is it actually the same cost for two as it is for one? So there's that level of nuance. I will say there's exceptions though. If we do have a situation where a specific generator causes specific identifiable unique transmission issues because of that one generator, maybe they're connecting to a really weak part of the transmission system that we know exactly what reinforcement needs to happen. We would include that cost for the generator. Similar to like a generation tie, like a gen tie. We're also proposing to do that for the May Valley Longhorn extension if you guys don't approve the construction of that in phase one. Similar to what we did last time around, any generator that wants to utilize I'll use the MVLE to make it a little bit shorter, line, we build the line for them and include that cost in the portfolio that includes those generators. So where there is a uniquely identifiable transmission element associated with a generator, we use it. More often than not, we have to use approximations like the transmission adder because there isn't a uniquely identifiable transmission impact, or there's an impact that would be different if another generator was also included. So you end up with an infinite number of combinations of what could happen that makes it really challenging to use it in a modeling environment upfront.
Thank you. With regard to the incremental need pool, I understand that the large data center loads are going into the primary RFP and then would inform the IMP if they went forward. And the modeling for the primary RFP was modified, if I understand, to advance the 90% completion sort of threshold as opposed to 80. And would that same 90% threshold then be required to trigger the resources in the IMP, or would that stick with the 80% threshold?
Yeah, some other parties I think might be proposing 90%. The company's position is still that 80% or negotiating an ESA is the threshold level for the primary RFPs. So our position has not changed on that. It's still 80% for the primary RFPs. For the incremental need pool, for smaller loads, we're less than 100 megawatts. Our proposal is still that 80% criteria. The 90% comes from anything 100 megawatts or above through the IMP process. That's where we're proposing to only activate that procurement when a large data center or other customer gets to the 90% threshold.
So over the 100 MW.
That's right.
Require 90. Okay.
That's right.
And that's for all. That's for the RFP and for the IMP.
The RFP is 80% for the load forecast going into the RFP. The 90% is strictly for the INP, and it's only for loads that are over 100 megawatts.
Okay. On page 15 of your rebuttal, you talk about the necessity of the checkpoint cases, and there's 2 proposed cases. You talked about this with Commissioner Gilman a little bit, that have no emission constraint. You say while they're not intended to be options for portfolios, they provide a good comparison basis. And you gave in his example 2 runs. One's 40% above the checkpoint, the other's 42 above the checkpoint, or one is 40% above and one is 80% above. I guess I'm still not really seeing the clear reasoning for the checkpoint. I mean, if we're not going to select a checkpoint, and it's not designed to be really an option for portfolios, I mean, we can compare 40 against 80. We can see one's, twice as expensive as the other. And if those are the portfolios we're looking at, I don't know why it's bad to compare the portfolios to each other than to compare to something that we're not going to select. And one of my reasons for wondering about the necessity of doing 2 portfolios that we're not going to select is that there was a lot of frustration in the last IRP around various parties doing analysis on portfolios that were then rejected because they had not been put through the modeling process. And I'm wondering if instead of doing a couple of portfolios that we know aren't going to be actual portfolios, we could reserve those for party portfolios, for example, so that we could get, a party portfolio run through the modeling. Whereas in the last RFP, we were just told, well, that hasn't been modeled, so we can't select it.
Yeah, so I kind of respond in sequence there. I think without the checkpoint portfolios, you don't actually know that one portfolio is twice as expensive as the other. So you don't know that the relationship is 40 and 80 higher. You just know that there's X million dollars of PVRR delta, and you have no idea what the magnitude of that is or the scale of that measurement is.
But aren't we comparing those 2 portfolios to each other? I mean, us as commissioners are comparing, do we choose this portfolio or do we choose this portfolio? And we're looking at the PVRR of this one and we're looking at the PVRR of that one. How it relates to a portfolio that isn't one of those 2 or isn't going to be selected or is not realistic, how does that matter?
Yeah, that ultimately is your decision. I think I would submit that more likely than not, you're going to be faced in phase 2 with trade-offs regarding carbon emissions, cost, perhaps load. And you're going to have to make those tough choices as to what is more valuable, what is more, what are you getting for the different cost levels there. And I think the purpose of the checkpoint portfolio is to establish a baseline where you can actually measure what is it that you're getting for, I'll keep with the example of a cost difference that, you would look at the checkpoint portfolio, which is probably not going to be 80%, but it might be really close, depending on how the economics of the bids play out and the continuation of tax credits. Because remember, the checkpoint portfolio is starting from today. It's not going back in history. So it's starting with the 2021 CEP already there. So it's giving you a level of like, what are we getting extra? And what are the trade-offs there, both in cost and carbon and perhaps customer rates.
Don't we get that carbon emit? I mean, we get portfolio emissions in every portfolio, right? I mean, we'll get a portfolio. It'll tell us the cost. It'll tell us the carbon emissions. It'll tell us, all the load I mean, all that stuff is in every portfolio. So I guess I'm at a loss of why, if we can compare those things, we can weigh the cost of getting to 86 versus getting to 82 versus getting to 80, in these different portfolios that you give us. I don't understand what the uses of a portfolio that we can't select, that we're not, you've said it, it's not designed to be selected. I'm not sure what the purpose is of that. And if we're limited in time, as I think I've heard you say, repeatedly, it takes a long time to run these models and run portfolios. Will we be better off reserving some of that time that's required to run those portfolios and those models for alternatives that other parties are looking at, these various different portfolios and saying, well, you could choose to do this instead of that. But last time we were told those haven't been run through the model, so we can't tell you that that's a reliable portfolio, and so you can't select it. And what happened in the last one is that these parties were pretty frustrated because they spent a whole bunch of time trying to do this analysis, and then they felt that those portfolios were disregarded out of hand because they hadn't been run.
Yeah, I'm not remembering which ones that you're talking about that we said that. I mean, we presented like, I don't know, 40 something portfolios last time. And I will say the company's not, I mean, the company has its proposal as to what scenarios to run. I think staff has come up with a reasonable, alternative of a similar number. And we're not saying that there's not room to expand that list slightly. I mean, what we're saying is we'd prefer not to do 40 again. But if we can find somewhere, that's closer to the 14/10 than 40, I think that we're open to some movement there. I still gotta maintain that I think it's important. I mean, for me, as a decision maker, if I was a decision maker, say I had two portfolios that were 10 million, no, that's a bad number, $70 million in cost difference, and 1% different in carbon. Okay. It's going to cost me $70 million in PVRR to get 1% better on carbon. I mean, I could look at those numbers and I could just internally decide whether 1% was worth $70 million to me or not. But for me, it would be better to know what's the magnitude of that. I mean, how does that compare? What are we actually doing? Are we getting 1% where the other portfolio was already, they're already like basically in the same place compared to what the baseline portfolio is? So you're really not getting that much difference. I don't know. That's kind of the justification for it, is so that you have a true zero from which you're measuring things, so that the difference between them, the scale of the ruler that you're measuring on. So that's it. And then just to be clear, I mean, the commission can select any portfolio they want to. I mean, the company's probably not going to be in a position to advocate for a portfolio that may not meet the 2030 carbon targets, but it's certainly within the commission's discretion as to do whatever they want to do.
Understood. On page 52 of your rebuttal, you mentioned that flexibility of large loads might be something that would be beneficial, but it would be better addressed in a tariff filing or rate-making proceeding. But isn't one of the primary drivers of investment in JTS the increase in load that's primarily being driven by large loads? And isn't the primary cost of the resource adequacy that those higher peaks that are being driven by the large loads? And so if we have these major contributors to cost as a part of the model, how do we account for the benefits of load flexibility if we're pushing those off to other proceedings? So if we're saying, well, we'll talk about load flexibility and large loads in these other proceedings, wouldn't that be a sort of a critical thing to be discussing within the context of the costs of meeting resource adequacy in this proceeding?
Yes, and I'm not at all suggesting that the cost of service for large loads is not a very much relevant conversation to be had in the regulatory space. I think what I'm saying is more that the decision on what we're going to procure resources for, are we going to, embrace these customers or even accept these customers? Are we going to turn them away? What level of risk tolerance are we going to take given the inherent nature of these resources? Those to me are phase one decisions that we need to decide here. And I do not believe that, well, we'll serve them as long as, this metric doesn't come out wrong. To me is more of a rate making issue. It's like, yes, we'll get the cost of service right. We'll make sure that these customers are paying their appropriate share. But the decision on whether or not to serve them is more of where we're at in a resource planning environment. The decision of what to charge them is in other proceedings.
Okay, and we sort of touched on this a little bit before. On page 63 of your rebuttal, you showed a table and compared 2 CT with 3 CT models from an analysis done between the 2021 ERP and this ERP. And you noted that, yep, there it is.
Yep.
And you note that the 3 CT model is a marked improvement over the 2 CT, although still falling short of the 0.1 LOLE standard. And in looking at the difference, which primarily takes place in 2028, am I correct in seeing that the benefit of the additional CT is about 1 loss of load hour per year? Is that, I mean, the comparison is 1.9 and 1.0.
Yes.
And if we're considering the cost of a CT and what we're hearing is up to 7 years to build, is that a practical thing for us to be considering for this kind of a scenario?
For the near term, no. I mean, we've got the 3 CTs that are still in the conversation coming out of the CEPD. So we've got I guess I'm not sure I can say the names or not. The 3 CTs that are coming out of are still in the conversation. 2 of which we have a presumption of prudency for. That's it. That's all we've got for new gas coming up in this time period. Everything else is a 2029, 2030 conversation. And I will say that the loss of load, just to clarify real quickly on the loss of load hours of 1.9 and 1, it's supposed to be 0.1. So we're still significantly over, and that's basically twice as much on a number that's supposed to be much smaller. So
the LOLE, to be clear, that's supposed to be 0.1.
Right,
The
which will be the same thing as
LOLH is different, right?
yes.
And would we meet that effectively through storage, which we could put on faster?
It could. The storage impact as related to the CTs is seen by the relative ELCC ratios. So I think an incremental storage, 4-hour storage right now is 0.6. An incremental gas CT would be 0.95, something like that. So basically 2/3. So you would see that 1 megawatt of storage would absolutely help, but it would help 2/3 as much as 1 megawatt of gas. So they both help, just in different proportions based on their nameplate.
Gotcha. Okay, great. You can take that down, Mr. Federico. Thank you. I think everything else was maybe covered by Commissioner Gilman. I thought I had one other follow-up on. Yep, I think we got to it all. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Landrum. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. Let's take a 10-minute break till 11 p.m. and we'll come back with my questions to Mr. Landrum. Thanks. 11 a.m. Hello, Mr. Landrum. How are you?
Chairman Blake.
I just want to start off following up on the conversation you had with Commissioner Gilman. In a load shedding event, do you know which customer would get shed first and how it gets decided? My understanding is it's pro rata and governed by NERC rules. So even if this commission wanted, we couldn't prefer residential customers. Do you know about that? Is that right? Do you know for sure?
I do not. I apologize.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I want to turn back a little to the emissions modeling for a second. Let me represent to you that Mr. Ali testified that in the company's direct case, the 2028 cost of new wind was assumed to be $17.20, and solar was 24.40 per megawatt hour. Subject to later check, would you accept that representation?
Sure.
And over the next 10 years, my understanding is that the company expects natural gas prices to range between 350 and 450 a million BTU. And I can pull up the forecast in the direct testimony, but would you accept that general range?
Yeah, that makes sense. Sounds right.
And a natural gas combined cycle might have a heat rate of 7 to 8,000 BTUs per kilowatt hour, depending on the ramp rate, such that the marginal dispatch cost of a natural gas combined cycle might be somewhere between 25 and 35 megawatt hour dollars per megawatt hour over the RAP. And I guess gas prices now are maybe closer to 350, so maybe now at the bottom end of the range. Would you accept that general characterization, or would you say that different?
Yeah, maybe a little bit higher to account for variable O&M, the actual O&M, and we usually amortize a start cost in there as well. So I would say maybe $5 to $8 more than the straight gas times heat rate value.
Okay. Fair enough. So using the base case wind and solar pricing and assuming we could build new wind and solar with limited new transmission, it sounds like we can tighten emissions constraints and build a bunch more wind and solar at lower cost than natural gas dispatch, and maybe a lot lower. And it seems like this is what the company put forward in the 2021 ERP, where the approved plan exceeded the statutory emission reductions targets by a decent amount at reasonable cost. Is that sort of a fair description of the history and the status quo as of the filing of the direct case?
As of the direct case, yes.
Okay. We'll get to the rebuttal.
Would not say the same thing for today.
Yeah, no, understood. And I guess you talked about this with Mr. Gerhardt and both my colleagues, but can we pull up your rebuttal testimony hearing exhibit 118 at page 14, which shows emission reductions through two pathways. In one, emissions are reduced by 80% by 2030 and then fall linearly to zero in 2050. In the other, there's a 90% reduction by 2033, and then emissions are again reduced linearly from there to zero in 2050. The company observed in its direct case that there was not much difference in the cost between these two portfolios. Can you elaborate on why both solution sets result in similar results? Is it because both linearly reduce emissions to 100% by 2050 under the step 1A and 1B process? Is that intuition sort of correct?
Yeah, I need to kind of rewind a little bit and clarify. We're a little bit apples and oranges. First, this figure is our proposal for phase two. It is not what we ran in phase one. And the proposal for phase two in the orange boxes, at kind of the header of the columns where it says 80% solution set, 90%, those constraints, they're in the parentheses. Those are point constraints. There is nothing in the middle at all. So it's literally you hit 80 and you hit 100. And what happens in between is not part of the overall solution set. And same with the 90, it's 80 and 30, 90 and 33, 150, nothing in between. for a constraint.
So
With the
there's no
exception-
linear reduction. The model just chooses in the phase 2 process.
Correct. With the exception of the scenarios that are labeled 3 and 9, with accelerated emissions reduction asterisks, those do add the linear trajectory. Just those 2 cells. The other 5 in each column would not be proposed to have the linear path in between. So that's our proposal for phase 2. In phase 1, what we actually ran with the generic modeling, they did have a linear trajectory. So we had 80 and 30, 150 linear in between, and then the 90. I think we had a beta, if you will, between 2030 and 2033, but then it was linear from 2033 beyond. So if we're talking phase 1, it was linear. If we're talking our proposal for phase 2, it's mostly just a point goal, with the exception of those 2 linear proposals.
And in phase 1, you did not run the unconstrained analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, it sounds like when talking to Commissioner Gilman, Mr. Gerhart, and Commissioner Plant, it sounds like the 2 checkpoint runs you suggest in phase 2 are not intended to comply with either the 2030 or 2050 statutory obligation. Did I hear that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You can take this down. In your rebuttal testimony, you say that the assumed cost of 2028 wind rose to $30 bucks a megawatt hour, and solar all the way up to $45 bucks a megawatt hour, with really substantial tax credit risk on top of that, which could result in even higher costs, which may look like that could be realized. Subject to later check, and we can pull it up. Would you accept that characterization of the rebuttal testimony cost?
Yeah, absolutely.
And with these new rebuttal wind and solar pricing assumptions, or if we need significant new transmission to bring online new wind and solar, it seems like greater emission constraints could be really expensive, as the cost of new wind and solar is no longer, well below the operating cost of the natural gas. Now it seems way above the operating cost of the natural gas. So would you accept that characterization of the comparative economics?
I think that's a plausible scenario, depending on what happens in Washington.
So it seems like this could be a potential paradigm shift in the economics of emissions reduction, something that was, reduced cost or was zero cost, now could be quite expensive, especially as we add all this new sales load. So it sounds like would you agree with that characterization?
Yeah, I think the economics, and this is all hypothetical, right? No one knows what's going to happen, over the next 9 months or so. But yeah, that's a possible scenario where that paradigm could definitely flip. It's been quite a long time since we did not have tax subsidized renewables, and I don't think many of us have actually seen a world with decarbonization goals without tax credit subsidized renewables, and not really sure how that's going to play out. That's one of the reasons that we believe that the checkpoint cases are important. And again, just being clear, we're not saying that that's the path the commission should take, and I don't think that's the path of resource planning that the company would like to do is either. But if we're looking at things like the difference between that 90% solution set and the 80% solution set, we feel that checkpoint case is important to be able to make those decisions using data and have a data-driven decision-making process.
Have we seen any in this record? Are there any Encompass runs or rate impact analyses associated with those higher rebuttal testimony costs, both wind, solar, storage, combustion turbines. Have we seen any Encompass runs with these revised assumptions on this record?
No, you haven't.
All right. So I'm going a little bit different place than you on the checkpoints. In the coming months prior to the January 31st, 2026 large load tariff filing, but after the hearings and maybe our phase one written order, would the company be open to running the Encompass model using the higher rebuttal testimony cost assumptions and relook at these emission reduction and cost scenarios? Perhaps you can also include an additional checkpoint run that complies with the 2030 statutory 80%, but is otherwise unconstrained after that. And my hope with this is that this could be filed in this case as context for phase two, maybe with some opportunity for comment. And the goal is to resolve as many issues prior to phase two and avoid surprises and delays and extensive phase two modeling, which I think we may be on track for. I think trying to sort out this paradigm shift in phase two could be really difficult for you, and I think it could be really difficult for us. And I think trying to do as much of this before the bids are in hand could give certainty to the bidders and avoid the, multi-month delays we saw last time. So I just throw that out there to see if you have any reaction to trying to get this record a little cleaner prior to the really in the next 6 months.
Yeah, could you, the first part, the timing of when to perform this, could you repeat that for me, please?
Later this year, prior to the start of next year.
Okay, yeah, that's an interesting proposal. Let me talk to Mr. Larson and the rest of our team, and maybe we can even answer that in redirect, or if not in our SOP. I just, I think it's probably feasible. I just kind of want to talk to them about the other aspects of it, but I think that's a reasonable request.
All right. And I'm not trying to force you to do it in your redirect. If we bring back Mr. Eiley at the end of the company's case, maybe you can give a more considered response.
Sure.
Before moving on, one more question on this line as part of that. Any thoughts about looking at a high and low gas price scenario? I get that it doesn't impact necessarily the choice of new natural gas, given that's driven by reliability, but it seems like it could potentially significantly impact emission reduction costs. So, and any thought on that follow-up from your conversation with Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I would still maintain my position that I don't want to do everything 2 times or 3 times or 4 times.
And again, I'm saying that this is not a phase 2 request. This is a later this year request. So yeah. I hear you. We experienced months of delay during phase 2 last time, and watch bids go stale and watch projects fail. So I'm asking before phase 2.
Okay, yeah, we'll take that into consideration as well. I will note that historically, pretty much always, for gas price sensitivities, it was just a costing sensitivity, that it wasn't in the actual expansion plan development stage. So it might be a different look that you're looking for. Doesn't mean it can't be done. That's just not traditionally how we have done gas price sensitivities.
Yeah, to me, it's more around the emissions issues. If we're like looking at struggling with different emission constraints, which I just think the economics are going to be totally unlike anything we've seen before, and I think that discussion may be sensitive to higher or lower gas prices. Okay, so that's the hypothesis.
Yeah, let us think about first of all at the higher level the proposal. Then on a micro level, how to best reflect that risk in what we might or may not do.
Okay. In discussing the overall rate impacts of the JTS, Mr. Eiley testified that the as model curtailment could be a significant economic issue, $1 billion issue for customers. Would you have any reason to doubt his testimony on that point?
No, I don't. I think curtailments, especially under a path forward like phase one, like the direct case, has contemplated, curtailment's going to be a meaningful issue. We have to figure out how to wrap our hands around.
All right. And in your direct testimony, I think we don't have to pull it up. It's page 67. You indicate that the company has not altered its modeling approach to curtailment from the 2021 ERP. Is that correct?
From phase two, we implemented a way to have the model economically curtail and recognize the curtailment cost. And we developed that in the middle of phase two. We call it the PTC payback method for a cute name around it. But that's the approach that we said we're continuing. So we are doing that economic curtailment modeling still.
Okay. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 405, which is our phase two 2021 ERP decision? And if we could go to page 39, paragraph 105. And I'll just quote you what it says. It says, the company admits that the model's curtailment forecasting is more a best possible case scenario than a realistic expectation of what would occur in real-time operations. Public service, I guess this is showing, are you having trouble pulling it up?
Sorry, can you not see it? It looks like it's screen sharing on my end.
Yeah, what I see is, I don't know what you see, Mr. Landrum, but I see like a host screen.
Yeah,
Is that what you?
Yeah, we
Oh, let me try again. Let me try
Yeah.
again. Maybe it just glitched.
And then Public Service Company notes that a large percentage of curtailment is caused by perturbations in the system from transmission issues or reliability events, and that these curtailments are not captured in the model. And if you need a second to read it now that it's up, do you see that?
I do.
Did I read that accurately? And is there any reason that this finding, this post phase two order finding, wouldn't apply to the curtailment modeling in this case?
Yeah, no, you did read it accurately, and I generally continue to agree with this. And what this is speaking to is that, and this is really going back to some of the conversations I've already had with Commissioner Planton and Commissioner Gilman, that the model inherently is somewhat optimistic in terms of things compared to real life operations. And the perfect foresight issue is one big piece of that, and that extends to curtailments as well. It will, you would expect, all else being equal, that in real life we'll have more curtailment than what the model captures, not less.
Okay. You can take this down. And was this explained anywhere else? I mean, I get that the model has perfect foresight and that it doesn't perfectly model transmission and all that, but on this specific curtailment issue, has this limitation, sort of the best possible case shown elsewhere on this record? Or I just couldn't see this anywhere else.
Yeah, I would need to do a little research as well. I would expect that it would be in either my direct testimony or in volume 2, or both. But I need to kind of look through that to give you a citation. And I know we talked about it extensively in the last ERP, and then I feel like we may have given it a passing wave in this record, and be leaning a little bit on the prior discussion we've had in various forums on this issue.
All right, and I mean, that's okay. I'm not trying to add to your list. If we're modeling curtailment only to a best possible scenario, how do we know what transmission we need to build?
Yeah, I don't want to necessarily get hung up or agree to best possible scenario. I think that's probably maybe a little extreme. I think
That was your language in the prior case. So,
But yeah, I think the fact that we expect curtailment, all else being equal, to be greater in reality than it is in the model certainly holds true. The transmission analysis is related, and it is similar. Encompass is not a transmission model. We have other tools that can do that, and there are some tools available that the company's looking towards, but doesn't have currently, that kind of merge the two, where it's a more nodal transmission informed version of an Encompass. Whether that's an Encompass itself, ProMod, Plexos, there's various tools that do that. And that's where you would really be able to get a good sense of the quantification of the curtailments when you're really modeling the network topology, preferably in an 8760 type setting.
Yeah. Can we pull up hearing hearing exhibit 101, attachment JWI2 volume 2 at page 161. It's just the technical appendix. And this is going to be a graph showing the phase 1 base plan by 2050 of the curtailment. Did you get that, Kate, Ms. Federica?
So how they named their exhibits, there's JWI2 volume 2, and then appendixes A through
The main
J.
one. The main one, volume 2.
Okay. Just the technical appendix?
Yeah, the technical appendix at page
Okay.
161.
Got it. Sorry, just wanted to be sure.
Sorry for the confusion. So do you see, I mean, we can pick whichever one you want. I guess the base plan, is that curtailment 40,000 gigawatt hours or 80,000 gigawatt hours? I couldn't tell.
That is a really good question, because the axis and the numbers on the chart do not agree at all. I will have to get back to you on that one.
Okay.
I don't know which is correct.
Not trying to torture you with follow-up work, but can we go
real
to
real quick though, my guess is that the axis is correct, just knowing the nature of how Excel works. But that's a guess. We can get back to you on that.
All right. Can we go to page 48 of this document? Do you see retail sales in 2024 of 31,5954 gigawatt hours?
Yes.
So basically what this shows is that we're going to be curtailing more renewables in 2050 under a best possible case scenario than we currently have retail sales. Is that understanding correct?
Yes, and you're correctly identifying some of the challenges we have with really looking at 2050 right now. Given our 2025 viewpoint of technology choices and costs, 2050 ends up with some results in the modeling that I don't think any of us would actually want to live through in real life at this point in time.
Right. So you would agree that this is a scary, bad outcome that we would not want to see in the real world.
I don't know that I necessarily would say that. I would say that based on getting to a fully decarbonized system with primarily wind, solar, and storage being the economical choices based on today's understanding, that's what it takes. Scary, not scary. That's more of a subjective interpretation.
Fair enough. And I just qualified to say in the company's base case modeling.
Yeah,
there may be other approaches.
Yeah, I would certainly hope we can find better engineering solutions for full decarbonization between now and then. I guess the modeling is where we stand as of today, but I am hopeful that we'll find better ways than that.
Can you take that down? And last thing on this line, following up on your conversation with Mr. Detsky, given the limitations on the curtailment analysis, can you help me understand why it'd be reasonable to put curtailment risk on IPPs by eliminating compensable PTCs? It seems like, to the extent anybody can effectively model this and understand it, it seems like the company would be in a better position than the IPPs. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm gonna punt the majority of that to Mr. Bornhofen, who's our compensable curtailments witness in this case. And in fact, I think I'm gonna punt all of that to him since he's coming up right after me, if that's okay with you.
All right, but is it fair to say, just independent of how that contract issue gets resolved, given our discussion in curtailment, it seems like the company is still struggling to understand it and is likely better positioned than the IPPs to understand it.
Yeah.
Is that a characterization?
Yeah, I can answer that from a resource planning perspective for sure. I mean, for a couple things with that. Not all IPPs, but some of them have quite sophisticated modeling departments, to the point where I would say they're probably about as good as we are, if not maybe better, on modeling the system and projecting things out. So that's not a skill that's uniquely held by the company. I'll also say in an organized market, it'll be out of our control as well, and we'll be pretty much in the same situation as the IPPs are, where we're both looking to the market and the uncertainty there as to wondering how our units will operate. So, excuse me, for a couple of reasons, I think. One, I think that situation will change relatively soon, and I'm not sure there's necessarily as much inherent benefit to the company as perhaps the IPPs make it out to be.
All right, fair enough. Appreciate that answer. Mr. Eiley testified that the difference in peak demand between the base and low cases was over 3,000 megawatts, of which 1,895 megawatts was large new loads. Subject to later check, would you accept that representation?
I think that's consistent with our direct case. Our base forecast has been modified in rebuttal, but I think you're correct as to our direct case results.
Okay. And if this commission wanted to determine the incremental system costs that these large new loads imposed, could we use the difference between the direct case low and base cases to do that? Or it seemed like Mr. Eiley would not agree that that was the appropriate way to determine marginal costs. Would you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I think Mr. Eiley was referring to the Encompass results, and I would absolutely concur that in no way is that the right way to look at the marginal cost impact of large loads. You really have to do the full rate study, the LTRF, to really impact that. Encompass will give you exactly what you would expect. A smaller system costs less money to run, whether it's fuel or purchase power or building resources. Everything about a smaller system is just plain less expensive. How that translates into affordability or customers' rates, you have to factor in the growth, the sales, the denominator, as well as the other pieces that are static, that are not, functionally related to load to really get an impact of that. So I think I'm going to concur with Mr. Eiley there.
Is there anything on this record that would quantify the marginal system cost of serving these large new loads as a whole?
I think the long-term rate forecast is your best tool to do that. We have a crude kind of a attempt to sort of approximate that based on just the Encompass results, which is simply dividing the Encompass costs by the generation in Encompass. And those results are pretty consistent with the long-term rate forecast results in that the larger loads drive down marginal costs, drive down rates for customers. So the Encompass methodology, just dividing the cost by the generation, is not nearly as accurate, but it gives you a directional indication that it's consistent.
But in this case, you're asking us to approve the generation necessary to serve those loads with not a great record for figuring out marginal cost and whether our tariffs cover that. Can you understand why that could cause us some concern?
I do. And if I was in your position, I'm sure I would be in a similar place. The company's position is quite frankly that it's not our place, certainly, to tell these customers not to do business here. And I think there's fairly clear support from the executive branch in the state, as well as supportive of these loads done correctly. I feel a lot of people are conflating rate making treatment with do we actually serve the load or not, and do we procure the resources to be able to do that? Which is where I think I'm coming from, is that in our position, we serve the customers that want to do business here, and we figure out the appropriate rate making treatment to keep everyone whole by an appropriate cost of service. Excuse me, pardon me. A lot of talking this morning. That's where we're coming from.
Do you think there's an obligation to serve below the cost that those customers impose on the system?
I think that's what rate making is for, is to ensure that they are being charged what their cost of service truly is. And I think if there's a misallocation there, then the rate making mechanism is broken down.
Just want to talk for a second about transmission, and I'm going to pull up Hearing Exhibit 101, attachments JWI-5, and share my screen. And let me represent, well, let's see if I can do that. Do you see my screen?
I do.
All right. Let me represent to you that Mr. Eiley agreed in his oral testimony that during the RAP period between 2024 and 2031, that total transmission spending was projected to be over $13 billion. And I think you can see that in cell C8. Subject to later check, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No, and I was watching when Mr. Eiley went through this spreadsheet as well. So,
oh, good. All right. Does the company have detail? I mean, it sounds like not, but is it fair to say that the company does not have detailed transmission line by line plans or modeling behind that $13 billion cost estimate by 2031?
I think it's partly there. Honestly, I don't know exactly what went into the transmission part of this forecast. Mr. Martz might, since he's representing the transmission side, but nonetheless, even if it used the transmission study that was done in phase 1, our JTS transmission study that originally Mr. Siebenhaler sponsored, that was a prospective potential scenario or solution. It wasn't necessarily what is going to actually happen. So that's a long answer for a brief question, but I think what I can tell you is that no, it's not a exact plan for exactly what's going to be built there. It's our best estimate based on the data that we had at the time of phase 1.
Is it possible that transmission investment spending could be higher, potentially much higher?
That's possible. I'd say it's possible it could be lower as well.
Okay. And just one last thing on this. I'm going to just scroll to the right, and you can see 2044 is in column X. I'm just going to sum up this line. Instead of going through the RAP, I'm going to substitute X for K. And you see that it's now $38 billion. And again, this is nominal dollars. It's not present valued back. But do you see that there's now $38 billion over the 20-year horizon in terms of new transmission?
I do.
And I mean, I assume your answer would be the same, that there's even less data planning analysis behind that $38 billion. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. I mean, I think that's more or less a trend typing a function of anything else at that point in time. What might actually end up happening, I mean, is who knows that far out.
And can you understand that given those dollar amounts, why and the uncertainty surrounding it, it could be given this commission pause about approving all the new generation before we fully understand the transmission?
I do, but I do think that you can focus on the time frame that we're actually talking about here, which is through 2031, 33, but for the next RFP, and the 2040 stuff. We'll see, but I think there's going to be enough information on this record by the end of phase 2 that you'll give you a pretty clear picture of what it is that you're approving now, and what the implications of that are. And we'll worry about the other years as those move into the action plan stage, if you will.
Fair enough, but it's big numbers. I think in your rebuttal testimony in response to my colleagues, you said you're asking us to adopt one load forecast for the phase 2 process. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct. I think I may have waffled here and there on allowing one or two to slip through the cracks, but in principle, yes. We do not want to be doing the entire phase 2 modeling process double, triple, or quadruple the number of times that's necessary.
All right. So given the curtailment, transmission planning, cost allocation, rate, and environmental concerns that have been discussed during this hearing, assume for purposes of this question that the PUC adopted the low load forecast in this case, or maybe the low less some EV peak demand. Further assume that we also approved in this case a second RFP, perhaps a strategic reserve fund to order equipment, and the incremental resource need pool concept maybe as limited only to customers that sign PUC approved contracts. It seems like this approach could allow the company to acquire the resources that are most immediately needed, but create some going forward supply side optionality that gives us time to address the concerns we talked about, plus still enabling the company to create a larger incremental resource need pool if new large loads quickly commit to Colorado. I asked Mr. Eiley the same question, and he punted it over to you a little bit. So
yeah,
curious to get your thoughts rather than just trying to do this without your thoughts on deliberations. So anywhere you'd like to go, sir.
No, I appreciate that. And I'll probably do about like Mr. Eiley, where I'll answer half of it and punt the other half to somebody else down the road. The answer to that is there's a lot to it. First off, I think the part I'm going to punt to Mr. Bailey is the impact that would actually have on the economic development opportunities for Colorado. And as a preface to that, the company sees significant benefit as demonstrated in our long-term rate forecasts of having these large customers on the system. As you've mentioned and pointed out in some cases here, there's a lot of capital expenditure that's necessary on the public service system, regardless if we get data centers or not. We have wildfire, transportation, the distribution plan. Distribution they may not pay for that much, but some of the other stuff. The transmission expansion, the CPP, paying off the CPP once it comes into rates, whatever the future transmission we get, those large customers are going to help pay for that stuff. And that stuff is going to have to be done regardless if they're here or not. And having them pick up a portion of that bill helps our customers, helps the other customers. It keeps the rates lower. So we see significant benefit. I think going with a very bare bones RFP procurement would one send a warning sign to some of these customers that Colorado really doesn't want them here, and they have options, which I think would be a loss for our customers. The other part of it is that it gets us behind the barrel a little bit. And the company certainly backed off of going all the way down deep with the list of large customers. And we come up with a proposal that we think is very surgical, where we're taking customers that have already passed significant development milestones and put real dollars into the process in our RFP. And we think those customers are coming, and that we've arrived at the right probability level to procure for them. And we'd like to do that in the broadest, most competitive way possible. And the RFP, where we have hundreds, if not 1,000 bids, hopefully hundreds, not 1,000 this time, with everyone competing against each other, we think is the right way to serve that load, or to identify the way to serve that load, to match all the things that are competing in this RFP. If we punt that down the road to some sort of a smaller thing like the incremental need pool, you're inherently not having as robust of a competitive procurement process. And these are significant loads, and we think we should plan for them in a meaningful way and in the most rigorous way possible. So, you want to elaborate? I feel like I kind of went on for a little while there. If you want to ask a follow-up, feel free.
Just given that the low still has you acquiring somewhere between 5,000 and 7,000 megawatts of new capacity, do you view that as bare bones, especially in light of the struggles we had in the 2021 ERP?
Yeah, I do. A lot of that capacity there is driven by, frankly, getting to the 2030 target. With where we're at right now. Remember, we didn't procure resources for 29 and 30. And that's what the model's seeing is that 2030 carbon emissions target. And as of right now, that's what it's seeing is the resources necessary to accomplish that in the low load situation. What that doesn't do is procure in a rigorous way the resources for all the other things that we'd like to see happen. I mean, I already talked about large loads. The company believes that that's a sizable benefit for our customers and for the state. But we've also got transportation electrification, clean heat, oil and gas electrification, which is mandated by state law as well. There's the other things that go into that forecast besides just data centers. And the lower forecast or the low forecast short shifts those other objectives as well. And we think they're there, and we think we should plan for them.
All right. If I represented to you that there were 30 states that had a manufacturing exemption, the state and local sales and use tax for large data centers, would you have any reason to doubt that representation?
You're way ahead of my skis, Chairman Blank. I don't know anything about that one way or the other.
I'll ask Mr. Bailey that, but if I represented to you that Colorado was not one of those states, it sounds like you'd have no reason to doubt that. And again, I can ask Mr. Bailey.
Yeah, I have no reason to doubt that. As I said before, that's not my area of expertise.
All right. Given the curtailment, transmission planning, cost allocation rate, and environmental concerns that we discussed, what would you think about having Colorado provide rate discounts and tax exemptions to large new loads that located where they benefit the system most, which I think is outside the Denver metro area, which I think may be outside the Denver metro area by the CPP substation. If these large new loads were sited by the CPP substation, it seems like we could unload the existing transmission lines into Denver, proactively design a better transmission system that might save many billions of dollars, greatly reduce curtailment, better utilize our existing system, and encourage economic development where the state most wants it. Any thoughts about that sort of alternative, given everything we discussed, any thoughts about that alternative vision where we could potentially better control all those elements?
Yeah, I think it's maybe not necessarily an alternative vision, but it's an all of the above type of approach. I mean, at the end of the day, the data centers are going to build where they can most economically do so, right? And if we provide the appropriate incentives to do that, maybe it'll happen, but ultimately it's under their control. I will say it doesn't have to be all the way out of the CPP either. I mean, we don't, the congestion, you saw the map that was in my rebuttal testimony with the green areas there. I mean, there's plenty of parts of our system that are kind of on the edges, that are outside of the main transmission constraints, that are still within commuting distance from the metro area for workforce, for example, and things like that. So I do think there's some opportunity for strategic siting of these customers if they choose to do so. That doesn't have to be 150 miles out towards the Kansas border, to make meaningful differences on the transmission side of things. On the curtailment side of things, we do potentially have some curtailment associated with the transmission of the metro area issue. But I think the far greater issue driving curtailment, especially in the modeling, if you're talking about the Encompass modeling, is just load and generation balance. That to get to those levels of decarbonization, using intermittent resources, it requires more than a 1-to-1 ratio of generators to load to be able to effectuate that. And the excess results in some curtailment. So whether the data centers are out in Kit Carson or they're here in Watkins or Aurora, from a load generation balance perspective, won't influence curtailments. So I think that I'm by no means discounting your proposal. I think it's an all of the above approach, and if we can find ways that are the customers are okay with to meet their needs in beneficial locations, regardless of where it's at, I think we should do that.
Any concerns if we ask you to model the transmission benefits of placing most of the large new loads outside the Denver metro area? Maybe also putting new generation in T&D constrained areas, and maybe managing down peak demands like EV charging loads. Would you be open to looking at some of this prior to the January 2026 tariff filing?
Yeah, I think we certainly would be open to doing that before the tariff filing, and I think that might be a reasonable expectation to be concluded in some of that analysis of the tariff filing. I'm not sure. I think Encompass will give you part of the picture on the siting issues. Quite honestly, the transmission topology in Encompass is very high level. I think it's going to be a combination of true transmission planning modeling as well as Encompass stuff to really be able to tease out what those benefits might be.
All right, fair enough. I guess just one last question on the transmission constraints. My maybe overly simplified way of thinking about it was that if you interconnected to the 345, you were outside the Denver metro area. And if you interconnected to the 230 kV, you were sort of in the Denver metro area because it was those 345 to 230 kV substations that were getting loaded up. Is that simple understanding just not accurate? And how would you say that?
No, I think it is reasonably accurate. I think Mr. March probably could get much more technical than I can, but in general, you're right. And what you see with the map in my testimony for the transmission credit is it's basically the low side of those transformers, especially on the southern metro side. Smoky, Harvest Mile, those are the ones that are talking about. But if you're on the upstream side or on the right next door on the 345 side, it's much less so. So that's what I meant, is that you don't have to go all the way out to the Kansas border to realize some of those transmission benefits. You just need to get outside of that congestion.
So basically the transmission constrained area is more the voltage of the transformers and less location. So if you can get to the 345 anywhere, it seems like a good chance you're not adding to the transmission problem. You may be even helping it.
I think that's a fair representation. I'll do that subject to confirmation by our true transmission planning folks there, but I think that's a relatively high level general statement that's mostly true. Where we see most of the overloads is in the transformation stage itself, the transformers, as well as the elements on the 230 system leading into the core of the area coming from that. So,
All right. Last two questions. On the May Valley Longhorn extension, would the company agree to the same PIM that was approved and implemented in the Colorado Power Pathway based on the rebuttal testimony cost assumptions? I think I asked that to Mr. Eiley and he punted to you.
well, I'm not sure why he would have punted to me on PIM issues. I think I would like send that right back to him.
All right. All right.
Like,
Fair
PIM's
enough.
your problem, Mr. Ireland, not mine.
All right. And
Yes,
if we approve,
I can't commit on that over and above what Mr. Eiley said.
okay. And if we approve the May Valley Longhorn extension, and this may be a question for Mr. Martz, is it possible that this approval and the resulting generation projects may trigger the need for additional transmission in ways that are not currently fully understood or modeled? I know Mr. Neal gave an example of how that could be, that the company sort of didn't agree with, but do we, I guess, are you guys positive that we're not gonna be seeing another multi-billion-dollar transmission CPCNs if we do approve this? Or is that
I can't say one way or the other for certainty, of course, but May Valley in of itself is not looking to cause significant downstream congestion that doesn't already exist. So it's not going to exacerbate anything. It's just more generation on the CPP. And at the end of the day, our peak load is 7,000-ish megawatts. And that's the amount of generation that's going to flow. It's just what route does it take to get there? And what's your cheaper bids and your way to serve that? So I don't think May Valley in and of itself is you're signing up for a $2 billion project that you're not aware of because you approved May Valley. By no means. Now, is there going to be additional transmission work that probably needs to happen in the future, including, like the Cherokee line, like is in our JTS testimony? Yeah, absolutely. But that's not a function of May Valley. That's just natural system, other system issues.
all right? I think that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Landrum. Appreciate you. Mr. Larson, are you ready for redirect, or you want to come back after lunch?
Whatever your preference is, we could go either way.
And how much do you have?
15 minutes.
Yeah, if you don't mind, let's see if we can get that done and come back with the next witness after lunch.
Sounds good. I'm just going to confer with co-counsel real fast.
Yeah.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Landrum.
Morning, Mr. Larson.
I want to start just jumping right back to the May Valley Longhorn extension conversation that you were just having. Would Mr. Martz be the witness to ask about application of that PIN and the MVLE?
Yes.
And then going back to UCA's questions of you and the discussion you had about the modeling that Ms. Hotaling did. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you meet with Ms. Hotaling and UCA?
I did.
Did you offer assistance to that?
We did. Both at that meeting, and we provided some additional assistance afterwards.
So you answered the questions that they asked?
Yes, absolutely.
And was that meeting on March 20, 2025?
That's correct.
All right. You had a discussion Friday with counsel for staff about the updated generic pricing. You recall that?
I do.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you have a proposal about the metrics under which the company would further adjust the generic pricing into phase 2. Is that right?
That's right.
And can you describe what that metric is?
Sure. As I mentioned in my testimony, I mean, there's a chance that our current estimates are still off of what we see in terms of bids, which would result in a discrepancy that would be bad for the modeling. So what we proposed, as you're aware, we have to file what's nominally the 30-day report to the commission, which is essentially a information on the success of the bid solicitation process. How many bids we got, what's the average price, that sort of thing. And that's a public document. So what we've proposed is that if our generic prices on a technology by technology basis are more than plus or minus 20% of that median price that we will publish in that 30-day report, we would just adjust them to that median price and then escalate over time at inflation from that. So it's very similar to what we did in phase 2 of the last ERP, where we did a calibration based on the market response, and we're leaving that possibility open here. Well, I don't know that we've committed to it yet, but we file an assumptions document prior to issuance of the RFP that covers all the major assumptions. We would not be opposed if we exercise that repricing mechanism to file a notice into the record, to that effect as well, saying that we've adjusted that. So essentially, what it would be, it'd be an update to the assumptions document.
So you could notify staff and the other parties via that mechanism if and when the company had to use that metric.
Absolutely.
Going back to the discussion with Mr. Detsky on behalf of CIEA, what's the purpose of the transmission adder?
Quite frankly, the primary purpose is to shrink isn't the right word, find the right balance of portfolio size with as much of a consideration of the total costs of that as possible. So the right size the portfolio, I guess is probably the right word. So that the model is taking into consideration the fact that incremental transmission expense of some sort is going to be associated with incremental generation.
So is it fair to think of that as a portfolio management tool in terms of the portfolio development?
Correct. Portfolio size management, I would say.
And you also had a discussion with Mr. Detsky about the generation types within the metro constraint that could be beneficial. You recall that?
I do.
And you discussed storage assets, combustion turbine assets. You recall that?
I do.
And any entity, regardless of business model, is eligible to bid those types of assets in the phase 2. Is that right?
That's absolutely right.
Staying with the party questioning, you had a conversation about just transition bonus credits with counsel for COSA. You recall that?
I do.
And I think there's been some confusion about whether the full cost of the portfolios will actually be reflected in the phase 2. So could you speak to how the NPVRRs of different portfolios will be presented and whether it's the full cost of the portfolio or not?
Yeah, sure. And this may be a little bit muddy in the record and potentially our fault on this of not being as clear as we could have. The credits are going to be used to select resources, to do the capacity expansion and incentivize the model to select resources that are in these JT communities. The credits aren't a real cost to customers directly. The bid itself is what the cost to customers are. So the intention is in the production costing, we would take that credit out because it's not a true cost to customers. So you would see just the bid cost itself is what would flow through to the final PVRRs.
And the phase 2 120-day report would show the full NPVRR of each portfolio, correct?
Correct.
Back to CIEA, Mr. Detsky was asking you questions about the fact that the incremental need pool has a pricing refresh opportunity, but that the phase 2 process itself does not. You recall that?
I do.
So why is there a refresh opportunity in the incremental need pool process, but not in the phase 2 under the tri-party framework?
Yeah, mainly it's due to timing and expecting bidders to, do their homework, if you will, to provide a bid that can be responsive to this RFP. I mean, if a bidder can't put a bid in, we go through our 100 to 120 to 180 day evaluation process and get a phase 2 decision, and then honor that bid through that process, and they're not really competing under the Colorado construct and the way phase 2 is set up here. We expect bidders to be able to bid according to the process. I think it's a different story for a bid that's not selected after that call it a year-long process or so. And we might come to them a year later and want to activate that project. I think that's a very different expectation of expecting them to maintain price consistency for that, frankly, unknown time. Whereas a bidder in phase one or phase two, excuse me, knows what the dates of the solicitation process are, knows when he's going to be activated, and should be able to price that level of risk into his bid up front with that knowledge certain as to what his timing is going to be.
And is part of the goal of the payment that's provided for the incremental need pool assets, as well as the refresh opportunity, to make the incremental need pool attractive to bidders?
It is.
And do you think this will result in a more stable set of bids that are on standby or in a backup status than the previous backup bid pools that you've been a part of in your role?
Yeah, that's certainly our intention. We've heard from some other parties that might be a more workable solution as well. In fact, our concept, it's not our concept. I mean, we collaborated and frankly took some of these concepts directly from the IPP community.
And staying with the incremental need pool for a moment, you had a conversation with Commissioner Gilman about the costs of that pool and how that process would unfold. So just for clarity of the record, the company would start with a proposed list of incremental need pool eligible assets in the 120-day report. Is that right?
That's right.
And that list would be built on projects that are in presented portfolios or developed through the backup bid modeling process.
That's right.
And then once that's in the 120-day report, interveners have an opportunity to comment on that list.
Yeah, agreed. And you missed one step, that we'll be providing the full results of that backup bid identification process. So like the pool of eligibility will be provided in the 120-day report. So not only can stakeholders comment on our choices, they can make all our alternative proposals, and we'll have the information to be able to do that if they choose to.
No, thank you for that addition. And then once that list is established through the phase two decision, that's basically the list of entities eligible to receive an incremental need pool offer. Is that right?
That's right.
And then the company would make the offer to those bidders, and they either accept or reject that offer.
That's correct.
And then whoever's accepted that offer, that's the base of assets that forms the incremental need pool.
That's right.
You had a discussion with Mr. Gerhardt about modeling of organized wholesale market participation. You recall that?
I do.
And in your role, prior to your current role, you did resource planning analytics for all Excel companies. Is that right?
Yep, that's right. For about 9 years.
So you've resource planned in MISO?
I have.
Resource planned in SPP?
Yep. Yes.
And when you did that resource planning in MISO, SPP, and PSCO, was there any material differences in the way that you developed resource portfolios?
No, the structure of the modeling is virtually the exact same. The only difference is that you would use different values, like reserve margin and ELCC based on the market rules and the market constructs versus self-generated ones like we do here in Colorado.
Also with Mr. Gerhardt, he pulled up the updated settlement agreement, and we don't need to pull it up again, but he showed you a provision related to the development of cost-effective just transition portfolios. You recall that?
I do.
So if we didn't do the just transition bonus credits and no projects in a just transition community were picked, is that a just transition portfolio from your perspective?
Not from my perspective, no.
So moving to some questions you had with the commissioners this morning. Just quickly, there's been a lot of discussion about the direct case vis-a-vis the rebuttal case in terms of the load forecast. I'll represent to you that the base case from the direct has about 2,270 megawatts of large load in it, and the updated base forecast and rebuttal has about 944. Does that number sound about right to you?
Yeah, that sounds about right. And not all of that is data centers to boot.
So that essentially represents the smaller size that has been adjusted to as part of rebuttal.
Yep, absolutely. And by smaller size, we mean more targeted towards high probability, if not virtual done deal type customers.
Yeah, and one other question, how is load flexibility accounted for in the loads and resources table?
Yeah, so if we had let's take a data center, a large load, for example, that came with load flexibility attached to it. From an L&R perspective, it's all done at a system level. There's really no difference in a customer coming with their own new DR, if you will, versus them being acquired separately from an L&R perspective. So you would take the data center, and let's just keep it easy numbers, for example, for like call it a 100 megawatt data center, but would increase the peak load by 100 megawatts plus 6% reserve margin, so they'd be 106 megawatt need increase. If they were 100 megawatts of 4-hour demand response, right now the incremental ELCC for demand response is about 40%. So they would get credit for 40% of 100 megawatts. So the net result is it's like a 60-40. So the net impact of that data center would be 60 megawatts. So it'd be 66. 106 minus the 40 credited for their flexibility. So you still need to serve, basically what I'm trying to get to is at the end of the day, you still need to serve 60% of the load.
And as understanding of load flexibility evolves and there's more visibility into that, is that something that could be adjusted for as you head into the supplemental RFP if the tri-party framework were to be approved?
Yeah, absolutely could be updated. And additionally, we're talking about customers of a level of magnitude that you would look at them individually when we're adding these customers to the L&R and what are the exact specifics of their load flexibility. And if it's better than that ELCC that's in the RA study, we would accredit them, using that better information and essentially do a special study, if you will, to make sure that we're getting it right.
And you had a conversation with Chair Blank a little while ago where you were looking at curtailment levels in particular, and you made a reference to a hope for better engineering solutions. You recall that discussion?
I do.
Is the carbon-free future development that the company's proposed a tool to try to identify those better engineering solutions?
It absolutely is.
And why is that?
Because those are the kind of technologies that are hopefully going to provide I'll just use the term better way to achieve the decarbonization goals that we all have more efficiently, lower cost, and with greater reliability. And I think the company in Colorado has a place to, a role to play in ensuring that those technologies get developed to help us do this the right way.
And with you talked about this with both Commissioner Gilman and Chair Blank. You had a discussion about a post phase 2 decision load test portfolio. Do you recall that?
I do.
And is the way that would work from your perspective, the commission would approve a final phase 2 portfolio, and then there could be a subsequent filing where there was a reoptimization with the lower load, just for informational purposes?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're talking about not necessarily the lower load as it's used in this case, but maybe without the large customers, to identify what the marginal impact of those customers were after the solicitation. Yeah.
And you also had a discussion with Commissioner Gilman about choosing which customers to serve. You recall that?
You froze for me a minute, Mr. Larson. I'm not sure that was just me or everyone. Can you repeat that?
Yes, I can. So you had an exchange with Commissioner Gilman this morning about, as load is growing and choosing which customers to serve. Do you recall that?
I do.
And is part of the reason to move forward with the updated base forecast to try to avoid or mitigate the circumstances in which you'd have to make that choice?
It is.
And I was also hoping you could speak a little bit to the flexibility that the tri-party framework provides from your perspective in terms of resource planning, given your
Sure.
building models.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I think it provides a lot more check-ins, if you will, or checkpoints to be able to adapt, whether that's adapting upwards or adapting downwards in terms of resource need. I think we're coming in with as I said before, I think it uses the term surgical, but a much more refined base load forecast in the RFP, that will, you know, essentially avoid, if not greatly reduce, the likelihood that we go overly long up front. And then the incremental need pool and the follow-on RFP give us a chance to course correct. So that if the load grows or we have resources that fail and we need to go upwards, that's why we have the incremental need pool, the supplemental RFP to be able to adjust upwards. By the same token, if one of the large customers fails, for example, and we need to adjust downwards, then we just acquire less in the supplemental RFP and we course correct at that time, which is, you know, literally a year and a half or so after the fact, thereby all but avoiding any stranded cost risk or stranded asset risk associated with going too long. So I think it's a measured approach that provides timely check-ins and correction points for us to adjust upwards or downwards depending on the situation we're in at the time.
And in instituting that tri-party framework and the approach that you just described, how important is the starting point? So the initial load forecast that you work from for the base RFP?
Yeah, I think I talked about this with Chairman Blank. It's important to get it as right as you can up front without, you know, getting overly broad. And I think we've got that sweet spot in our proposal. You know, we want to acquire the resources for the needs of the system in the most economical way, and that's in a broad, competitive solicitation. That's the way we want to acquire the resources here. And you know, the incremental need pool especially is a balance point in case that gets it off a little bit. At the end of the day, we want to do our primary resource selecting in competitive solicitations. And I think our proposal does that. And if we end up going overly lean in the base RFP by a load forecast that doesn't get us there, then we force ourselves to use less efficient approaches to get that need served, when we could have done it up front probably a lot more effectively.
So is it fair to say if you start at too low of a level, you're playing from behind throughout the rest of the process?
You are, and you're using inherently less efficient processes to catch up.
And do you think the company's been playing from behind in recent years when it comes to resource planning?
We definitely have, for a variety of reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have anything further.
Great. Let's break for lunch and come back at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Any preliminary issues? Mr. Priolo.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Fripp Prelo on behalf of CEC. And I just wanted to let you know that CEC will be waiving its remaining cross of the company's witnesses.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other preliminary matters? All right, Mr. Bornhofen, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you could put your hand down, is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
They are not.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Mr. Eisenberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bornhofen.
Good afternoon.
You caused to be filed in this proceeding your direct testimony, hearing exhibit 104, your supplemental direct testimony, hearing exhibit 112, and your rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 120. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If I asked you those same questions today, would you provide the same answers?
I would, with one exception.
And the exception is on what topic?
The company's position on reimbursing for the PTC component of compensable curtailments.
To assist in getting us to the right place, I'll ask Ms. Crane, could you pull up hearing exhibit 120 and go to page 34? And Mr. Bornhofen, here you have some questions regarding the company's responses to CIEA witness Mr. Monson on that topic of foreground PTCs. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in addition to the answer testimony, you've now had the opportunity to review both the cross-answer testimony that was filed as well as the surrebuttal testimony, which was filed last Monday.
That's correct.
Given your review of all of that testimony, could you just briefly describe the amendment to your answers here?
Yeah, following review of the surrebuttal and answer testimony, I think the company's had a chance to kind of reconsider its position here, specifically compensable curtailments and the reimbursement of the PTC component of compensable curtailments seems to be, in my words, kind of becoming a distraction in this hearing. We understand, listening to the comments in surrebuttal, the potential for this distraction taking away from some of the other priorities that this commission should be considering in this hearing. And with that, I think we're okay supporting Mr. Monson's recommendation to not to continue to compensate for PTCs in the JTS. I'll just qualify that by just saying, I think the arguments or the benefits that I make in testimony are still valid, and they still are benefits the commission should continue to consider. But considering all the other issues going on in this hearing, like the various issues, I think it's okay for us to step back on this particular point.
Can we now turn to bottom of page 36, line 19, and continue on to page 37. Here you have a Q&A about the company's request that in the event the commission determines the public service should compensate PTCs, that all bids would be treated equally and the company would be allowed to curtail PTC qualified facilities on an equal basis. Do you recall that discussion in your testimony?
I do.
Given the discussion you just provided a moment ago, is your answer to this Q&A on this page still the same?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. It's a little bit in the weeds, so I want to make sure we're clear here. If we continue to compensate for PTCs and reinsert the language into our model contracts where we do compensate for PTCs, all we're asking here is that we solve this issue, which has been an ongoing issue, where all bidders, no matter what income tax bracket they fall into, they are still treated equally in terms of their compensation for
PTCs. And so my statement earlier that we're willing to reconsider our thoughts on PTC reimbursement, what I would say is that we'd still maintain this recommendation here.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I just have two other minor housekeeping items for you. The first is, we don't need to pull it up, but in the company's box is Hearing Exhibit 112, attachment JLB 1, revision 1. That's just affixed to the header on that document. There was a mislabeled header, so I'd move the admission of 112 JLB 1, revision 1.
Any objections? Hearing none, so moved.
The second is more of a heads up for Commissioner Gilman, who had some questions this morning regarding PPA extensions. Mr. Bornhofen can speak to that issue at a high level. We haven't had the chance to refresh on all the details of every contract. They're obviously contract specific. And I think we'd prefer to keep the discussion at a high level anyway to avoid confidentiality issues, but Mr. Bornhofen can speak to that at a high level later if you wish. With that, Mr. Bornhofen is available for cross-examination, and appreciate the time there, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I think you may have saved us a bunch of time elsewhere, so appreciate it. CIEA 75 minutes, and I think I'm gonna given where we're at, I'm gonna try and hold you to that, but hopefully we eliminated a bunch of cross. Mr. Detsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start off with just one question on this last change, Mr. Bornhofen, and greetings, Mr. Bornhofen. Good to see you again, Mark Detsky for CIEA. In making this change to the company's case, this is going to cause a reversion in the model PPA back to the language that existed in the CEP case. Is that correct?
That's correct, with the one exception that I just brought up a moment ago, where income tax rates are treated equally across bidders.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you about, we're going to talk to you today about, unfortunately, Mr. Chair, this was not on my list for Mr. Bornhofen, but we're going to talk about tariffs to start, and then we're going to spend the bulk of our time talking about the conforming bid policy. I want to talk to you about tariffs. You discuss Public Service's tariff proposal in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And we can turn to the page if you need, but is it correct that the tariff pass-through proposal from Public Service would have a cap of 15% price increase on the PPA rate? Is that correct?
That's correct. I just want to recharacterize that. I think we were recommending some considerations for a proposal, but we were flexible on what the proposal looked like. But 15% was one of the considerations that we had asked the commission to consider.
Okay. And one of the considerations that you wrote about was to demonstrate that bidders would need to demonstrate the risk by providing reasonable documentation supporting their commitments or estimates from their suppliers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And another consideration was that bidders should state the country of origin and tariff assumptions for critical components of their project. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
Okay. I want to discuss a few questions we have. The company put out this response to staff's tariff proposal during the hearing last week. We took the proposal to CIA members and received some quick feedback that I'm going to ask you about. And the company, CIA appreciates the company taking this tariff proposal to heart. Have you or the company had any direct experience with tariffs as applied to generation and transmission equipment?
Mr. Tomjanovic, who was on the stand last week, discussed that. But yes, the company does have some experience with that matter.
And would you agree with the statement that although country-specific tariffs have become more common with this administration, it is not always the case that tariffs are country-specific?
Yeah, it's a fair statement that depending on what we're applying it to, tariffs don't necessarily have to be country specific.
And is it also correct that projects bidding into the first RFP here in Q1 of next year, bidders will have to be making assumptions about tariffs that would not be paid for, so anywhere between 2 to 5 years from their bid, correct?
It could be the bidder, or it could be one of their partners, one of their contractors. It's not always the bidder that bears that responsibility. Sometimes it's whoever they're contracting with that takes that responsibility.
But specifically on the timing, the tariffs are going to be paid well after the bid, correct?
Again, it depends on what the circumstances are for each bidder. So one bidder may already have potential components already in inventory. One bidder might already have their components already imported, and another bidder it might be on a boat, and another bidder it's still in the assembly line. So it really depends on where that bidder is in their development stage.
Fair enough. Is it, in your experience, is it common practice that supply chains can move between countries over time?
And a very broadly speaking, of course, yeah, I think supply chains can be moved.
So related to the bids in the JTS, the country of origin that a bidder writes in their bid, per your considerations, that might be incorrect 3 years later. Isn't that possible?
Well, we did consider that, and that's if you look at that, I think we actually put the opportunity to put multiple countries of origin in the bid package, right? Because there are going to be situations where potentially a bidder is using multiple countries of origin, either across their supply chain or even for particular components, they might have more than one country of origin.
And under your considerations, would bidders have to divulge the cost of critical equipment to public service?
No.
Okay. So a bidder could say, for example, we assumed a 10% tariff on solar modules, and they wouldn't have to present the underlying price of the solar modules in the bid. Is that correct?
Not the underlying price, only the calculation as to how that particular tariff affects their overall bid.
Okay. And regarding the documentation that you said should be provided from suppliers, would you expect firm quotes from suppliers on that critical equipment pricing at the time of a bid?
It depends what you mean by firm. If you look at the actual proposal that we put forward, I think we described it as either binding or non-binding. And so by that, we mean either it could be binding on the bidder or it could be non-binding. And so if it's non-binding, I think that's what you're referring to, that it may not be firm pricing. But the expectation is that they have done some due diligence prior to bidding in, and that should be represented in their documentation.
Okay. And are you aware that these critical equipment suppliers, they may require that any such binding or non-binding quotes would not be shareable with third parties?
I can't speak to what those third-party suppliers are and are not aware of. I would venture to guess that whatever contract that this supplier this bidder is entering into with its suppliers would stipulate what it can and can't share.
Okay. Even if a developer were to source US made steel, isn't it possible that tariffs on imported steel could nevertheless drive up pricing on domestic steel?
That is possible.
Okay. And so given the dynamics we've just discussed and these considerations and how that might affect bids, do you agree that some flexibility in any tariff policy will be useful to the Commission and Public Service in Phase 2?
Yeah, flexibility is something we were proposing, I think, in our proposal. So I would agree with you.
Okay. Thank you. I want to move on to discussing the conforming bid policy with you. I want to quote what I wanted to start off by laying a foundation for what it is, and then talk about it some more. In your rebuttal, we could turn to this if you need. At page 6, you say that a conforming bid approach is simply a tool necessary to facilitate a fair, efficient, and effective solicitation process. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Crane. At line 7, you go on to state that the purpose of the policy is to establish model contracts and bid criteria here in phase 1, then asking all bidders to meet those criteria and to approach the contract terms as a minimum set of terms when formulating their bids in phase 2. Do I have that right?
That sounds correct.
When you say those criteria, are you referring to the RFP or are you referring to the 100 or some odd pages of the PPA?
All of the above. I believe I state that here in testimony, as well in discovery. It's a combination of the requirements of the RFP itself, as well as the requirements under the PPA itself.
Okay. Further on in your testimony, this is at page 23, Ms. Crane. Here at the top, you say adherence to the model PPA and model term sheets is only part of what the company proposes in its conforming bid policy. The RFP itself, sections 2 to 4, where the company describes the elements of a project and the requirements of each proposal, which if not satisfied would prevent a proposal from conforming with the terms of the RFP, is also a part of the policy. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I would like Ms. Crane to put this exhibit down, and I want to open up the RFP itself. And this is hearing exhibit 101, attachment JWI-3, volume 3. I put it in CIA's box if that might be helpful to you to dig it out of the list, but.
Is that the appendix, or no, request for proposal RFP revision 1, that one?
Yes.
Okay, I got it, thanks.
Thank you. Do you recognize the RFP, Mr. Bornhofen?
I do.
Okay. If we could first, Ms. Crane, turn to page 10, which is little double I in the document, page 10 in the PDF. And can we scroll down a little bit? This is going to be off from mine.
Is there a section you're looking for? I can try to find it.
It was page little I. It was page 10 in my box, but I think what's going to happen is there's a Rev 1 that might be messing us up. I'm sorry. Let me try and open it. While I'm looking for this, Mr. Bornhofen, and I'll try and see if I can make it happen out of mine. I want to ask, there's a section here in the beginning that's talking about commission requirements from phase 1. Is that correct?
I apologize. I'm not that familiar with this document to know if that's correct or not.
Okay. Let me see if I can. This is a Rev 1, Ms. Crane, but I'm wondering if it might be easier for us if we pull up the one from my box that was the same but unrevised. I don't think there's any substantive changes that happened in Rev 1. Mr. Eisenberg, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I think that'll be efficient.
I think. Ms. Crane, can you go to page 22 on this document and see if we do any better? Okay. I think I might be able to work with this. Apologies. I want to scroll down, Ms. Crane, to the bid proposal forms here at the bottom of this page and onto the next page. Mr. Bornhofen, these forms, am I correct that these forms are required with bids to the RFP?
I can't speak to whether these are required for every bidder. That's probably a question better for Mr. Landrum. I don't know if that's true or not, if these forms are required for every bidder.
Okay.
My understanding is that some of them apply to certain bids, some of them apply to other bids. Unfortunately, I'm just not familiar with this list.
Fair enough. Would you agree with me that these forms cover how bid units would be priced, designed, built, and connected to the grid?
They are intended to be representative of what the seller is proposing in its bid as to their design.
Correct. And these forms commit a bidder to the information that they put in these forms for their bid. Is that correct?
Again, I can't say definitively it would commit the bidder, but I believe generally you're correct.
Okay. And the RFP requires pricing to be provided as fixed pricing. Is that correct?
Firm pricing, fixed or escalated. It can be an escalated price structure, but firm pricing, just to clarify, you are correct on that one.
Okay, thank you. The contract term length that a bidder bids, they can't change that after the bid, can they?
No.
Okay. Ms. Crane, can we scroll to the bottom of page 30, top of 31?
I should just qualify. I think it's going to be handled on a case-by-case basis, but generally speaking, you're correct. We would expect each bidder to meet that requirement or that proposal. And if that is what they're proposing in their term, I think the company would expect them to adhere to that.
Okay, thank you. Here I've turned to page 30, Mr. Bornhofen. It's kind of small on my screen, but do you see the model PPA or model term sheet here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. This is the conforming bid policy section as it relates to the model PPA in the RFP. Is that correct?
I think the conforming bid policy is named elsewhere a few places. This is just describing the conforming bid policy as it relates to the model PPA, I believe, or the model term sheet. But the policy, as you asked me about just a few minutes ago, is more than just this provision.
Yeah, this is just as it relates to the model PPA part of the conforming bid policy.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. I want to focus your attention here. It's 4 lines down from this model PPA or model term sheet header. And it starts with the company. And it says, oh, sorry, back up to where we were. It's right there. Yes, thank you. 4 lines down from that header. The company requires every bidder to provide a proposal and associated firm non-conditional bid price that is fully compliant with Piesco's model agreements without markup or exceptions and not subject to adjustment in the future. The definition of exceptions includes red line edits as well as any indication, inference, notes, remarks, statements, assumptions, or expectation that such may or will be negotiated following a selection of the bids submitted. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. Did I have that correctly?
It sounds correct to me.
So Mr. Eiley deferred this question to you, Mr. Bornhofen, and now I will ask you. This language says the model PPA is take it or leave it with no edits or red lines acceptable at all with bids. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, rephrase that question. Mr. Eiley stated that?
No, Mr. Eiley asked me to ask you.
Okay, what was the question again?
This language that I just read to you, it says the model PPA is take it or leave it. No edits or red lines are acceptable at all with bids. Is that correct?
Objection, the mischaracterizes the document. If Mr. Bornhofen wants to answer if that's the intent of this language,
I
that
can
question's fine.
answer that question.
Okay.
First of all, I disagree. That's not what this says. I don't read that anywhere on this page. And that's certainly not the intent of what these words on the page intend.
So when you say without markup or exceptions, and exceptions includes red lines, you're saying that does not mean that red lines are not accepted?
We've asked that red lines not be submitted as part of this bid proposal. That's part of the conforming bid policy. You do not submit red lines or suggest red lines during the RFP process.
Okay, now that says to me it's take it or leave it, does it not?
No, it does not.
Okay.
It also says in here that the bidder should not condition their bids on red lines in the future.
Okay. If we can go down to the next page, Ms. Crane, 31. Thank you, right there. The sentence here starts, furthermore, the terms listed below as outlined in the model agreement and previously agreed upon in phase 1 have been determined to materially impact reliability and resource adequacy, as well as cost and or risk to the customer, and should be considered as non-negotiable in their entirety. Do you see that?
I see that.
And then you pretty much list every operative section of a PPA below that. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe that's correct. We list what is stated right there. These are the provisions that we think are impacting the reliability and resource adequacy of the system and potentially impacting the cost of the bid to the customer.
Okay, and reliability and resource adequacy, when you say they're impacted, that means that a bid or a generator would not be online? Is that what you're trying to say?
There could be a variety of issues that result from an IPP project or even any bidder that is causing a reliability constraint, reliability issue.
But you're saying here resource adequacy, and that is either the presence or absence of supply to meet load, correct?
I think that's pretty limited in your definition. I think that's one scope of what's potentially resource adequacy, or one element of what is part of resource adequacy. But if that's what you're asking, whether that's part of resource adequacy, then I would agree with you there. But I don't think it's limited to just that.
Would you define these sections in these bullet points as material sections of the PPA?
Not necessarily. I think a lot of the components or a lot of the provisions or the risks and obligations within these provisions are material, but there may be other material items beyond this list.
I'm asking you about this list.
Generally speaking, these are considered material provisions of a contract.
Okay. So for example here, security. That was security requirements. That's a material provision, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If we could look at the paragraph below that bullet list. You write here, the follow-on negotiation process will allow for immaterial changes and edits to accommodate each project's unique characteristics, as well as mutually agreeable changes to add clarity, correct errors, and update terminology or definitions. Additionally, the company commits to good faith negotiations to accommodate material changes as well, so long as the change is reasonable and does not materially shift risk to the customer or undermine the bid assumptions under which the project was selected. Do I have that right?
That sounds correct.
Okay. So the follow-on negotiation process that you mention here, is that intended to mean following on after the phase 2 decision, i.e. following selection?
Following selection is a fair way to describe that.
Okay. And that would happen after the phase 2 decision, correct? Or in the phase 2 decision?
Within the phase 2 decision, yes.
So the company here is saying in this section that red lines can be made to the PPA by the bidder after the bid is selected in phase 2. Is that correct?
Give me a moment. I'm just going to read this real quick, Mr. Detsky. Can you point to me where it says that?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of the page underneath the bullets.
Yep.
The second sentence, it starts the follow-on negotiation process I just read out loud to you.
Yeah, I apologize. I think you said something about red lines, and I didn't read that here.
Yes, I did say something about red lines. I said this section is saying red lines can be made to the PPA after the bid is selected, correct?
No, it says it'll allow for immaterial edits and changes to accommodate the project's unique characteristics and et cetera. I didn't read it the way you did.
Are you saying an edit is not a red line?
It could be, but red lines could be considered something beyond just an immaterial edit as well.
Okay, so we can use the term edit if you want. This section is saying that edits can be made to the PPA after the bid is selected in phase 2. Is that correct?
Yeah, immaterial changes and edits. I agree with that. That's what it says.
Okay. Let's look at that. Can we, Ms. Crane, please pull up from CIA's box, hearing exhibit 715.
Just Federico this time.
Oh, it's Federico.
So
Sorry.
I don't have to.
Thank you, Harriet. Mr. Bornhofen, do you see this as the company's response to CIA request 9-10?
I see this.
And Ms. Federico, can you scroll to the bottom, please? Do you see that you are the sponsor of this response?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to move for the admission of hearing exhibit 715, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Eisenberg, any concerns?
No objection.
So moved.
Thank you. If you can scroll up, Ms. Federico, to capture the question of B. Thank you. Do you see here, Mr. Bornhofen, that you were asked what an example of an immaterial change is?
I do see that.
And down below, you said an example is that seller may elect to deliver notice via overnight courier or regular mail. Do you see that?
I also see that.
Okay. And in D, you were asked, is the company in C, you were asked, how would an IPP identify whether a change is material? Do you see that?
I also see that.
And your answer is check with your lawyer. Is that right?
Basically, they should consult with their retained counsel. I think it's the words I used today.
And then in D, we asked, is the company the arbiter of whether a given change is material or immaterial? And can you scroll down, Ms. Federico, so you could capture that D? And here you say it remains up to the company's determination upon the advice of its counsel and subject matter experts whether a proposed change comprises the substance of the seller's bid or shifts cost and risk intentionally or unintentionally. Do you see that?
I also see that.
Okay. So the company is who ultimately decides if a requested edit is material or not, correct?
I think the company would have the ultimate or the last decision in that argument, but it would be parties' counsels that would advise each party as to whether a particular provision or particular edits, as you put, is considered material to the transaction.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Federico, can we toggle back to that hearing exhibit 101 in that next tab that's over? Thank you. Back on this paragraph about the follow-on negotiation process, Mr. Bornhofen. The second category listed here for which edits can be also made after phase 2 is for mutually agreeable changes to add clarity. Do you see that?
I also see that.
As another way to describe that, negotiation of language in the contract.
No, I disagree with that. I don't think that's another way to say that.
So mutually agreeable changes does not involve negotiation in your view?
Mutually agreed changes agreed to by parties and I apologize, I'm not really able to follow where it is you're looking here. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm looking at the sentence that says immaterial changes and edits to accommodate each project's unique characteristics, as well as mutually agreeable changes to add clarity, correct errors, and update terminology or definitions.
Yeah, okay, I see that. And can you repeat your question again?
Would that involve a negotiation?
Not necessarily. It potentially might involve a negotiation, but not necessarily. In my experience, those type of immaterial changes and edits to accommodate project's unique characteristics and add clarity, correct errors, etc. Those are not. They don't require negotiation. It's just a matter of how council ultimately drafts those obligations or those edits.
Well, I just want you to know that those are two separate things here. You have immaterial changes and edits, as well as mutually agreeable changes. And you're saying that mutually agreeable changes are changes that are not negotiated?
I'm saying they may be negotiated.
Okay.
They don't necessarily have to be negotiated. They're not always going to be something that's controversial. It's simply a matter of agreeing between parties and making the edit. Now, if there is a material item or an item that requires negotiation, then you're right. Ultimately, if it requires negotiation, it requires mutual agreement.
Well, let's look at the next sentence. The third category of edits that you have here in this paragraph is that additionally, the company commits to good faith negotiations to accommodate material changes as well. Do you see that?
I also see that.
So, in other words, negotiation of language in the contract, correct?
Potentially negotiating language in the contract or potentially negotiating commitments made by seller in their bid. And I'll give you an example. If a bidder comes to me during negotiations or comes to the company during negotiations and said, hey, actually, we have a price reduction. If I give you a price reduction, can we negotiate some accommodation? We're not going to just say no to that. We certainly are not going to say no to a price reduction or anything that's going to provide benefit to our customers. If there's an opportunity to provide benefit to our customers, we're going to look at each one of those on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you for that. And you even say that here but where you say, so long as the change is reasonable and does not materially shift risk to the customer or undermine the bid assumptions under which the project was selected. Do you see that?
That's right. And that goes back to my statement just a second ago. If a bidder proposes something to us and we feel like it doesn't undermine their proposal, we certainly are not going to shy away from that. We're certainly going to look at whatever their proposal is and do an analysis. What we want to be careful of is negotiating terms that shift that risk to our bidders and undermine what that bidder committed to in their bid package or in their bidder proposal. And that's really the focus of this entire provision is how do we get away from bidders who during negotiations, they try to negotiate away the risk, or they try to basically undermine what they proposed in their bid just simply by tweaking the language or adding the language that they want and negotiating the language that they want just in order to de-risk their project.
I appreciate that you have issues with negotiations. On this rationale that you give here, though, this is the same rationale that you provided with your revisions in attachment JLB2 with your rebuttal, correct?
Maybe you could point me to JLB2 with my rebuttal and I can answer that question more
I
accurately.
can we toggle back, Ms. Federico, to that rebuttal testimony, page 40, bottom of 40, top of 41. And here on this page of your rebuttal, do you see at the bottom here, Mr. Bornhofen, where you said that for those recommendations that were material changes, I have indicated why the company either agreed to adopt the change, proposed an alternative, or otherwise stated the reasons why such was material and not in the best interest of customers or otherwise undermines the integrity of the RFP. Do you see that?
I see this, but I apologize. I'm not making the connection between this and your earlier questioning. Can you help me make that connection? What is this? How is this relating to that earlier question?
I can try. What I'm trying to say is that the company, when it reviewed the comments from parties like COSA and Interwest, it used essentially the same standard of review that you're talking about in the RFP. In other words, you accepted changes that you felt were reasonable and did not undermine the integrity of the RFP. Is that correct?
That's not correct, because when we're looking at these proposals in this paragraph, we're not within an RFP right now. This is outside and before an RFP, but we're still in phase one. We're still in the review period and the analysis period. We're not, and I don't want to box us in, but we're basically not boxed in to the requirements of an RFP right now. We have some leeway in what we can and can't agree to here.
Oh, I agree. That's not my point in this. If you could scroll down a little bit, Ms. Federico, to this top of page 41. Thank you. You have here, so long as the company can maintain the substance of the firm minimum terms set forth in my direct, then the accommodations laid out in highly confidential attachment JLB2 would not materially undermine the company's efforts to protect its customers and create a fair RFP solicitation. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And my question to you is that not the same review you are writing here in the RFP terms that would apply to edits to the PPA in phase 2?
No. In this response, we're looking at a model contract that's being litigated as part of phase 1 of this ERP process. That is not the same, and our analysis of the language or the proposals that these interveners are recommending is not the same type of analysis or the same restricted analysis that we would be doing as part of a due diligence or negotiation process within the actual RFP itself.
My understanding from reading these terms in the RFP, and you say similar things throughout your testimony, is that no red lines are accepted with a bid. But after a bid is selected, the company can edit, or an IPP can negotiate with the company terms for clarity, terms that are immaterial, or terms that are material. Isn't that correct?
Objection misstates his testimony that was on the other document.
I am characterizing his testimony for him, and he can answer the question.
Overruled, you can answer the question.
Yeah, I would agree with my attorney there that you are mischaracterizing my testimony there. The way just to try to level set here, the proposal is that bidders don't condition their projects on red lines. And that's what's been happening very commonly in the last 2 RFPs. They propose red lines that are just untenable, and they condition their proposals on those red lines. And so in this RFP conforming bid policy, and we can argue over the semantics as to how it's written, but the intent there is to make sure that folks are not conditioning their bids on us accepting red lines to the model contract that was already litigated in phase 1.
But Mr. Bornhofen, I got to say I'm confused, because when I read the semantics or the text of your RFP and testimony, is your proposal just boiling down to the fact that the company doesn't want red lines and wants to put edits and negotiations until after the bids have been selected?
Objection, again, misstates his testimony, argumentative. We're talking about clarifying the longitude of a project, not renegotiating the performance requirements after a bid has been selected. It's just misstating what he's said in the other document.
Your Honor, first of all, counsel is trying to testify. Second of all, I am asking Mr. Bornhofen about what his words say on the page and what the testimony of the RFP means.
Objection overruled.
Mr. Deskey, can you ask me that question again?
Yes. Isn't the company saying here in the RFP that it doesn't want any red lines or edits with a bid, but that after the bid is selected, it is willing to start negotiations?
It's not saying that it doesn't want red lines. It's saying that the bidder shall not condition their bid on red lines. To be very brief, I think that's what you're getting at. That bidder shall not be conditioning their bid on red lines.
So we can turn back to where the RFP said no markups are allowed with the bid. You agree that's what the RFP said, correct?
Yeah, the goal here in phase one is to provide clarity. And that's one of the things we're trying to do with conforming bid is to provide clarity. And that statement that you're referring to, the language you're reading, makes it very clear that you don't need to provide red lines in phase one. In fact, we don't want you to provide red lines in phase one.
Mr. Bornhofen, that's not what it says. It says no markups are allowed. It doesn't say you don't need to or you don't want to. It says no markups are allowed, correct?
Yeah, you're right. We're trying to make it very clear that to all bidders, so there's no more confusion going forward, you do not provide red lines in your RFP. Do not condition your bid on red lines.
But the following paragraph that we read said the follow-on negotiation process will allow for edits to immaterial terms or material terms, correct?
Objection. Again, misstates what's on that other document. And maybe if we're going to keep reading the paragraph that's on the other document, instead of my friend paraphrasing it, we could pull the language up so that the witness could read it.
I'm happy to turn back to that here exhibit 101, Ms. Federico.
Sorry, this one, right?
Yes, right there.
Okay.
Thank you. This says, under this paragraph that we've now read a few times, the follow-on negotiation process will allow for immaterial changes as well as mutually agreeable changes. Additionally, good faith negotiations to accommodate material changes. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
Thank you. Now, in your testimony, you criticized Mr. Monson's recommendation that the company not negotiate red lines with bidders until the shortlist best and final offer process. Do you recall that testimony?
I do recall that testimony.
And you said that, in fact, it could encourage something you called short bidding, where bidders would lowball terms and then spring the actual changes on the company they want later. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I recall that. Short bidding has been a problem that we've been facing, I think, and perhaps broadly as an industry, but definitely within the RFPs within PSCO, we've seen some instances of short bidding.
Now, if a bidder were to propose such changes to you under your proposal in this RFP, wouldn't that occur well after the bid was made and even after the bid was selected?
Yes.
So isn't the conforming bid policy as it applies to the model PPA doing exactly what you criticize in Mr. Monson's proposal that would allow bidders to keep changes to themselves until after they've won?
No, and I'm going to challenge myself to recollect exactly what Mr. Monson said, but I believe that the characterization there was they could propose any red lines after the fact. And that's where the challenge is. It truly is a situation where potentially a project is short bidding if they're waiting until after you've been selected to then tell you what they're conditioning their bid on. And that's the biggest problem. If I recall, that was the challenge we had with Mr. Monson's recommendation.
So the problem, as I hear you just stated to me, is that bidders would not tell you what changes they want until after the project was selected. Is that what you just said?
Again, it's not about what they want, what they request. It's about what they're conditioning their bid on. They're telling the RFP team, the RFP administrator, that my bid is conditioned on whether or not you give me X in return. but they don't tell us that until after they are selected. And that's the way I think Mr. Monson is proposing that suggestion.
Isn't that the
That's
same?
very different from what we've suggested here, where we are saying, hey, do not condition your bid on make sure your bid is bidding to the form of the contract and the terms of the RFP. Do not try to condition your bid on something else. Because if you do, we cannot compare you to all the other bidders in the RFP. The rules, as our previous witnesses have stated, specifically say that we need to enhance comparability as part of this phase one. And that's the whole point of providing this, the model PPAs. That's the whole point of a conforming bid policy. We're actually enforcing that rule.
Understood. Let me move on. I want to look at this one paragraph below the one we've been talking about. It says, respondents proposing to sell existing generation facilities for company ownership should propose red line changes to the model term sheet for the proposed resource type reflecting the terms and conditions on which their proposal is based. Do you see that?
I do see that.
So here, if you're saying if a bidder wants to sell the utility its existing project, in that case, red lines are welcome. Is that correct?
Objection misstates what's on the document, which speaks for itself.
Counsel is essentially badgering me. I'm asking the witness these questions about his own statements in the RFP. If the counsel feels like they don't like it, they can ask for questions on redirect.
May I respond?
Well, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Eisenberg.
With due respect, I think Mr. Bornhofen can just answer based on the full text of the sentence and not the paragraph that counsel asked, but I'll withdraw my objection.
You want to repeat your question, Mr. Detsky?
So in this last paragraph we read, the company says that if it's a utility ownership bid for selling this existing resource, you are welcoming red lines to that proposed term sheet, correct?
That's not correct. That's not what that says. Generally speaking, though, I can answer your question. Generally speaking, red lines or proposed red lines are acceptable for BOT projects.
And that is 100% opposite to the treatment of PPA bids that you propose, correct?
I see how you can interpret it that way, but that's not the intent there. They're very different business model types. They're very different project model types. So they are treated a little bit differently.
Right. In other words, they're not treated apples to apples, correct?
That's not true. The RFP review and due diligence process treats them apples to apples.
Except for one set of bids, you're going to have red lines and another set not, correct?
Again, I go back to my earlier statement that for PPAs, we make it very clear that they cannot condition their bid on red lines. That's the 2 or 3 paragraphs just above this. We're trying to add clarity to this process so that everybody understands in order for this to be a fair process, you cannot condition your bid on red lines.
And we can take
the sentence below does allow bidders to propose red lines, which is different than conditioning them. They are allowed to propose red lines as part of the process because those are very different types of ownership structures. And the risk profile, the business profile of those 2 types of bid structures are different.
Let's look at this from another angle. We could take this down, Ms. Federico. Let's say there is no conforming bid policy as applied to the model PPA and there's only the RFP. The RFP still has terms by which all PPA bids must abide by. Isn't that correct?
Terms or requirements of
Yes.
the RFP, I guess, is what you're referring to. Yes.
Okay. So if an IPP were to suggest an edit in PPA negotiations, the company has to then weigh whether to accept those edits or modify them based on the considerations we discussed, whether it shifts risks and costs to customers, et cetera. Is that correct?
We would evaluate each proposal on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. If we could turn back to your rebuttal at page 6 line 11. And line 7 here, you say establishing model contracts and bid criteria here in phase 1, then asking all bidders to meet that criteria helps ensure that negotiations and contracting can occur in a timely and efficient manner after bid selection. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. Now, here in the RFP, what we're saying instead is that the negotiation really happens after phase 2. Isn't that correct?
If there was going to be a negotiation, then yes, it would happen after selection. I believe we established that earlier.
And if you could turn down to page 16, Ms. Federico. On line 15 here, you say, we're asking, does Public Service expect CIA here in phase 1 to negotiate the terms of proposed model PPAs? And you say, no, as I stated above, each IPP will be given the opportunity to negotiate the final form of their individual contract upon the advice of their respective counsel. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. In the CEP RFP, Mr. Bornhofen, do you recall that the company made changes to the model PPA after the phase 2 decision?
The changes that you're referring to, I believe, were just immaterial updates to the contract or necessary updates to modernize the contract. But I believe that's what you're referring to.
If we could go on to page 18, Ms. Federico, line 12. Here, CIA said if the conforming bid policy approved, it should be bi-directional. Do you see that question?
That's correct.
And here on line 12, you say Public Service does not plan to make any material changes to the model contracts. The intent is to resolve phase 1 with the contracts that contain the firm minimum substantive terms. And then in line 15, if the need for a material change arises, then bidirectionality of that change should be appropriately considered in an effort to make the change work for both parties. Do you see that?
I do see that.
So here you're leaving the door open that although the company doesn't plan to make material changes, you still may if the need arises. Isn't that correct?
Well, as you just pointed out, there does potentially open up opportunities to modernize the contract language. And yeah, if we can agree to it as parties and it doesn't undermine the bid or the RFP, I think it's agreeable. If parties agree, we can potentially make changes.
But you agree that an IPP could reject those changes as non-conforming if the company proposed them?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that happened during CEP. We tried to, I guess, modernize some provisions, and a couple of the bidders said actually that wasn't in the phase 1 litigated PPA, and that's not what my bid was bid to, and they were right. And so because we couldn't come to a mutual agreement on that, we unfortunately weren't able to put that language in the contract.
I want to turn the subject now to your rebuttal regarding existing resources. And this is on page 27 of your rebuttal. You take issue with Onward as to what provisions of the model PPA would apply to existing projects. Do you recall that part of your testimony?
Well, I certainly don't take issue with Onward. Onward's been a good partner, and I certainly would not take issue with Onward. But I do recall answering some questions or addressing some of the commentary from Onward in this hearing.
And at the top here on lines 4 and 5, you say the company is open to further dialogue on this prior to phase 2 to ensure that Onward and any other existing PPA bidders can make a conforming bid. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I think I'm hoping that this commission understands we want to be as cooperative as we can be. We want to protect our customers. We want to protect the reliability of our system, but we also want to be cooperative here and help all IPPs, whether it's a previously built facility like Onward's facility or
Mr. Bornhofen, if I could interrupt you here, how could that happen? How could you have further dialogue prior to phase 2 for existing PPA bidders to bid to the RFP?
You mean, is there a process within this ERP or this phase one? Is that what you're asking me? I'd have to defer that to my counsel.
Yeah, well, phase one to be over, right? And you propose Onward must commit itself to the model PPA, correct?
I commit to the conforming bid policy, not necessarily to the model PPA, but the model PPA itself is a component of the conforming bid policy.
So the answer is yes.
No, as a matter of fact, I state throughout this entire rebuttal testimony why certain exceptions to the model PPA are warranted and necessary for an existing facility.
But you won't let an IPP put those exceptions to you, right? You want to discuss them prior to phase two, but not in red lines with the bid, correct?
Again, you're unfortunately conflating two different items. I'm referring to items where the bidder or the RFP is referring to items where the bidder is conditioning its bid on certain proposals or red lines or conditions. That's not what I'm describing in this part of my testimony.
Ms. Federico, can we scroll to page 29, please? Yes, down at the bottom, starting at line 15. You say, if two projects are equal size are allowed to fund and maintain differing security amounts, and this is existing versus proposed, it not only changes the risk borne by customers for each bid, but also affects the ongoing project costs covered under the bidder's proposal. Do you see that?
I do see that.
So here you're referring to your proposal that an existing resource should have the same security requirements as the proposed model PPA as opposed to the one they had, correct?
Well, here I'm just providing an example of how certain terms like security could be material to a fair RFP process.
But all things being equal, a project that needs to be constructed involves 100% more construction risk than one that's existing, correct?
Not necessarily. Some existing facilities need to be repowered, reconstructed, rebuilt, repaired. There's all kinds of additional risk that an existing facility might be undertaking that a brand new facility may not. Not to mention the fact that it's an older facility naturally. So there's a whole nother set of risk that bidder is unfortunately taking on that a new construction bidder does not bear any of that risk. So it's hard to make that comparison.
I want to look at your response to Mr. Monson. And I want to look at page 12 of your rebuttal testimony. At the bottom here, Ms. Federico, can you scroll down a little bit? The conforming bid policy sets a level playing field by ensuring all bidders take these requirements into account in the same manner. The same analysis applies to the company's projects, which must also take into account the RFP requirements and make any necessary adjustments. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Back to our earlier conversation, as it relates to a utility-owned project versus a PPA project, this statement is just incorrect, isn't it?
No, it's not. It is correct.
The company's projects for utility-owned generation have no obligation with respect to the model PPA, isn't that correct?
Your question is if a utility-owned bidder has an obligation to the model PPA, is that what your question is?
Yeah, it has no obligation.
I'm not sure I'm making the connection. It would not be relevant for a utility-owned generation.
But it is relevant for PPA generation, correct?
For an IPP/PPA generated bid proposal, yes, it is relevant.
Only IPP bidders for PPA projects are affected by the model PPA, isn't that correct?
That's generally correct, yes.
Okay. Is a contracting party at risk if its counterparty gets to draft the entire agreement without its input?
Depends what the contract says. It really depends what the contract says.
So if an IPP wrote the model PPA for the company's review, would the company accept that?
Depends what the contract says. If it's a great contract, depends what it says.
If we could go to page 15, Ms. Federico.
Mr. Detsky, though, I think your question is, would we, I think it's unlikely that we would accept that. I find that very unlikely that we would accept a contract drafted by an IPP.
I agree. And so down here, we're on page 15, where you said that Mr. Monson, you're responding to his claim that it's a one-sided contract negotiation strategy. Do you see that?
That's correct. Or I do see that.
And you say this allegation is inaccurate and a distraction. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
But the model PPA was drafted solely by a public service company, correct?
Well, let me just add clarity there. That the model PPA was actually drafted by an outside consultant, an outside counsel on behalf of Piesco and its customers.
Okay.
So, but you are correct that the parties in this case, Piesco is the party that developed that contract. At least the baseline contract that we proposed in this phase one, but then that contract is now stipulated or potentially going to be changed by this commission or potentially agreed to by this commission and the other parties in this commission. So even though we drafted the baseline contract or our consultant drafted the baseline contract, I think it's more fair to say that this proceeding is what established that baseline contract.
Could we please turn to page 21, Ms. Federico? And oh, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong site there. I want to, instead of this exhibit, Ms. Federico, I want to talk to you, you could take this one down, Ms. Federico. In your rebuttal, you propose revisions to the model PPA in attachment JLB2, correct?
I don't think I proposed them. I think I responded to concerns by interveners and other witnesses in this case,
And
with the company's general response to those concerns.
And you proposed changes that could be made to the model PPA in response to those concerns, correct?
We proposed accommodating those changes.
The company at the same time your testimony is filed its second motion for extraordinary protection in this case, but later withdrew that. Do you recall that?
Objection relevance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is going to be relevant to a line of questioning where the company proposed its revisions to the model PPA as highly confidential and proposed that IPP bidders be prevented from seeing those changes while all other parties could, such that they could be approved as under the conforming bid policy without IPPs having said them. So I'm
May I respond?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Eisenberg.
The company withdrew that motion. Those documents fully available to CIA, to all its members, actually to any member of the public that wants to weigh in. I think that the contents of the company's motion are not relevant to anything Mr. Bornhoff is testifying about. It might be a better use of time to pull up JLB2 and talk about the actual provisions.
Your Honor, I disagree with Mr. Eisenberg on the relevance. I think it's completely relevant to the conforming bid policy that when the company provided revisions to that policy, they tried to keep those revisions from the very companies that would be counterparties to the model PPA. So I was going to ask for the commission to take administrative notice of that withdrawn motion so we could talk about the reasons why the company had provided that and the response.
The objection's overruled. I'll allow you to ask it, but just know, Mr. Detsky, you're about an hour in and have 15 minutes left. So
Thank you.
Keep going.
Ms. Federico, I have this this motion we just discussed as hearing exhibit 717 in CIA's box. If we could please pull that up. As mentioned by Mr. Eisenberg, Mr. Chair, this was filed and then withdrawn in this case. It's in the company's files. I would like the commission to take administrative notice of this motion.
Mr. Eisenberg, I appreciate you may view this as irrelevant, but do you have well, go ahead. Any objection?
Your Honor, I don't think it's necessary. It's already in the commission's files for this case, but I don't think it has evidentiary value. And so I would, there's foundation, there's relevance, there's 403. I mean, we're several days into this hearing now, and now we're fighting about whether the company filed a motion or not. So I guess my position is it's already in the commission's files, but it has zero evidentiary value to the items in JLB2 itself.
I'll admit it, and the commission can attach whatever weight it wants to. Mr. Retsky.
Thank you. Page 5, please, Ms. Federico. Paragraph 11. Or sorry, paragraph 10. Thank you. Do you see here that Mr. Bornhofen in this paragraph 10, you say the company is discussing in attachment JLB-2 specific negotiating positions on particular PPA and BTA contract terms that it would be willing to agree to in the context of approval of a conforming bid policy, but which the company would not agree to in the absence of such a policy due to the potential shift in risks and costs. Do you see that?
Objection, foundation. Mr. Bornhofen didn't say this. Now, it is signed by a company's counsel, so I'll attest to it being the company's position at that time, but we did withdraw the motion. So foundation as to being well beyond the scope of Mr. Bornhofen's testimony.
The witness can say that if he so chooses. Overruled, Mr. Bornhofen.
Can you repeat your question again, Mr. Diskey?
Well, I was just asking if you saw the words on the screen.
Yeah, I see the words on the screen.
Thank you. So the company's plan going into this hearing was to keep its proposed revisions to the contract secret and reveal the language in the RFP only after it was approved by the commission as part of the conforming bid policy. Is that correct?
No, the models are public, right? The models are filed publicly. They're publicly available to every IPP.
They are now.
No,
correct.
The model PPAs, I believe, are filed publicly.
Well, I'm specifically asking about the attachment JLB2 specific negotiating positions that are referenced here.
Okay, if you're referring to the specific matrix where we responded to those to those concerns, then yeah, I believe you're correct. They were originally not public.
So is your position the same in that if the conforming bid policy as it relates to the model PPA, if that policy is not approved by the commission, then the revisions in attachment JLB2 are withdrawn? Is that your position?
I believe that's what it says on the page.
Given that you now have a SIR rebuttal response from COSA to your attachment JLB2, is it that the COSA changes can be put into the model PPA, but not the JLB2 if the language is negotiable?
No, I don't think that's the intent there. I believe, and I'll say this again, I stated earlier, we're trying to be as cooperative as we can here. We're in a position where we're trying to make the JTS RFP successful, efficient. We're trying to maintain protections for our customers. We want to be cooperative. We want to make this an efficient and effective process. That's our ultimate goal here. That's kind of the underlying point of a conforming bid approach. That's why we're pushing for this conforming bid approach. We've been
my question is
an unfortunate position where we've actually had to
Mr. Bornhofen, you can go
Respond
over
to-
that
Could we
with
let the
counsel.
witness
Intervener-
answer? Could we let the
I-
witness answer the question, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, I
Yeah,
have,
if you could let him answer, Mr. Detsky.
Yeah, we've been unfortunately put in a position where we've had to respond to these concerns from these interveners. And again, we're trying to be cooperative here. We're trying to respond in a productive manner. And so that's what our intent is here. So we did respond to that rather than just simply ignoring it or saying no or being combative. We responded to it in a productive manner, trying to make an efficient use of this phase one process. It really puts us in an awkward position, though, because if now the commission wants us to go back and start negotiating terms again after the fact and letting bidders condition their bids on those negotiated exceptions or those negotiated or unnegotiated conditions, it really puts our customers in an awkward position again, because now we're forced back at the back. Forced to renegotiate these from the start again.
are these changes in attachment JLB2 rescinded if the conforming bid policy is not approved as to the model PPA?
Again, I'll defer to what was stated in this here, which again, I didn't write this, but that's what it says on the page.
And then the company would require, in that case, IPPs to renegotiate for these same positions that you've put into attachment JLB2, correct?
Each one would have to be renegotiated on a case-by-case basis, which is unfortunately going to draw out the entire process again.
Agreed. Can we please turn to attachment JLB2, Ms. Federico, for this last line of questioning, Mr. Chairman?
There are, or I'm sorry, JLB2?
JLB2, yes, thank you.
And that's, can you give me the number for that one as well?
It's to hearing exhibit 120, I believe, that it's to Mr. Bornhofen's rebuttal.
Okay, thank you.
And if we could turn to page 27, please. I just want to pull out one example of this to drive this line of questioning home, Mr. Bornhofen. This is referring to a concern that was raised by COSA and Interwest about security. Do you see that?
I do see this.
And the second to the right column is you're characterizing their response, and then the final right-hand column is the company's response, correct?
That's correct. And
here you say, so long as the commission does not disagree, the company can agree to reduce the pre-COD security from $200 a kW to $150 a kW. In the company's experience, this is typical, and the lower request for 100 to 125 kW is not typical. Do I have that right?
That's what it says.
Okay. So this provision that the company received from COSA and testimony, you agreed with that feedback to a point, correct?
Well, to a point, and I would, if I can qualify that, I believe the examples that these witnesses are referring to, they were to RFPs and utilities that are a fraction of the size of Excel. The RFPs where these conditions or these terms were being proposed. In those RFPs, just to put this in context, those RFPs, they were sourcing maybe, I think in one case it was 300 megawatts, in another case they were sourcing 375, and in another case they were sourcing 1,300 megawatts. The company's trying to source or procure 14,000 megawatts here. So trying to compare those RFPs and those terms of those RFPs to the terms we're trying to select here or trying to get here, it's an unfair comparison. And I appreciate the fact that they brought them up, but we did get a chance to go back and look at those. And I just think that's important context when you're looking at anything in this table. That's why some of these proposals were generally acceptable to the company, but some of them they really do they really are unnecessary.
So the answer is yes. Is that correct?
Can you repeat your question for me, Mr. Detsky? I apologize.
That you agreed with the high-level feedback from COSA and Interwest on this point, up to a point, correct?
No, I did not agree to them. No, we did not agree. I still feel like $200 is absolutely market and it's reasonable. But again, we're trying to be cooperative here. We're trying to make sure that this is a successful JTS RFP. Phase 2 is successful. And we're trying to take steps forward to make sure we're addressing the concerns addressed by the IPP community. And so we are, for lack of a better word, trying to meet them where they need to be. And
So-
I believe 150 is reasonable. But
But
do I
where do
agree that 100 or 125 is where we should be? I don't agree with that.
That's clear. They use the word that this is typical. And then with me, you just use the word this is market. When someone in the energy business, such as yourself, uses the term market, does that mean typical?
Generally speaking, you could probably make them synonymous, yeah.
Okay. So you admit in this response that the model PPA drafted by the company included an amount for security at $200 a kW that was $50 a kW higher than what you wrote here in the company's experience was typical, correct?
It's typically requested by bidders. Let me phrase it that way. Is it market? I don't think so. Is it typical? Not generally. Is it typically requested by bidders to be reduced to 150? I would say yes, that's typically requested by bidders to reduce it to 150. But that
So-
doesn't necessarily mean it's market or that's typical in other RFPs and other utilities.
Well, typical is your words here, Mr. Bornhofen, not mine. So the company's model PPA on this material term started off $50 a kW above what you wrote as typical, correct?
Objection, misstates his testimony, asked and answered.
Mr. Chairman, this says, in the company's experience, this is typical.
Overruled.
Yeah, I think I did answer that previously with Mr. Detsky, but I'll answer it again for you.
Your first answer will do.
It's typically requested by bidders to be reduced to 150. But is that market or is that market typical? That's not true.
So sometimes it's hard for me to put these KW dollar amounts in context. So just a little bit of math. If I'm paying $50 a kW and I have a 300 megawatt project, that equates to about an extra $15 million in security. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
Okay. So here you've come down 15 million in security in attachment JLB2, but your position based on our discussion is that if IPPs are allowed to negotiate and propose red lines, then this provision is rescinded and the model PPA should go back up to $200 a kW for security. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in that instance, you're going to be asking an IPP project and its attorneys to come to you in PPA negotiations and ask for 100 to 125 per kW, hypothetically. Is that correct?
Well, not necessarily. I think we've stated earlier that this is a material provision of the contract and definitely a material provision of the RFP. And so the RFP states that the security is 200, then every bidder needs to use 200 in their modeling, in their bid. And they shouldn't be coming back after the fact and asking for a reduction, not unless they're willing to reduce the price of their bid after the fact.
Even if the typical PPA is $150 a kW for security, correct?
Again, I think I've answered that. If it's were stated in the RFP as 200 and every bidder was asked to model their bid with $200 in security, then that would be something every bidder would be expected to stick to.
Mr. Detsky, we're at time. If you can start wrapping up, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of more questions and I'll be done, Mr. Chair. So we're lucky, right? Because if the motion for extraordinary protection had been successful, then IPPs might not have even be able to see that you thought $150 a kW for security was typical. Isn't that correct?
You could characterize it that way. Yes, it's an opportunity for IPPs to perhaps see behind the curtain, for lack of a better word. Unfortunately,
And if the company has a non-conforming or a model PPA that can be red lines can be made in the bid, isn't it possible that one thing you're going to see are changes to the security provision?
Is it possible after the fact?
No, if we're in the case that red lines are accepted, you might see that change proposed.
We would likely see it proposed, but that would likely be rejected and disqualified in the RFP process because it wouldn't meet the terms of the RFP.
So in that case, if the company would then walk this back, and then when that same proposal was put back to you, you would say, no, that is now too material a change for us to accept. Is that correct?
Again, it doesn't meet the terms of the RFP.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Ms. Svetsky. Interwest, I have 20 minutes and it's 2:26. Mr. Leger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Bornhofen.
Good afternoon.
For the record, my name is Chris Leger for the Interwest Energy Alliance. Is it your understanding that developers compete with each other in RFPs?
It is that is my understanding, yes.
Is it your understanding that trade associations represent their memberships in total and not individual developers, suppliers, or projects?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it's ironic you bring that up because we have IPP bidders who have been expressed disagreement with the trade groups representing here today. So I'd say generally speaking, they represent the entirety or the majority, but I wouldn't say they represent every IPP's best interest.
And is it your understanding that Interwest's primary recommendation was to make the entire PPA negotiable?
That sounds correct.
Is it your understanding that Interwest's secondary recommendation was identifying specific language for certain PPA terms?
I can't recall, but if that sounds, I have no reason to disagree with you.
Great, thank you. Is it your understanding that Interwest proposed terms were an attempt at negotiating PPAs or BTAs?
Not necessarily an attempt to negotiate a PPA. I would interpret it as an attempt to resolve those issues as part of this proceeding.
Thank you. I think you addressed this a little bit earlier, but I want to make sure that there's clarity in the record on this. On terms where Interwest provided potential conforming bid language, you are aware that these were supported by citations to inclusion in other recent utility RFPs. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think I referred to that just a few minutes ago.
Yeah. And in fact, none of those were cited to developer negotiation positions and are either a utility proposal or an RFP after a state commission process. Is that your understanding?
I have no reason to disagree with you.
Great, thank you. Next, I'd like to turn to your rebuttal attachment JLB2. If we could turn to hearing exhibit 120, attachment JLB2. And turn to page 16. And actually looking at my questions here, sir, I will say that I don't expect to take the full 20 minutes because Mr. Detsky did ask some of the questions I was going to ask. On page 16, in the last column, you state that this section is a placeholder. There is no intent to create a one-sided provision. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
Where exactly was that explicitly stated in the original application? Do you know?
I don't believe that was stated. I'm not familiar with where that was stated. This condition is common, and I would say it's been known throughout the industry, and there's usually a placeholder in most regulated utilities contracts for an opportunity to go back to the commission for approval. So this is a common provision that many utilities put into their model contracts.
But previous PSCO model contracts were negotiable, correct?
All contracts have always been negotiable, including the one we're talking about here today.
If we could turn to page 20 of the same document. And looking what row is labeled as 18, in that last column, you state the treatment of transmission outages or an emergency on the transmission system as non-compensable is quite common and well recognized by our IPP counters. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, that's been in place since our first wind facility ever came on our system that had a compensable curtailment provision. It's always been known that transmission related curtailments, we describe them as transmission related curtailments, have always been non-compensable, and that's been going on for 20 plus years.
In what way is a planned maintenance, construction, or upgrades to the transmission system an emergency?
It's not necessarily needing to be an emergency. It's just a transmission caused outage. It could be planned or unplanned.
I'd like to turn on this same document. Oh, excuse me. I think we can take this document down, actually.
And Mr. Leger, I think I understand where you're getting your question. It stated emergency in there, and that was a carve out or a call out directly from the contract, which is why it was stated in there. But they're two different things. One is a transmission outage, one is an emergency. They could be the same. They may not always be. I think that's where why you asked that question.
Thank you for that clarification. Are you aware that as of today, all federal wind permitting is on an indeterminate pause due to an executive memorandum?
I understand that there was a pause put in place, or at least recommended pause. I don't know where the status of that is today, but I do know that there was one at one point.
Do you or does anyone else you can point me to at PSCO know when this pause will be released?
I'm not aware.
Did you or anybody else you could point me to at PSCO know of or expect this executive memorandum?
Again, I'm not in a position to make that speculation.
Do you know what will be the effective tariff on imported steel in, let's say, 2028?
No, I do not.
What about 2030? Does that provide any additional clarity?
No, it does not.
Does PSCO believe that tariffs and or supply chain disruptions have only affected, quote, less reliable or recognized suppliers, unquote?
I don't know whether it's only less recognizable suppliers. I'd say it's reasonable to assume that less recognizable suppliers may be more prone to that risk.
Have PSCO developed projects been impacted by tariffs and or supply chain disruptions, to your knowledge?
I think it's too early to tell at this point, but I believe Mr. Chamjana may have mentioned that earlier in testimony, that there was some interruption.
Does PSCO itself utilize less reliable or recognized suppliers?
Not generally, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Bornhofen. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Leger.
Thank you, Mr. Leger. Kosa Sia, I have 30 minutes and it's 2:35. So I'll take our break when you're done, Ms. Kutzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Bornhofen. I don't know that you and I have met before. My name is Ellen Howard-Kutzer. I represent COSA, SIA, and AEU, in this case, otherwise known as the CEI.
Nice to see you, Ms. Kutzer.
Nice to see you as well. And Ms. Federico, just to hopefully speed things along, I'll be relying upon hearing Exhibit 120, rebuttal testimony from Mr. Bornhofen, hearing Exhibit 2202, Mr. Pierce's answer testimony, and then this one is hearing Exhibit 101, Attachment JWI 3, Volume 3, Attachment D1. That's the model wind and solar contract. Thank you so much. Mr. Bornhofen, to get going, let's talk a little bit about your background and role at the company. I don't think we've touched on that yet. So you've worked on renewable energy offtake agreement contracts for many years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I think I saw on your CV you've been at Excel for 19 years. How many years have you been working on contract negotiations?
In transaction negotiations, probably 12 years. Specifically in PPA negotiations, 6 years.
So you're pretty familiar with this process, agree?
Pretty familiar. I'm pretty familiar with it.
Okay, great. So when we're talking about these contracts, in your line of work, do we generally refer to the buyer when we're talking about a utility and the seller when we're talking about an independent power producer?
Yeah, for a regulated utility, that's typical.
Okay. And then in your career, you've always negotiated these agreements on the side of the buyer or the company, correct?
Not necessarily. There's been opportunities for us to actually sell power. When we have excess energy, we actually sell power too.
Okay, interesting.
Recently, though, to answer your question, it's all been as an off-taker.
Okay, so in the context of working on the side of the buyer for the company, is one of your job functions to assess the risk of any given contract based on the risk to the company and its customers?
Maybe not me personally, but I'll coordinate activities and coordinate with the groups that will assess that risk.
Okay, so collectively, when you're working together as a team, is it fair to say that the company is assessing the overall risk of a contract when it's reviewing one?
Yes.
Okay, great. And could you and I also agree that the overall risk of that contract cannot be judged on an individual term? It must be looked at as a whole.
Absolutely. And that's part of why we didn't get this into the last questioning, but that's part of why we answered some of the questions we did the way we did, was because we can't just look at one term by itself. You have to look at the entire contract and answer them together.
Great. Okay, so can you and I also agree that sellers will also look as the whole of the contract and assess risk based on their individual interests?
I can't speak for an IPP or another party, but my expectation, or at least my assumption, is that they should be doing that.
Okay. Okay, great. That's good enough. I'd like to start here with a little bit of the record on rebuttal. Could we turn to hearing Exhibit 120, page 40? Thank you, Ms. Federico. So here at line 9, you say, I found that in general, parties are not that far from one another in respect to what terms they find reasonable. I was pleased to see that many of the firm minimum terms I listed in my direct testimony were not challenged by interveners, demonstrating those minimum expectations are reasonable. Did I read that correctly?
That sounds correct.
Okay, I'd like to pull up hearing Exhibit 2202 now and take this down and looking at page 14. And here at line 13, can you see that Mr. Pierce was asked, do you have any other comments on the model PPA terms? He says, yes, by providing comment on specific sections, I am in no way endorsing or accepting those sections of the contract that are not discussed in my testimony. I also reiterate that COSA and its members object to a conforming bid policy. Did I read that correctly?
That also sounds correct.
So based on what we see on the screen here, it's not correct to say that interveners agreed with contract terms that they didn't submit testimony on, correct?
That sounds correct. Yep.
Okay, great. Let's move on from this. I'd like to talk to you a little bit now about the contracts themselves. Could we take this down, Ms. Federico? Thank you. do you and I agree that buyers and sellers who are negotiating power purchase agreements, do you and I agree that buyers and sellers who are negotiating power purchase contracts are, generally speaking, comparing and contrasting risk and price when they're determining whether or not to enter into an agreement?
Not necessarily.
Do you think those are two components that they would be thinking about when they're thinking about entering into an agreement?
I would say they should be thinking about those, but I don't say that certainly doesn't come down to that. I think there's other considerations.
Okay, fair enough. So a party to an agreement may agree to take on more or less risk depending on the price of the overall contract. Agree?
I would agree with that.
And so if individual terms are riskier to, say, a seller, they may offset that increased risk by charging a higher price, correct?
It's reasonable that they would do that.
Okay, so like, for example, if the risk of paying liquidated damages is higher, one way that a seller might offset that risk is to charge a higher price for the contract, correct?
That's one way.
Okay, great. And when we're talking about IPPs and these power purchase agreements, the risk of the contracts not only being reviewed by the development company, but by other companies involved in the transaction as well, correct?
Can you repeat that question for me?
Sure, let me frame it a different way. These contracts are not being reviewed by the development company exclusively. It may be reviewed by other companies involved in the transaction as well. And that could include, say, an engineering, procurement, and construction company.
It doesn't necessarily have to be reviewed, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's reviewed by other entities.
Do you think a financing company is likely reviewing these contracts on behalf of the IPP?
Yeah, banks are typically reviewing these.
Okay.
That's typical.
And each of these ancillary companies could be looking at contracts and assessing their own tolerance of risk, correct?
Yeah, as I think actually your witness described that this conforming bid policy makes our project less marketable, and I think that's what you're getting at. Yeah, it may make it less marketable, and I think that's a concerning approach by the IPP community, that they want this commission to make their projects more marketable to investors. I think, as we all know, these PPAs become kind of a commodity once the utility signs the contract. And now that commodity can be shopped and it can be sold and it can be shopped around. We can find the most attractive investors and the biggest rate of return. And so I think your witness said a couple of times in testimony that this policy makes their project less marketable.
Mr. Bornhofen, I'd like to let Mr. Pierce answer that for himself. I don't agree with your assessment of his testimony. What I was asking you is just, are financiers reviewing these contracts? And I believe you answered yes, correct?
Financiers typically will answer these or review these PPAs.
And so it sounds like you and I agree that a consequence of shifting contract risk onto the seller side could be increased prices.
Not necessarily. I'd say you asked if that was possible, and I think I answered yes, but that's not still the case. I would definitely say that could be, but not necessarily. There are definitely situations where, even with the higher risk, it doesn't matter that the developer is willing to take that risk or willing to accommodate that risk. Doesn't necessarily require a price increase.
But we won't know that until the bids come in, right?
I would actually characterize these PPAs as low risk, and so
Mr. Bornhofen, you can answer that with your counsel on redirect. I think that my question was like, is it a consequence? I think you said yes, and my follow-up question was, we're not going to know that until the bids come in, correct?
Sorry, I apologize if I misstated that. I don't think that's a consequence. I think it's possible.
Okay, but we're not going to know one way or the other until the bids come in. Agree?
We won't ever know. Only the bidder will know whether or not they had to raise. They decided to raise their price to offset risk.
Okay. Let's move on to a little bit of a different line of questions here. I just want to clarify what you went through with Mr. Detsky. You are saying in rebuttal that if the commission adopts a conforming bid policy, the company will stand by the edits that it made in attachment JLB2, correct?
Yeah, if they support, if parties support a conforming bid policy and the commission supports that, it's reasonable for us to stand by those responses.
So based on this record, when we are looking at the balance of risks in proposed contract terms, we need to look at those terms as they were proposed in the direct case and then modified in attachment JLB2, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Yeah, so you and I agreed earlier that when we're looking at the overall risk of a contract, we have to look at the whole thing, not an individual term. Agree? We talked about that earlier.
The overall contract, yes.
And so when we're looking at the overall proposed contract in the conforming bid policy, that is reflected by the company's direct case as modified by JLB2, correct?
Depending on where we land with this case, yes.
I see. Okay. So when we're to be clear, on this record, you have not submitted any red lines to the contract language itself. You've only submitted JLB2 at this point.
Correct.
Okay. And earlier we were talking to Mr. Detsky about the RFP. We brought up a list of terms that are non-negotiable in the company's position. I don't think we need to pull this up, but do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation. I just want to be careful using that term non-negotiable.
Okay.
We did describe certain terms as should be approached as non-negotiable, but generally I'm familiar with what you're referring to.
And in those certain terms that you say should be approached as non-negotiable, do those include security?
Yes, my recollection is it did.
Does it include the default sections in section 12 of the contract?
Yes, my recollection is it does.
And does it include the force majeure provisions in section 14 of the contract?
Yes, force majeure has always been a very big challenge with IPP community, so I would say that one as well.
And so it's the company's position that bidders in the RFP are required to accept all of the terms in section 12 as it's written or modified by JLB2.
Not necessarily, it just says bid to the form. Bid your proposal based on what's in the form. Whether or not you can accept these, that's not what we're saying. We're saying bid to the proposal. That's what the conforming bid policy says.
Okay. So essentially the bidder would be taking a risk if it said, well, I can meet 8 of these terms, but I can't meet the 9th.
They would have to, they should determine how they want to assess that risk and how they want to price that risk into their proposal. Whether or not they want to accept that risk is later before they sign the contract. And typically they will go through the similar type of governance processes that we do, look at the final contract in its final form and assess the entire risk, and then make a determination whether or not the company wants to accept that risk.
Understood. I think you and I will talk about that in a little bit. In questions to Mr. Detsky, I heard you say at one point that it was unfortunate that the company has to respond to the intervener edits to the bid language put in this case. Do you remember saying that just a few minutes ago?
Generally, yes.
So if COSA and other parties had not raised issues with the model contract terms during the litigation of this case, what other opportunities would bidders have to raise issues with those model contract terms?
I'm personally not familiar with it. I don't know the process as well as some of our regulatory folks do.
This was our one shot, though, to raise issues with the contract before it's ruled upon by the commission. You agree with that?
I know this is a shot. I don't know definitively it's the only shot, but I know it's a shot.
Okay, let's keep moving. I'd like to pull up what's been pre-marked in our box.com folder as hearing exhibit 2212. And Ms. Frederico, could we start with the full version? It's labeled as full. I know there's 2 in there.
It is not wanting to open for me. Give me a second. I'm going to try to access it another way.
Okay.
Is it a really big document?
It is unfortunately 11.4 megabytes. I do have a 7.4 megabyte version in there too. If that opens, then maybe Mr. Eisenberg and I can work out the admission issues.
Give me just a second. I'm going to see if I can access it through the web, and if I can, great. If not, I'll use the smaller one.
Okay, great. And just to avoid some suspense here for Mr. Eisenberg's sake, what I'm asked to be pulled up is the model contract that was filed, the company's direct case in the last ERP.
I got it. Give me just a second.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Bornhofen, you were working at the company, were you not, when it filed its prior ERP, correct?
I was.
Do you recognize this to be the document that contained the various model contracts and RFPs in the last ERP? We can scroll down a couple of pages here to the table of contents if necessary.
It does look familiar.
Okay, great. If we were to go to page 108, Ms. Frederico, do you see here that this is the model wind and solar energy purchase agreement?
Yes.
And do you and I further agree that this is the prior version of the model agreement that in this case was submitted as hearing exhibit 101 attachment JWI 3, volume 3 attachment D1?
That's my understanding.
Okay,
Again, I
great.
wasn't in this position at that time. So I'm generally familiar with this, but that is my understanding.
Okay, great. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to admit this document.
Any objections?
No objection.
So
Great.
moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's talk about a few of the changes that occurred in the model contract between 2023 and now. Ms. Frederico, could we also have up on another tab that JWI 3, volume 3, attachment D1?
I have it ready for you when you need it.
Awesome. So on that the new contract, I'll say it that way, which won't have the red headers. Could we go to page 29, and that's the security for performance. And so here, Mr. Bornhofen, I see that in the model contract, section 11.1, subsection B, you're proposing that the pre-COD security requirements be $200 a kilowatt, correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to flip over to the old contract on page 245. Oop, I got that a little bit wrong. I think it's 246. So we see again the security section. So here we're seeing that in the prior version, the company asked for a security requirement of $125 a kilowatt, correct?
Yeah, when this contract was written, I actually know the history here, that when this contract was written, this contract, the baseline contract, the terms, the market assessment of this contract, as we talked about earlier, I think this was done back in 2019. So this is
okay, but it was
legacy contract.
I'll let you get with Mr. Eisenberg on the
Can we let the
history
witness
here?
answer the question? I think it might be helpful.
Sure. May I respond, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The question was simply, was the prior security amount $125, yes or no?
Mr. Bornhofen.
Yeah, am I able to respond to the question I was trying to answer earlier?
Yeah, I think I'll let the witness answer, since it's going to come out on direct anyway. And
Okay.
if you need a little extra time, Ms. Kutzer, go ahead, Mr. Bornhofen.
I think it's I think it's important context. This model was written in 2019. It was used in the 2021 ERP process. Later, I believe it was in 2022, was when we hired a consultant to come in and then reassess and level set our parameters, I guess you could say. And that's when, at that time, is when the contract was updated to a $200 per kilowatt security. But as you're noting here, Ms. Kutzer, unfortunately, the ship had already sailed for the 2021 ERP process. So that process had already been set in stone at $125.
So again, just to reiterate, that was the company's requirement for security in its 2021 model contract, correct?
Yeah, a 2019 template, but that was used in the 2021 ERP.
Okay, great. So I'd like to move to another area. Ms. Federico, if we could go back to that new contract, page 34. Excuse me. Make sure that's right. 34, I believe. You always think you have this 100% and then you get up here and you're like, I'm not sure. I think it's actually back on 32. Scroll up. Thank you so much. So Mr. Bornhofen, this is the default and remedies section in the new model contract, correct?
That looks correct, yep.
And so this is the section of the contract where we have remedies, termination, and specific performance provisions for breach of contract terms, correct?
Correct.
If we scroll down here, I think it's 2 pages into subsection E. We've got this provision, option to acquire facility upon termination due to seller default. Do you see that?
We do. I do.
And if we flip back to hearing exhibit 2212, page 248.
Sorry, I was on 2212 or no,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
I'm getting mixed up.
I know it's hard. I tried to make this as smooth as possible, but the old one's going to have the red headers. So if we go to 248, this is the default section in the old contract. And I'll ask Ms. Federico to scroll again, but I'll let you know that there is not a provision in this contract that gives the company an option to acquire the facility upon default. Agree?
Yeah, it's called a default option. It is common. It is common in a lot of RFPs and a lot of model contracts. And yes, in 2022, when we had our assessment done, it was recommended by our consultant that we consider putting that into our model contracts going forward.
But
So
that's
that's generally why you see that in this new model PPA.
Brand new to the Colorado market, correct? This RFP, in this RFP.
I don't know if that's true or not. It may have been. I know we did have some discussion in the last round about transferability and or transfer options. I can't recall if the default option was included in that or not.
But it's not here in the model contract, at least from 2021.
Correct. I agree with you there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think if I could just real clear, just provide some context again. The default option again protects our customers. We want to be in a position where we can keep needed resources on our system, because there may be a situation where a project is in default. It's still a viable project. It still provides valuable capacity for our customers. And we don't want to see that project just evaporate.
to understand that, but would you agree with me that this new provision represents a significant new risk to the sellers who are engaging in these contract negotiations?
No, I would disagree with that characterization entirely.
A risk of an acquisition by the buyer is not a significant new risk to a seller?
Correct. It's a default option, not an option, not a convenience option. It's a default option. Meaning the project is now in a state where unless we purchase that project, it potentially may go away. So it actually, my understanding, my experience is that most lenders appreciate this provision because they want to know that there is an off-taker even after their developer goes bankrupt or goes away. They want to make sure there's a clear off-taker still there waiting for them. And we put it in there for their benefit to say, hey, lender, we'll take this project. If it's a good, viable project, we'll take it. The default
Mr.
option
Bornhofen, do you
is
typically
good for the
represent IPP sellers? I thought I heard you say that you didn't before.
I'm
So
sorry.
how can you speak to the needs or demands of a seller's financiers?
Are you asking again about my qualifications?
I'm asking you, yes, in the context of the answer you just provided to this commission.
I have a general familiarity with both sides of the table.
Fair enough. So let's keep going on this. And Ms. Federico, if we could flip back to the new contract on page 36. We've got another new section here. Default by seller, failure to achieve critical path milestones. Do you see that?
I do see this.
And to avoid the back and forth, do you agree with me that this too is a new section in this 2025 model contract?
You may have to remind me. I'll take your word for it. I can't recall if it was in the old contract or not. But
well,
I'll take your word for it. If it's not in the other exhibit there, then I agree with you.
Okay, great. Let's keep moving then. So in this section, Mr. Bornhofen, there are new requirements that impose liquidated damages for a failure to meet certain milestones that occur before COD, correct?
That's correct.
And those could include early construction milestones, correct?
I wouldn't describe those as early construction milestones. I believe if you scroll down to the actual COD box, it actually describes them as later stage milestones.
Excuse me, I'm fighting a cough.
I apologize. I don't know exactly where it falls in the contract, but the critical path development milestones are defined in the contract, and I believe
it's section 4.1B if we do want to go up there for Mr. Bornhofen's sake.
Sorry, I'm kind of
That's
lost.
okay. I didn't have that one written down. I'm sorry, Casey.
Okay, you started on 36. You think it's after page 36?
I think it's around page 20. And again, this is only if Mr. Bornhofen needs it. I could represent that section 4.1B subject to
I can
check.
probably address the question without going there.
Okay.
My recollection is these are based on three milestones. One is the construction financing is in place, the permitting is in place, and the equipment, I believe, is in place, if I recall.
But my point of my question here is that missing these critical path milestones could itself trigger default, could it not, under the new contract?
There'd be a series of steps well before a default, but eventually, literally, I mean, realistically, this is months or years down the road. It could potentially lead to a default.
But if, again, like the steps aren't met, a default could be triggered and the option to acquire the facility under 12.1E could also be triggered, correct?
I don't know if I agree with that. You're challenging me to remember exactly what the term of the contract says. I can't remember exactly what the term of the contract says. I believe that the default option is only after COD. So at this early stage, if a project fails, I don't believe there is a default option right under the contract. This is where we already have steel in the ground. We already have a project that's already producing, already providing capacity for our customers. And for some reason, unforeseen or otherwise, this project is now about to be defunct, and we need an opportunity to keep that capacity on our system.
Fair enough. I guess just to simplify things here, do you think that the risk of that occurring is something that the seller, its financiers, and legal counsel would be reviewing closely as it's scrutinizing the model contract?
Again, I can't speak for a bidder. My thought and my recommendation is that every bidder review those closely, but whether or not they are or not, I don't know.
Do you think that the new provision that allows for an option to acquire the facility gives the company a significant advantage over IPPs from a business perspective?
No, and not in any way. In fact, I would just say the character of this provision is to maintain reliable capacity on our system. And if there's a project out there that is truly providing good capacity on our system, providing good capacity for our customers, helping us keep the lights on, Just
But
because
you-
the project is in trouble, and there could be a variety of issues why that project is in trouble, we don't necessarily want that project to go away. We should have an opportunity to step in and potentially buy that project if it makes sense for our customers. And what I would say is that we're not just going to buy, they're not going to give us to us. They're not going to hand us the keys. We will pay them market value. We'll pay them what any other buyer on the street will pay them. It's actually and I'm only going to give this context because I have experience with this. My experience is that most lenders appreciate this provision because it provides some guarantee that if their borrower defaults on their loan, there is still an off-taker out there that wants this project. And they're quick and easy, and they can easily sell it to them right away versus trying to go back out to market and find a new buyer.
Do you think the seller would be in a good position to negotiate a attractive price for the project in that situation with the company?
Yeah, the language is written that they will get market value for that price, and market value is determined by a third party, and that's based on market. So it's basically whatever the highest price that third party determines this buyer could get for that project. That's the price we're going to pay.
You know, Ms. Bornhofen, I think we have to agree to disagree on this one. Since I'm running out of time, I'd like to move on. Can we talk a bit about market conditions today? Ms. Frederico, we can take these down. Thank you. Do you think the renewable energy market is in a place of stability in 2025?
Depends how you define stability.
Do you think there's a lot of stability surrounding the One Big Beautiful Bill discussions that's say favorably is affecting stock prices for renewable energy development companies?
I like to describe it as certainty. There's a lot of uncertainty in the energy market today.
And so as you and I sit here, the future of the Inflation Reduction Act and the PTC and ITC are unknown, agree? It
is uncertain at this time.
And the potential tariff costs applicable to goods are also unknown at this time, correct?
It's generally speaking, as an industry, tariffs are uncertain, but tariff costs is a case-by-case basis. You can contract your way into a procurement, avoiding tariff risk. So I just wanted to qualify that answer that generally speaking, I think I know what you're asking, and you're right, but there are ways to get around that.
Understood, but that would have to be a part of a contract negotiation, would it not?
Yes.
And so if this conforming bid policy is adopted, it's your position that the seller is responsible for maintaining any risks associated with the PTC and ITC going away, correct?
Well, let me just, because I'll help provide some clarity here. There's a lot of language about ITC and PTC and who's going to bear the risk. I think we've put in our rebuttal testimony in our proposal that there's an opportunity here to share some of that risk or to even have our customers bear some of that risk as it relates specifically to actions by the federal government or the IRS changing ITC and PTC rules. But your question is about all risk related to ITCs and PTCs. There's a difference between a change that's caused outside of the party's control, like, for example, a federal order or the IRS coming in and making a change, versus an IPP or any developer, quite frankly, not qualifying for the PTC or ITC as it was originally proposed or as it's proposed whenever. That's different. And so I want to make sure we're making that distinction, because in one case, the company absolutely has said in our rebuttal that we support some creativity here.
Okay.
In the other case, I think our position still remains firm. Each IPP should be doing their due diligence to make sure they're being careful to qualify for those PTCs and ITCs if they're still available.
So we can pull this up if needed, but are you changing your position from the statement you made about change in law and attachment JLB-2?
No,
and
that's the
saying that
context
risk
I was
can be
trying to
shared.
provide. I apologize. That's the context I was trying to provide, is that we still feel that change in law as it relates to PTC, ITC qualification is still well within the bidder's control, even in today's environment. It's the whether or not a change in PTC ITC occurs that's outside of a developer's control, that's the part where we've addressed that elsewhere within our testimony.
Do these bidders have any control as to whether the ITC, PTC are maintained by Congress?
I can't speak to that.
Okay. Mr. Bornhofen, just a couple last questions here. I know I'm running out of time, Mr. Chair. Can you remind us all the group that you work at Public Service?
The group I work at Public Service, I'm employed by Xcel Energy Services. Is that what your question is?
Yeah, that actually is my question. So you're employed by Xcel Energy Service, the parent company, not the operating company, correct?
That's correct, but I represent, or I'm a representative of all three operating companies.
And you negotiate contracts across all of the operating companies, correct?
My team is tasked with coordinating the negotiation of those IPPs across all three of those operating companies.
Remind us how many people are on your team?
Today there are 8 people on my team. I know in testimony I stated 6, but today there are 8 people on my team.
And they're in charge of all the contract negotiations across the 3 operating companies, correct?
That's correct. And for PPAs, I don't know if you stated that. For PPA
Yes.
offtake agreements, though,
Yes.
that's what we're in charge
For
of.
PPAs, thank you. Do you feel like your group is overstaffed or understaffed?
No, I feel like the staffing is appropriate for the work in front of us.
Do you feel like you turn around red line changes to contracts in a timely manner?
When the red lines are reasonable, we definitely do. And that question requires context, right? Because there could be a red line that's one string long or one sentence long, and we can get an answer to that within the hour. If we have a set of red lines that's voluminous, it could take a long time. And I'll give you some more context here. In the last RFP, one of the selected bidders, when we began negotiations, we asked them to send us any proposed red lines. They sent us 110 pages of red lines. Out of a 150-page contract, they sent us 110 pages that had red line edits on it. Now the vast majority of those were probably immaterial, but the point is that each one of those red lines requires work and time from various stakeholders at the organization, as well as our outside counsel, to evaluate every single one of those red lines.
Did that
So
situation
your
you
question
just
about
described,
whether or not we return red lines timely, it requires a little bit of context, because yes, we do, but it depends on what the circumstance is.
if I shared with you that members have shared with me that it's taken upwards of 2 months to get red lines back, would you have a reason to disagree with that?
There may have been an occasion where it was 2 months, and I think we stated that in one of our cases in the last ERP, was that there were situations, for example, the market uncertainty, as well as there was an ARRR filed, I think by your group, that also paused that timing. So yeah, there was a delay in some of those, getting some of those back.
So just to tie this together and close out, when you talked with Mr. Detsky, you confirmed that bidders may engage in follow-on negotiations after their bid is selected if your conforming bid policy is adopted by this commission, correct?
Generally speaking, that's correct.
And that happens after the phase 2 portfolio is selected, correct?
That's correct.
If those follow-on negotiations don't occur until after phase 2, doesn't that create a tremendous risk of bids dropping out of the preferred portfolio?
No, and because now bidders know exactly what they're required to do before they bid versus after, versus trying to get it after the fact.
Do you think there's some risk that bidders could drop out if they're asked to negotiate only in the phase 2 process?
I don't think so. I think most bidders will look at this as a positive, meaning that they will see the fact that now they know exactly what their responsibility is, exactly what they have to bid to before they bid. There's no question as to how they want to design and staff and plan for their project over the long term, and they can plan for it. And so it makes their project more successful.
Mr. Bernhofen, I think we're going to have to agree to disagree on that one, but those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Let's take a 10-minute break till 3:25, and we'll come back with commissioner questions. 3:25.
Thank you.
All right, I'm told Commission Council does not have any questions. Commissioner Gutman.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Bornhofen.
Good afternoon.
I have just real brief questions on compensable curtailments. I understand that you made a revision today. So my understanding, the revision you made today, you're essentially saying keep it the same as the 2021 ERP CEP treatment?
We would be supportive of that if that's the way the commission wants to go. With the one tiny little edit that says let's keep the piece where we treat everybody the same in the stack and not taking into account one particular party's individual income tax bracket into how we curtail them.
Okay. And I've tried to understand how that works, but is that when you compensate them for the PTCs, the lost PTCs, you would gross that up for whatever their tax rate is because they'll be taxed on that as income? Is that like the general situation?
Yeah, if I can I might be able to just give you a quick example that might make it easiest. But if you have a $50 PPA and you curtail that resource, and I have to reimburse them for the $30 PTC, so now I'm paying them $60. I'm sorry, $80. I also have to pay them a gross up component. The gross up component basically makes them whole to the tax burden that they now have because they no longer have that PTC any longer. So now I pay them an additional $10. And that calculation is based on the federal tax rate and the state tax rate. And the federal usually changes, it's 21%. The state corporate income tax in Colorado is 4.4%. Certain developers are able to get lower income tax brackets because of the way they structure the organizations. And they might have, for example, 4.3% or 4% or 2.5% or whatever the case may be. In either case, under the contract, I have to reimburse them make them whole for that gross up component based on their individual income tax rate. And so the difference between one bidder and another is very small. It's in a real life scenario, it's about 6 cents. So one bidder, I'm paying them $90.06. The other bidder, I'm paying them $90 for that curtailed megawatt in that example. Now that just changes the way that they stack in the resource stack. And so in that resource stack, that developer who happens to be priced at $90 is now getting curtailed down to 0 first. The next developer who's getting priced at $90.06 is now getting curtailed later. And so just because of the way that their income tax rates are, I have to curtail one resource down to 0 first before we can curtail the next resource. So it just creates that unfairness between projects because one project is experiencing much more higher or generally more higher curtailments, which increases wear and tear. It's just less fair to that resource compared to the other resource. Did that example make more sense?
Yeah, I think so. And just a few brief follow-ups. So then you would curtail kind of peanut butter approach. You're not gonna prioritize and stack
We would
them.
say whoever's got the lowest income tax rate, we'll pay you all at that rate.
Okay, so you're not averaging the rates. That was my second question. My first question was about the physical curtailment and how you then determine who should be curtailed.
If you want to get down to the actual language of the contract, we would state something to the effect of we'll pay you based on whatever the lowest income tax rate is. And the impact of the bidder is very nominal. I mean,
is that the lowest income tax rate among the IPP bidders, or is the company included in that calculation?
The company's included in that. It's all bidders across the portfolio of projects that the PSCO BA is attempting to balance.
Okay, and is that based on the company's actual income taxes or their deferred income taxes?
Actual, I believe. That's a little bit out of my area of expertise.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe the company's actual income taxes to be fundamentally different than that of most IPP bidders?
They would likely be different. The company would likely have different income tax rates. because
Okay.
it operates
Okay,
in
so maybe
multiple
this is worth
states.
clarifying. Income tax rate or actual income tax?
Income tax
Like
rates,
figurative income tax rate or the income taxes you actually pay?
the income tax we actually pay.
Okay, so if you don't
Income
pay
tax
any income
rate we actually
taxes,
pay.
okay, okay, um, okay. All right, let's move on. Now in your direct testimony, when you were still arguing for compensable curtailment, I just want to understand the argument you were trying to make there. You had indicated that there was kind of an inequity in the company foregoing PTCs when they're curtailed versus IPPs. And that seemed to relate to the operational PIM instituted from the last ERP. Now, probably since the time you filed that testimony, that operational PIM moved to a capacity factor type PIM. So I'm not clear how that would relate at all. Is it that that point just became moot, or do you think there actually is some remaining impact?
Great question, and that actually does relate. So that PIM now addresses at least part of the concern that I brought up in my original testimony, meaning that an IPP bidder does not have to take into account any risk of curtailments in their modeling when they're bidding. And they are not held to that. That doesn't affect their availability component of their performance requirements under the contract. And a UOG bidder, unfortunately, in the past proceedings, unfortunately accounted against them. So now with this new PIM, that has been resolved. The only gap is that PIM is applicable to past RFPs. To close that gap, I guess we would need some assurance that at least that one component of that PIM would still be projected forward into the JTS RFP projects. If we did that, that would close that gap, and then that would make the entire issue on fairness moot.
Okay. But to be clear, your revisions that you stated at the beginning of your testimony were not conditioned upon that change.
That's correct.
Okay.
Which is, I think I said the benefits or the topics that I discussed in my testimony still remain, and the benefits and the issues still remain, but we are willing to forgo that request.
Okay. Wanted to ask you now about some of the PPA terms that you've described as non-negotiable. So you respond to Mr. Monson's criticism of this as giving the company an advantage by saying that the company's self-build projects will be required to bid to the RFP and the model contracts. Do you recall that? Generally,
yes, I recall that.
Okay. We don't need to pull it up, but I believe it's on page 13 of your rebuttal. You've already clarified that the company doesn't sign a PPA agreement with itself for its resources. So I'm curious, by what other means or mechanisms is the company bound to the same terms that you're attempting to impose on bidders?
Well, in terms of the conforming bid policy, we wouldn't obviously expect them to conform to PPA terms because it's not a contract with itself. But generally speaking, the performance requirements in our minds should be similar. And I think we demonstrated that in that last PIM, right? Because now the performance requirements in that PIM generally match the performance requirements we're proposing in these PPAs. The other point I'll make is that all of the utility-owned generation bids and the BOT bids have to adhere to a set of tech specs. So that tech specs is set in stone at the beginning of the RFP. It's determined as part of the RFP process, and every bidder who's bidding in a UOG project has to meet that one set of tech specs. And then for BT projects, there's a term sheet out there. Again, it doesn't require an actual full model contract for a PPA, but it is a term sheet. And that term sheet is what every BT bidder has to adhere to. So that's where we're trying to make some assimilation between those processes, between the different project types.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I want to explore maybe a little further a few of the terms individually to just understand maybe the corollary for the company and where that is or could be addressed. So I know there's exit clauses in your non-negotiable terms, and that you're saying exit clauses without damages will not be entertained. So this would be if basically a bid fails after the PPA is signed.
Yes. And
Okay.
Bid
So
failed, or just
yeah.
a project failed, or a project developer decided to walk away. That would be an exit from the contract, and we would expect some type of a damage for that.
Okay. Now the company doesn't sign PPA contracts. I'm trying to understand what would be a corollary to ensure the company doesn't walk from a project that they determine to no longer be viable or economic for them. Perhaps it's after a CPCN if the company can't hold up their costs in the bid. Do you think that would be kind of a similar corollary, and should the company be responsible for any damages if they walk away after a CPCN?
You know, the CPCN is a little bit out of my scope, so I want to be careful here. I'm not too familiar with that process. I think generally speaking, each CPCN case has a response or a prudency review, and so during that review, if there is potentially a decision by the company that was determined to be imprudent, which includes perhaps the example you're referring to, then I guess that would be the kind of the equal similarity.
Okay. The performance requirements that you lay out, so it looks like these include certain different discrete performance criteria, probably based on the resource. They seem to me to go in categories beyond the current operations PIM. Is the company willing to accept certain restrictions or terms that would better mimic those in a utility-owned generation PIM?
I apologize. I'm not. That's PIMS and UOG are a little bit out of scope for my area of expertise. Whether or not we'd be willing to do that, I think I'm not prepared to answer that right now. I would say that there is going to be a difference between the two, meaning that I think it's understandable that for a UOG project, that the utility has it's participating in that facility's day-to-day operations. It's participating in that O&M spend. It's participating in all of the day-to-day reporting and deliverability requirements, et cetera. So it has a very active role in how that project is operating on a day-to-day basis. So it knows that project is operating in a manner that meets its customers' needs. For a PPA, unfortunately, we're very hands-off. We don't have any boots on the ground. We have no say in how that project is owned and operated, and what type of a maintenance plan they have in place, what type of safety standards they have in place. We're very hands-off. So I'm only stating that because we want to be careful that there are going to be differences between a PPA performance requirements and a UOG performance requirements. We try to perhaps blend them together where we can, but there are going to be differences naturally, just because in one case we have absolutely no say in how that project is owned and maintained over the long life of that contract, and in one situation we're hands-on, we're there, boots on the ground, we're involved every single day, so we know already it's being operated in a manner that our customers need.
I'm not clear why that would translate to differences in the expected operations parameters. Like, yes, you know more about your operations and how well things are being taken care of, but shouldn't the end result be the same expected level of operations?
In a way, so we're the ones that are going to be signing those O&M agreements. We're the ones that are going to be signing the supply agreements, getting the warranty agreements, buying the insurance. So we know that our customers are adequately protected. So whether or not we go up or down or below our performance, we have other mechanisms in place to protect our customers. And insurance is a perfect example. If for some, or let me use a better example, maybe a warranty. You go out there and you procure a piece of equipment. That piece of equipment has a warranty provision, And we know that our customers are protected. So even if that project does go below its performance, I can go back to the supplier and potentially get damages from my supplier now and pass those damages on to my customer. Under a PPA, we can't do that. There is no way for me to go to the PPA, the IPP's supplier and try to recoup damages for performance. The only way I can do that is through the contract itself. So the contract for a PPA has to be very rigid or at least clear as to what that performance requirement is. Whereas for a UOG, there's other mechanisms that the company has control over as to how it can protect its customer.
So when I boil down what you're saying about the difference in operations, are you in essence saying that the company should be held to not as stringent of performance requirements as the PPA bidders because of the factors you discussed?
Maybe not, I wouldn't characterize it as not as stringent, but just structured differently. The performance requirements can be structured differently. But generally speaking, like for example, maybe a percentage. If you're talking about a percentage, generally speaking, you could probably say, well, we use this percentage here and this percentage here, and we'll measure both on a percentage basis. But how and what type of implications there are if not reaching that percentage, that might vary by project type.
Okay. Given that the end goal here is to protect the ratepayers and ensure that they are getting what their money is paying for, do you think it would be appropriate for the commission in looking at the mechanisms to kind of equalize the expectations, to whatever degree is appropriate, that we look at the financial impacts of those in terms of underperformance at the end of the day, and understanding you have insurance policies and other things that might kind of compensate or make this whole? Should the commission endeavor to make this all look the same to ratepayers, no matter who underperforms, in terms of any penalties or different performance requirements?
Again, I'm hesitating answering here because it's a little bit out of my scope. All I would say here is that there are going to be differences because of the fact that one is a utility owned and controlled and procured and managed facility, and one is not. And we have a lot more oversights and ability to control performance on one project compared to another.
If one results in the same amount of increase of cost to ratepayers as the other, should whoever the bidder was in that case take accountability for those costs?
Again, I think that's probably a decision for this commissioner, maybe even a decision for another case, a CPCN case later.
Okay. Moving on to the environmental and construction clauses. So under your proposal, all environmental and construction related risks and obligations are the responsibility of the bidder, right?
That's correct.
So in this vein, would the company be willing to advance projects that contain no construction contingencies or price variations in excess of their bid price?
Would the company be willing to move forward projects in a solicitation?
Well, obviously they'll start in a solicitation, they'll move to a CPCN if they're successful. But would the company agree to the same terms that essentially there is no construction contingency or price variations allowed above the bid price?
I apologize again. I can't tell. Are you asking about PPA projects or are you asking about a UOG project?
Utility-owned projects.
Okay.
I understand what you want to be the term for PPA projects. I'm trying to understand if there's a corollary for UOG projects.
Yeah, again, a UOG project and what's determined in the CPCN case, I don't know if I can speak to that here today.
Okay. As the bidder, you're the person making the bids, right?
Yeah.
As the bids.
No, you're asking
Okay.
me personally?
Yeah.
No, I have no role in developing company-owned bids. Is that what your question?
Okay. Yeah. I'm
I
trying to
apologize for that
understand.
confusion. I
Okay.
play no role in that. That's not my role at the company.
Okay, sorry, my mistake. I'm trying to understand if the company would be willing to entertain the same type of risk that they're asking bidders here to, where there are no construction contingencies or abilities to increase the price after the bid.
I think as part of the bid proposal, it makes sense to have all bidders commit to the same parameters as part of their bidding proposal. Where they land after selection and negotiation and CPCN is going to vary by proposal.
And your proposal is that PPA bidders would have no ability to negotiate a price increase after.
Yeah, and we have discussed potential price increases as part of this proceeding related to the current environment, right? And we did that in the last proceeding as well. That aside, our expectation is that bidders maintain firm pricing despite any hiccups in their construction.
Okay. Tax qualification, would you agree with me? This is a particularly fraught issue right now, given that the availability or not of certain tax credits, especially for renewable energy projects, is still appears uncertain.
ITC and PTC and where they go from here is quite uncertain. Qualification of those, it's up for debate. I think you heard me talking to one of the other previous attorneys on this one. Qualification probably isn't as in dire strait right now, but the actual PTC ITC itself is definitely uncertain.
Okay, so is your term here meant to indicate, like, if PTC and ITC go away and these projects bid assuming they could get it, and subsequently that went away, do you anticipate that there would be an ability to then negotiate the PPAs related to that, or are your terms intended to lock in that circumstance as well?
Well, if in that example, where an ITC PTC goes away based on a government action or something like that, that's where the proposal that I discussed in my testimony, or at least the recommendation or considerations I thought of in my testimony, plus the proposal that Mr. Dahlke recommended, that would address that circumstance that you're referring to.
Okay. I talked with Mr. Landrum about how DTAs, or deferred tax assets, could be modeled for utility-owned projects. Did you hear any of that?
I did hear you. I'm happy to hear your question. This is DTAs is pretty far out of my area of expertise, but I'm happy to hear your question.
Okay. So perhaps we're being optimistic, thinking we'll know by then. But in the case that DTAs are not assumed in the utility-owned bid price, and perhaps that situation changes and transferability is then revoked, could the utility application of this provide for no WACC earnings on DTAs, so we don't increase the cost of the bid after the fact for utility-owned generation?
I apologize, Commissioner, and I certainly don't want to seem like I'm not answering your question, but that is out of, I'm just not familiar with that. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Let me see. Supply chain. So, to my understanding, your proposed terms would also essentially put supply chain risk on the bidders. Is that accurate?
Some supply chain risk on the bidders that's inside their control, but all of the risk that's outside their control, or at least the ones we're discussing here in this proceeding, we're open to having that dialogue.
How would you determine what's inside their control and outside their control?
Generally speaking, when we're negotiating these contracts or discussing these contracts, if the bidder selected a particular supplier and that supplier is what's causing the supply chain interruption, or their shipper is causing it, or the source of their equipment is what's causing their supply chain interruption, that would be the responsibility of the seller. They should do their due diligence and use reputable sellers when they're developing their supply chain. The difference is something that's entirely outside of their control, and obviously what we talked about here with government action and tariffs, imposing tariffs and imposing duties on projects and slowing that down, potentially stopping all imports of all potential suppliers at the border. That would absolutely be outside of their control. Those are the kind of, that's the distinction. While one is still within the supplier's control and one is not.
Okay. And do you understand if the company in their expectations for bidding for the RFP is willing to accept the same supply chain risk parameters in terms of increases after the bid based on supply chain issues?
My general understanding is that we would expect this treatment to be treated the same across bidders. In other words, whatever's within the control of a particular bidder, they should control that. And the stuff that's reasonably outside of their control, if this commission supports that, we'd be willing to support that as well.
Okay. And it's my understanding you're also advocating for construction and development milestones, and if not met, those milestones would have some financial penalty?
That's correct. That's actually common. We have local utilities here in Colorado that do the same thing. They charge penalties when they don't meet their construction milestones. It's an incentive to get the bidder to make sure they're planning accordingly.
Okay. Is the company planning to meet such requirements and potentially face penalties if they don't also meet construction development milestones on UOG?
I don't know the answer to that. I can't speak to that on the UOG. I don't see why that would be controversial, but I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you. Let's see.
And just to put it into context, we were only requiring 3 milestones. It was construction financing, permitting, and I think it was supply chain. I can't recall. So it really wasn't that many milestones. The other milestones that we list in the contract, I describe them as soft milestones. They can be missed, but we can catch back up. We'll do our best to make it, and we'll let you know if we don't make it. But there are a couple of milestones which now we've actually proposed, or at least offered to the interveners, that we're willing to combine into just one single milestone to say, hey, if you haven't reached X by Y date, this project is in serious jeopardy of making it online. And we need you to make sure you're taking steps to get back on track. So I wanted to just provide that context.
Okay, thanks. Just a couple more questions. I was a little confused by something you said with Ms. Kutzer. So all things equal, if you take on more risk in a contract, you got the same cost of goods, same financiers, same project, same situation. You just take on more financial risk in the contract. Did you say that you don't believe that would necessarily increase the cost?
Yeah, it won't necessarily increase the cost. It's going to be a case by case for each bidder and their risk profile and this risk strategy and their bidding strategy, and certain bidders might.
But case by case aside, I said all things equal. It's the same person, it's the same bid. They're just taking on more risk in the contract.
Yeah, I don't think you can just unanimously say it's going to increase prices. I think it's an increase. And I wouldn't even, I hate to characterize it as an increased risk. We're sharing risk between parties. One party is taking generally half the risk. The other party is generally taking half the risk. By shifting more risk to one of the parties, it doesn't necessarily mean that the price has to go up. Perhaps if a bidder decides to raise their price to offset some of that risk, they can do that. But I don't think you can just automatically say it automatically will increase prices.
Question with regard to gas plants. Are you aware of what gas unit PPAs will expire in the wrap?
I'm not aware, like off the top of my head, but I'm generally aware.
And are you generally aware of the contractual options surrounding renewal or purchase of the units?
Yes, generally.
So trying to understand how we don't recreate the Plains End situation, which I think was not ideal in a number of ways, in terms of ensuring that we have proper disclosure at a minimum in phase 2, if not sooner, of what gas PPAs are expiring in the wrap and what the contractual options are around those. So how do you think the company could make that clear and be transparent about that in phase 2, if not sooner?
Yeah, I can provide a little bit of context here, and just for everybody's peace of mind, Plains End was very unique. It's a very unique contract. Having an option to extend the contract is unique. We don't have those in very many of our contracts. It's only a few here and there across jurisdictions. Luckily, we happen to have one in Plains End. And the option to acquire, again, is very, very, very unique. I don't think I've seen that in any other contract in any of our PPAs. So that's also very, very, very unique. All the other gas PPAs that I'm aware of in Colorado, none of those have an option to extend or an option to acquire in those projects. They may have what we refer to as a right to acquire, a right of first option, or either a right of first option or a right of first refusal. That's where the developer wants to go sell their project to somebody else. They have to first at least allow us an opportunity to make an offer. I do believe one of our other contracts has that, but that developer is not selling their project, so it doesn't really matter. Plains End is the only project that I'm aware of that has that option.
Can you understand how maybe the process that took place in the last ERP didn't build a lot of transparency around the situation of gas PPAs and the contractual options?
I guess I'm looking back, and I don't know the whole story here, but at the time, there wasn't any right to extend these contracts in those particular contracts. So, saying that in that filing, I guess may not have been necessary, except to say that we didn't have any rights. I don't know how that would be productive, but. And for more transparency, I think if I recall, we had about a half a dozen PPAs, gas PPAs in Colorado, and I can say confidently that most of those PPAs are now committed to other off-takers. We don't have any rights. We don't even have the option to go to them and start up a dialogue because they're now under contract with other off-takers.
So you saying most of the company's existing gas PPAs are already spoken for after the expiration of that contract?
Besides Plains End, I'm aware of one other project that potentially is going to that it's still available. I should say that there's another project, but I think it's nearing the end of its life, and it may be having a hard time trying to find a path to repower that project. But again, this is a very this is not firsthand knowledge, and I'm not an expert on that. So I want to be careful of what I'm committing to there. But
okay.
for your peace of mind, we have the Plains End option, and then we have one other project that I'm aware of where it has not yet been secured yet.
Okay. I'm kind of curious how that works. So is this something that the company kind of works on in the background between ERPs, trying to understand the availability? And do you try to advocate for renewal of any of these PPAs?
Yeah, I mean, at least in the case of two of those PPAs, they were locked up, meaning that they had other off-takers years ago, long before we even had an opportunity to have a conversation with them. And again, even if we did have a conversation with them, we have to go through the process we're going through now, going through and getting our commissions to approve that we extend that contract, or that we acquire that project, or that we partner with that project in order to bid into the next case. That process takes time, and firsthand knowledge here, my understanding is that they have the option to go to other off-takers that don't have to do that, and that are willing to pay almost the same thing we are, and they prefer to go down that route. So it puts us in a difficult position where even if we wanted to try to extend these resources, and the best that we may try, we may have been out bid by somebody else.
Okay. Well, are you opposed to in phase 2 providing a transparent accounting of these units, their status, and what you understand to be going on contractually with them?
No, I don't have any problems with that. Not at all. I think we may have provided that in discovery, but we can provide it again.
Okay, thanks. Those are my only questions.
Yep, thank you.
Commissioner Pyatt?
Thanks. I don't have any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Mr. Bornhofen, just following up on Commissioner Gilman's questions about the gas plants. It seems like a real loss not to be able to recontract with those facilities. Should we be looking at more flexible approaches? So, after bearing all the risk to get them online, we can keep them for the benefit of our customers.
Yeah, you're bringing up a fantastic point. Actually, I try to address this in my questioning with Ms. Kutzer just a few moments ago, where something as simple as a default option is a great way to keep that capacity on our system, or an end of term purchase option is also a great way to keep that on our system. So if we have support from our commission to require that as part of our RFP process, meaning bidders have to assume that when developing their bid packages, that would allow us to maintain those projects on our system.
How about a right of first offer, whether it's a new PPA or a new owner? Would that get you what you need to do without the default provision?
And you're referring to an end of term
right of first refusal. Yeah.
I mean, that would get us there, and that's likely the only difference is that we use we defer to a third party appraiser to determine the price, as opposed to us making an offer for a price. But otherwise, you're basically right. I think it's almost the same thing. Either one of those would be a positive step forward.
All right. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 2207, attachment JFP-2, which is CEI witness Pierce's rebuttal response to the company? And I guess
Sorry,
when we
2207?
Yeah, attachment JFP-2. And I want to turn to page 36, the last column. And what Mr. Pierce says is that there is no PPA model contract language that includes the company's rebuttal position. Is that right? He just says, without being able to see the contract language, it's difficult to know if the company has resolved our concerns. Is he right that there's no model contract language after the company's rebuttal position?
If you just give me a second, I'd like to just read this real quick.
Yeah, the last column. And it's really a general question. Did you ever put your rebuttal changes into contract language?
Yeah, you're correct, Chairman. We did not put it into a contract language form.
Okay. If the commission did want to approve some type of conforming bid and contract approach, how can the company expect the bidders to respond to, or for this commission to timely approve a model PPA and conforming bid policy if key language in the model PPA hasn't yet been made available?
I think that question was asked earlier, and I didn't know the exact answer. I wasn't sure if there was another opportunity in this proceeding or as part of this proceeding to give them an opportunity to see that language. So I don't know the answer to that question.
And who would we ask? I mean, I guess I'm struggling to figure out how to get to contract language from where we're at now. Is there a witness or who can help us? I mean, assume we got, so for purposes of this question, assume we got to get to model contract in this case and that there's no other opportunity. How do we do that given where we're at now?
Yeah, if it's that you're asking that we have to have a model contract with the updated language in it, I think my understanding is there's an opportunity to do it perhaps in the statement of position or SOP, but if that might be the only opportunity that I'm aware of, but I'll have to defer to maybe when Mr. Alley comes back up, you can ask him if there's another opportunity.
All right, if you can help us figure out how we get to language. I just think it's like Mr. Pierce said here, it's really tough to resolve these issues without seeing the language. Can you go to
can I just say one more thing? I think we're looking for some, I mean, and depending on where we land on the decision, that also might change some of the language. So it may not be a full PPA in SOP or full language in SOP, simply because we won't know what the determinations are from this commission until after we've gotten the decision. But we can take that back with Mr. Riley and see if there's another.
Yeah, I'm concerned how we decide it without seeing the language. Can we go back to the top? You talked a little bit about this with Commissioner Goman and others, but in his rebuttal testimony, Mr. Pierce talks about several concerns having to do with supply chain disruptions on page 1, change in law risk, page 2, market entry costs, page 2, and tax credit modifications, page 4. Instead of fighting these issues out in the context of force majeure, liquidated damage provisions, what would you think about contract language that allowed a liquidated damage adjustment or a price increase for these issues, subject to a cap, but only with PUC approval, like we did in stage 2 of the clean energy plan and the clean energy delivery plan? So maybe we don't seek to place all this risk on the IPPs, but would allow for a PUC approved price and LD waiver flexibility that responds to certain events that are essentially entirely outside of developers' control. It seemed like you were open to doing that on tariffs and maybe tax credits. So if you just want to talk a little bit more about the companies, and again, you can assume there's a conforming bid policy and contract for purposes of this question, but that we included language in the contract that tried to create some flexibility on these things outside of developers' control.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to it kind of broadly. These are typically discussed during negotiations, right? There's always a risk of these situations happening. The risk in the past has always been low, and the dollars associated with those have also always been very low. I have yet to see where any of these provisions has resulted in any type of material dollars. So just to put that into context, but we did propose where we put a cap on it previously. In the last CP negotiations. In those negotiations, we resolved this by putting a cap in there, and that cap is what we represented here too. Your recommendation to potentially, remove that cap and then make it subject to.
I'm not saying to remove the cap.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe you can repeat what you were saying.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if to put language in this contract like what we did in the CEP delivery plan, where PTC changes could potentially result in I think it was capped at 15% increase if the tax credits weren't extended, and it was subject to a PUC approval, and it was across all bidders, something like that, or all bidders by technology type.
Yeah, just let me give you some peace of mind here. In the last round of PPAs, and I don't think this is confidential because it was agreed to for all parties, is that actually, I apologize. I don't know if I can discuss that because I do think it's confidential. But we generally already have a cap in place on all of the contracts that came out of the CEP delivery filing. That was agreed to by parties. That cap basically says that above a certain amount, the ratepayer takes that risk, and then below a certain amount, the developer takes that risk and pays those dollars. The risk is low on both sides, but there could potentially be situations where small dollars are needed to be spent. We intentionally put this in here because we don't want to spend time or waste. I don't mean to use the word waste, but we don't want to spend our time or energy haggling over a few dollars. So we basically said anything below this, the developer, this is just normal course of business. You guys take care of it. leave us out of it, leave our ratepayers out of it. But anything above that, if it really does exceed that cap, which we think is very, very unlikely, all right, in that case, we'll reimburse you for those costs. Our ratepayers will reimburse you for that cost. We got there on that for in the last round of negotiations. I think that's what we're proposing here, at least in my original response. If we wanted to somehow add a caveat here that we wanted to potentially make even the initial spot or the initial deposit or the initial amount subject to PC approval, we could. I just think it may add an extra step here that we don't necessarily need.
Can we turn to page 6? Do you know why does the company, it says that there's language saying the company needs to see individual bidders EPC agreements. Why would the company, what's the purpose of that language?
Yeah, the only time this comes up is again, I think one of the milestones is they have to have entered into their EPC contracts by a certain date. And if for any reason we feel like that might not be true, we might ask them to show us proof that they have entered into those contracts. But we make it very clear we don't need to see the actual contract. That's you can withhold that if you want to and keep that confidential. But we need something from your supplier summarizing that they have a contract with you, generally describing what the terms of that contract are.
Okay. So all right, I see. You'll accept a memorandum. And then you mentioned that there were some development milestones. Do you know where they are in the model contract? I think it was Exhibit B, but that looked like it was post-construction milestones. Do you know where the development milestones are?
I don't off the top of my head, but I can probably find it here in a couple of minutes if you want me to look for it.
All right. Well, maybe if in redirect you could clarify where they are, or your counsel can find them, that'd be great. On page 24, the provision that you were talking about with Ms. Kutzer, given that the company may have some significant ability to determine what provision is or is not in default, it does seem like this provision could be chilling. And, I get it that may like it, but I could see why the equity or the project sponsor may not. I guess I'm struggling with this. Have you seen this elsewhere? And I guess this wasn't in the prior contract.
Yeah, what I was, well, no, there are always going to be performance requirements in all of our contracts. And I believe these were the performance requirements she's referring to, I believe were already in those contracts.
No, it's just the purchase option with the default that I'm asking about, not the
Oh,
default.
I'm sorry. The default option.
Yeah, a purchase how a default triggers a purchase option.
I mean, and if I can be honest here, the IPP community, and again, this is nothing against them. I'm not being critical here. They want their PPA to be as free from encumbrances as they can possibly make it, because in their words, in their testimony's words, they want that PPA to be as marketable as it can be. So any way that we are potentially making that PPA less marketable to their investors and their financiers, it's going to be something that they're going to push back on, right? So a default option or any type of default provision or any type of potential for default, they're going to try to push back on that. And again, I'm not stating this to be critical. I fully respect and understand why they want to do this. I not being critical in any way, but that's just part of what they want to do, and that's their job. So I respect that 100%. In my mind, a default option is not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think it's going to necessarily prevent or hinder a project from being able to get financing. I certainly do not. Perhaps it adds one step in their process if they have to go, if they want that, when they want to go sell this project to another investor later. And all that step is that we get a chance to buy it before their investor, some other random unrelated investor comes in and buys it. That's all that additional step is. So potentially it does chill their financiers or their investors, but I certainly don't think it's enough to be material.
That's all I have. Mr. Eisenberg, redirect.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon again, Mr. Bornhofen. Could we pull up hearing exhibit 412? And to avoid the suspense, these are the electric rules that were put into evidence by, I believe, CEO early in the proceeding. And once that's up, if we could please go to page 138. Mr. Bornhoven, you see the rule 3616A on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
Can you just read the third sentence and just discuss with me the purposes of the utility, including a model contract as phase one filing?
To minimize bidder exceptions and to enhance bid comparability, the utility shall include in its proposed RFP a model contract to match each type of resource need, including contracts for supply-side resources, energy storage systems, renewable energy resources, or Section 123 resources as required by the approved resource plan.
So,
and to the latter half of your question, I think it's important to focus on the first couple of words in that sentence where it says to minimize bidder exceptions and to enhance bid comparability. And that is really all the company's trying to do here with its conforming bid policy, right? The rules state that you should provide a model contract through the phase one, have that model contract reviewed and approved as part of phase one, and then provide those model contracts to minimize bidder exceptions and to enhance bid comparability. And as I've stated numerous times in my testimony, and others have stated as well, the intent of this conforming bid policy is to simply minimize those exceptions, make this process way more efficient than it has been, and enhance bid comparability. We've been struggling trying to compare bids when many bidders are making their bids conditioned on in whether it's material or immaterial or reasonable or outrageous. They condition their bids on things that we just can't accept.
All right, we can take this exhibit down. I'd like to discuss the chair's proposal from just a moment ago. I may need some help from the chair. My understanding is the chair is proposing to include a contract term that would allow pricing adjustments subject to future PUC approval in situations such as a large federal change of law that occurs subsequent to the RP. Chair, am I on track?
Yeah, basically, yes.
So maybe if I may ask one more question, somewhat analogous to what we ended up doing on the back end in the CP delivery.
Yes, exactly.
Accelerating.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Bornhofen, first of all, the company could provide some potential language to frame that up based on contract language that you've used to implement the CEP delivery plan decision. Is that fair?
It's fair that we have language as
maybe
part
not
of
maybe not exactly the same situation, but
it's fair. I just want to be careful here because that provision was written specifically for that CEP delivery filing and because of the situation the company was put in at that time. Now, I do support what the chairman is proposing here. I feel like it needs to be simpler than what we are proposing and what we did back in the CEP delivery filing, and potentially what we're doing here.
And just one more question on the chair's proposal. If those terms were written into the the PPAs, would the company want equal treatment across all bidders of all contract types, utility owned and build transfer?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay, could we next pull up hearing exhibit 101, attachment JWI-3, the model renewable PPA contract?
Sorry, I have to scroll all the way back up there. And while I'm doing that, that's the one that has a bunch. I think the one you're talking about is 3, Volume 3, Appendix D1. Does that sound right?
That sounds right. Yeah, we're trying to find the critical path milestones that the chair was asking about just a moment ago, Mr. Bornhofen, so you could help guide me to the right page. That looks like the right document. Can we go to page 9? Are these the 3 critical path milestones that you were discussing earlier? Is this the right location?
Yes, those are the 3 that we have in our model contract. They're a placeholder, right? We have these in a lot of our RFPs, or sorry, a lot of our PPAs that we've signed to date. And this is what we proposed in the initial proceeding. And then just recently, after we got comments from interveners, we offered to combine these into a single milestone, if the commission would approve that.
Thank you. Thanks. I was confused.
What we've seen before, Commissioner and Chairman, is that we have seen projects that are prone to fail, right? We kind of know early that they are struggling and potentially going to be failing. And we want to be able to take action versus having to wait another 3 months, 6 months, year. We want an opportunity to kind of step in and take some action and provide a carrot to get that developer to take some action. Otherwise, it just continues to kick the can down the road. So having a mechanism like this in our contract is beneficial for planning purposes.
We could take this exhibit down. You're having a conversation with Commissioner Gilman regarding current gas PPAs and potential rights under those PPAs or extensions. You recall that conversation?
I recall that.
With respect to there was one expiring PPA that you said the company may have some additional rights with. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you recall there was one PPA, without naming it, there was sort of an exception to the general rule.
There is one PPA where, to my knowledge, that PPA is still available to be transacted upon.
And have you worked with that entity to facilitate a potential bid into the JTS base RFP, just without getting into any details, yes or no?
Yes, we've been in communications with that bidder.
Thank you. You were discussing a little earlier this afternoon some examples of challenges with negotiating red lines with IPPs. There was an example where one IPP, I believe, sent you something like 100 pages of red lines. Is there any other example sitting here today that stands out in your mind as a problematic change that came up in trying to negotiate a PPA with an IPP?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's important to kind of make sure we're setting the record straight here. We have been working to expedite the negotiation of these contracts as quickly as possible. Our goal is to get these things negotiated and signed as soon as possible. In fact, that's kind of my personal directive from my leadership, is we want to get these things signed quickly. I can give you one example as we sit here today. We have a contract that came out of the CEP delivery filing. The company signed that contract 63 days ago, and we're still waiting for the counterparty to sign that contract. So I think COSA's attorney asked me about a 2-month timeline as to when we were able to get red lines back. When we're getting hundreds of pages of red lines, I think it's reasonable that it's going to take us some time to work through those and get those red lines back to the counterparty. But in this case, there's no red lines. The contract is done. We've been negotiated and settled and signed 2 months ago, and yet we still have an IPP that does not want us or has not signed the contract. Now, I don't know why, I don't know the reasons, but they are hesitating to sign it, waiting to sign it. And the reason I bring this up is because it's not uncommon for IPPs to want to delay signing contracts. The longer they can wait to sign their contract, the longer they can de-risk their project. They can lock in their supply chain, lock in their EPC, de-risk everything so that everything's ready to go before they sign that contract. And during that time, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, or a year, there's always risk of that project developer walking away from that. So we want to sign these contracts as fast as possible. One of the things we're hoping to do is to reduce the amount of red lines in the negotiation process. I hope that's a good example for you, Mr.
Yeah, just real briefly, any other example that comes to mind of a type of red line, like a particular type of change that an IPP asked for that caused a delay?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you 2 more examples. We learned about a bidder that's post-selection, they moved the site of their project. So they decided to move it. They found some land that was more affordable, and they moved their site. That again, I'm not criticizing the IPP for doing this. They're doing what's best for them and their investors, but that just takes time, and then we have to wait for them to do that. The other example, which has actually been in prior testimony, was where a developer simply wanted a walkaway provision. They don't want to sign. If we want them to sign today, they want to make sure that they have an opportunity to exit that contract at any point in the future. And in the example I'm referring to, I think it was almost 2 years. They asked for a 2-year window where they would sign the contract today, but they wanted a chance to exit without penalty for 2 years in the future. Those are just some very extreme examples, but I think it provides good context to them.
Thank you. Just to sum up, one last question. So just to clarify, a bunch of discussion you had with counsel for CIA and others about what would be negotiable still in terms of non-material changes after selection. The types of items you just discussed, these large changes to the contract, those would already be fixed and they wouldn't be open to negotiation, right?
Yeah, generally, yes. I mean, the short answer is yes. We're trying to present that in that list of items that once we agree to this as part of phase 1, everybody agrees that's what we're going to stick to is in phase 2.
And the things that would be open would be clarifications, minor updates where there was an error in a number that's not material in the bid that you just need to fix, and the contract, fixing an errant comma or an extra, word the in the contract. Those are the types of things that would be hammered out after selection.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give everybody peace of mind here. We're going to be very reasonable here. I mean, if there's truly a need to clarify a provision, if there's truly a need to rewrite a provision, and a bidder wants to propose that, we'll absolutely look at that. But these are sophisticated parties. I think it was I think it was CIA's witness that said these are sophisticated parties. They know what they're doing, and I fully agree with them. These are sophisticated parties. They know how to negotiate contracts. And so they know if the edit that they're asking for is truly just a clerical edit, an uncontroversial edit, an immaterial edit, they know that. And we don't want to spend too much time hammering through those details and causing that delay to last longer.
Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bornhofer. You can be excused. Is Mr. Goodenough out there? Mr. Eisenberg, do you know if Mr. Goodenough's out there?
Yeah, we're working on it, Chair.
Okay.
There may be an AV issue, or we may need to change the room. Trying to solve that feedback.
Mr. Bonas,
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to remind you that when I was talking to Mr. Eiley the other day, I requested 5 minutes with Mr. Goodenough. So I'm probably not on the cross sheet, but I just wanted to remind you about that.
Well, I had forgotten. Nope, I had it.
Great,
I got
thanks.
you.
I trust
Thanks.
you. Thanks.
Who knows? Mr. Goodenough, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No,
That changes, will you let us know?
I will.
With that, back to you, Mr. Eisenberg.
Yeah, I think we could be quick on the preliminaries on this one, Chair. His testimony's in the record and he's available for cross-examination.
Appreciate it. PUC, Ms. Chong.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goodenough. For the record, my name is Aileen Chong. I'm an Assistant Attorney General representing trial staff in this proceeding. It's nice to meet you.
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you as well.
My questions for you today revolve around the updated large load base forecast in your rebuttal testimony and are simply questions for clarification purposes. So to that end, could we please pull up hearing exhibit 122, which is the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Goodenough? And we will be looking at page 16. And if we can scroll down a bit to focus on those tables. So Mr. Goodenough, in rebuttal, you made updates to the large load base forecast, correct?
That is correct.
And as we see in the bottom table entitled Change from Base Forecast, the forecast for large loads is initially higher through 2027, but then significantly lower through the forecast period, correct?
That is right.
Okay. And are you familiar with what we've been referring to as the tri-party framework?
At a very high level, yes.
Okay. Specifically, are you familiar with the fact that the parties agreed to use the large load principles outlined in table TLB R2 described in the rebuttal testimony of company witness Bailey?
I am agreed that they were, or I know that they were agreed upon. I'm not an expert on what those principles are, however.
Okay, that may answer my next question. Did you use those large load principles to make the updates to the large load base forecast here?
It probably did answer your question. I didn't specifically apply those principles, but in consultation with Mr. Bailey, as I was updating this forecast, I would assume that they were applied and that you can confirm that with him.
Okay. And staff has no further questions with that.
Thank you. 10 minutes, Cress.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goodenough. Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon.
For the record, my name is Vince Calvano, and I'm representing the Colorado Renewable Energy Society and Physicians for Social Responsibility Colorado, also known as CRESS or PSR Colorado. And Mr. Goodenough, I'd like to just talk to you today about the company's managed charging programs for EVs and compare that with the default time of use rates. And would you say that managed charging programs for the company are designed to help incentivize EV owners to avoid charging their EVs during peak uses or peak hours, excuse me?
Yeah, I'm certainly not the company expert on managed charging rates and rate design, but my understanding would be that they are developed to incent customers to shift charging to specific times and away from other times. Yes.
Sure, and we're not going to get into too many details on time of use rates or the managed charging, just keep things kind of at a higher level. But you did mention managed charging in your rebuttal, correct?
Yes, I've mentioned managed charging kind of
Right,
throughout my testimony.
Thank you. And I believe that you discussed what the proper current estimate was for the percentage of EVs on the managed charging programs today.
Yes.
And do you recall what that percentage was?
Yeah, I think the current enrollment is roughly 10% of the vehicles in our service territory.
Okay, yeah, that's what I recall as well. And do you know what the company's estimated percentage of EVs will be for managed charging at the end of the forecast period?
By 2050 being the end of the forecast period, we're putting in a 70% assumption.
Sure. And do you also have an idea of what the company's estimate is for maybe kind of halfway in between there and now, being like 2031?
Sure, yeah, I do know the 2031 number is 25%.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get that out there and kind of compare that to, the number of customers on the default time of use rates. And let's see, do you also, but before we get there, just to finish off on the managed charging side of things, do you recall what the annual incentive is for customers that are enrolled in the, say, the Charging Perks program?
No, I'm not familiar with the program to that level.
Sure. If I represented to you, subject to check, that it was approximately $150 or $150, would that sound reasonable to you?
I have no reason to dispute that.
Sure. And we can take a look at some testimony that's already on the record to, get there as well. But I also wanted to go over just a brief hypothetical on the difference in EV rates for customers, whether it's on peak versus off peak. Compared that to the value that we just went over for the managed charging incentive. And are you aware that the company has changing up their default time of use rates later this year?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right, in the sense that they're doing away with the shoulder rate and there's just going to be a peak and an off-peak rate.
And a shifting of the window as well.
Sure, exactly, yes. To a different time, right. And in this hypothetical, I just wanted to know what your understanding is of the potential difference for a customer that has an EV and on this new rate that will come out, in the future here later this year. Do you have a rough estimate of what a customer might pay, an average EV customer? And we can go through the parameters there here in a minute. If they charge exclusively on peak versus off peak and what that difference might be?
I don't, that's not math that I've done in developing the load forecast.
Okay, sure. Are you familiar? Did you ever go over Cress's cross-answer testimony of Dr. Sinton?
I reviewed that, yes.
Yes, it's hearing exhibit 1603. And I think if we just bring that up, Ms. Federico, that might help because in it, Dr. Sinton has done this quick calculation. And once we're done with this, we're basically done with this line of questioning here.
Sure, I'm just scrolling down to it. 1603, you said?
Right. And before we get there, I guess I can ask a couple of questions about the time of use rates and the number of customers that are on those rates, because it is a default rate that you're aware of, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so in that
with
sense,
an opt-out, but yes, it is the default rate.
right. And the majority of public service residential customers are now on that default time of use rate, correct?
I would say the vast majority of customers, yes.
Right, okay. And let's see. Okay, and on this hearing exhibit, if you could turn to page 8, lines 6 through 9. And on that, you can see what the parameters are for, or what Dr. Sinton uses for an average EV customer. And that is, he puts out 12,000 miles a year and an average of 4 miles per kilowatt hour. And he, above that on line 6, says that the likely difference between peak and off-peak rates for the new time of use rates would be about 15 cents per kilowatt hour. Do you see those numbers?
I do.
Yes, and he calculates that the difference between charging at the high or peak rate and the low rate would exceed about $450. Do you see that?
I see that number, yes.
Right, and obviously that's just an estimate. And would you agree with his statement that that $450 number is greater than the managed charging incentive of $150 per year?
450 is greater than 150, yes.
Okay. And given the difference in that incentive versus, the difference in the rate of a customer that might charge, fully on peak versus off peak, which program would be most significant in shifting EV charging out of peak rates, say in 2031?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. If you were to take the managed charging program that the company currently has, say the Charging Perks program, at a incentive level of $150 per year, and compare that with a customer just on the default time of use rates that are coming out later this year that has an estimated $450 incentive to charge off peak, which would be more significant in shifting EV charging for customers in 2031?
I mean, I think that's hard to tell, and it's certainly beyond kind of the scope of my knowledge or my role in the company to assess potential movement of EV charging based on kind of price differentials in TOU rates. I'm not sure customers would kind of sit down and do this math, first of all, in order to kind of change their behavior. And there is kind of a preference component as well. Even to the extent they kind of had a sense that they might be paying a little more to charge at a window in time where they would prefer to charge. They might make that choice. So not really sure I can speculate on how a customer is going to respond to this new window beyond just, the math here that the 450 is greater than 150.
Okay, sure, that's fair enough. And then I just have a couple last questions on this. And from the company's perspective, then, do you know what the expected load shift might be out of that peak 5 to 9 p.m. hours, say in 2031? Has public service, in other words, assumed for residential EV charging what that load shift might be?
I don't know that we've made an estimate specifically for EV charging. I believe the load shifting itself was a number that was in kind of the proceeding that led to those new rates, but I don't know that it was specifically for EV charging.
Okay, so does public service have a load shift that they think should be occurring in that time frame that they want to incentivize out of peak rates for EVs and managed charging?
Again, I'm not sure that it would specifically be for EVs and managed charging, and I'm just not sure. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all the questions I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Calvano. Mr. Bonas, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Goodenough.
Good afternoon.
And I think we met. I'm David Banas. I represent the Colorado Energy Office. Good to meet you. And my first question is, did you have the opportunity to hear me talking with Mr. Eiley at all last week?
I did.
Great, because I only have like half a dozen questions for you just to clear up some of the things that he wasn't able to answer for me. So hopefully without having to go into too many exhibits, I can kind of summarize the question I read to him right at his testimony and then ask you some questions about it. And at one point in his testimony, he said that the incremental need pool is a process to quickly activate additional bids due to emerging energy and capacity needs, such as large loads moving to high certainty or approved generation project failures. Does that seem about right to you?
Yes.
And my question to him involved that those words "such as," because to CEO that kind of implied there was something else out there that wasn't enumerated or wasn't made explicit. So is that correct, or are there just these two categories, the large loads and the project failures? Excuse me.
Sure. Hopefully I can be helpful here. Mr. Eiley is probably more of an expert on the language there than I am. I know that he kicked this question to me or a version of it to me. So my understanding is that that is a comprehensive set of examples as to what could trigger the INP.
That's very helpful. Does the company consider the strategic economic development customers to be part of that category 1, the large loads?
Yes, in the sense that the customers that we are proposing to include in the updated base forecast as strategic economic development customers, if that project would come back to us and say request more load, then that would be something that might trigger the incremental need pool. My understanding is that we would not add future strategic economic development customers. Perhaps perhaps a customer that's already on our system that wants to expand might trigger it as well, but not new customers that would fall into that strategic economic development pool.
Okay, and then in your testimony, you mentioned that Public Service used the January 2024 IHS market economic forecast for the metropolitan area for its service territory and its load forecast. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, that's correct.
My question is the company certain that IHS market economic load forecast does not account for the strategic economic development customers already?
Yes. So typically the way that we will run our forecast is we'll use kind of the economic drivers that are in the IHS forecast. And that creates a baseline of growth, like residential growth, small commercial growth, small or large commercial growth. And then, it's always been our practice that large loads above 1 megawatt are an exogenous adjustment to the forecast because those kind of step changes in loads aren't really picked up in those economic drivers. So, to the extent we're making adjustments for large customers, it is our position that those aren't included in just the general economic growth in the IHS forecasts.
All right, great. I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bonas.
Thank you, Chuck.
Commissioner Plant, I'm told Commissioner Gilman has a lot or a decent amount for Mr. Goodenough, so maybe if you'd be willing to go.
Yeah, let me pull up my notes here.
Yeah, and if you want,
It would take us past 5 o'clock for sure.
and if you don't want to go now, Commissioner Plant, we can just break for the day.
Yeah, maybe break for the day.
All right, we're going to break for the day, and we'll come back with Commissioner questions, I think tomorrow at 1. So before we break, any matters?
Nothing from the company.
Anybody else? All right, let's resume at 1 p.m. Tomorrow. Thanks all.